can stay in their homes. Mass evictions would also have serious implications for law enforcement, adding to a crisis of homelessness that strains but cannot be solved by the criminal justice system. The ramifications do not end there. Far too often, police officers are the first ones called when someone is experiencing a mental health crisis in any setting. But it is almost certain that police will be called to respond to someone experiencing a mental health crisis if that person is also without housing. And as we have repeatedly seen, the risks to everyone involved in such interactions are enormous. These issues must be addressed if we are to ease the burdens that our society places on law enforcement and ensure the safety of our communities. The Justice Department, through grant-making, technical assistance, and training, supports law enforcement and community-based programs to tackle these challenges. I will now turn the podium over to Assistant Attorney General Clark, who will talk more about our pattern or practice investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Protecting the rule of law demands that those who enforce our laws also abide by them. Ensuring that law enforcement acts in a lawful and accountable manner is a priority for the Civil Rights Division. As the Attorney General has just announced, following an extensive review of publicly available information regarding the Phoenix Police Department, today we are opening a civil pattern or practice investigation into the City of Phoenix and the Phoenix Police Department. We have reviewed court files, media reports, citizen complaints, and we also considered factors that we ordinarily weigh in determining whether to open an investigation, including the nature and seriousness of the allegations, the number of allegations, the steps that a department may be taking to address the allegations, and the history of the department. We found that the evidence here warrants a full investigation, but we approach this process with no predispositions or pre-drawn conclusions. Our pattern or practice investigations have been successful at identifying not only whether systemic misconduct is occurring, but also its root causes, so that those root causes can ultimately be fixed. As part of our investigation in Phoenix, we will meet with officers and command staff, as well as members of the broader Phoenix community. We will review incident reports, body-worn camera footage, and other data and documentation collected by the department. We will also review the department's policies, training materials, and supervision records, as well as documents related to systems of accountability, including how complaints are investigated and how discipline is imposed. As you know, about 3 months ago, we launched similar investigations into the City of Minneapolis and the Minneapolis Police Department, as well as the City of Louisville and the Louisville Police Department. In both cities, as in Phoenix, we've been fortunate to have the support of city officials and police chiefs. In that short time, Justice Department lawyers have had in-person and virtual meetings with close to 1,000 community stakeholders in Minneapolis and Louisville. Hundreds more have submitted messages to the Justice Department. Department lawyers have participated in over 50 ride-alongs with officers. We have had 4 meetings with full command staff and spoken to officers across both individual interviews and roll call briefings. We will take the same approach in Phoenix. Our career attorneys have decades of experience working on investigations like the one we open here today. One thing we have learned over the decades is that we must and will work collaboratively with the Phoenix community and with the Phoenix Police Department. If we conclude that there are no systemic violations of constitutional or federal statutory rights by the city or Phoenix Police Department, we will make that known. If, on the other hand, we conclude that there is reasonable cause to believe that such violations are occurring, we will issue a report describing our findings and then aim to work cooperatively with the city to reach agreement on the best remedies. If an appropriate remedy cannot be achieved through agreement, the Attorney General is authorized to bring litigation to secure an appropriate injunctive remedy. This morning, our team had the opportunity to speak with city officials about our investigation. We are pleased that Mayor Gallego and Chief Williams have pledged their full support. I will repeat the same message our team conveyed to city officials and city leaders this morning. We're committed to following the facts where they lead and doing so in a timely manner so that we can expeditiously address any pattern or practice of unlawful conduct that may be identified. We look forward to working together with the city and the Phoenix Police Department toward the shared goals of ensuring
All right, it does look like officials have come to the podium here in Phoenix, Arizona to update us and respond to the Department of Justice's investigation announced today. Let's listen in.
As well as City Manager Ed Zuercher. As you know, the Department of Justice announced its investigation into the pattern of practices of the Phoenix Police Department, and today we're just going to talk to you a little bit about that statement. So I've been with law enforcement for 32 years. The majority of that I've spent in this Phoenix, city of Phoenix, raising my two sons. Everyone knows I love this city, and I'm committed to leading our department and protecting and serving all people with dignity and respect. Our community deserves it, and I, nor my team, will not settle for anything less. The Department of Justice inquiry is another opportunity to further improve the department and to better serve our city. Wearing the badge is a privilege, not a right. Let me say that again. Wearing this badge is a privilege, not a right. The majority of our officers out there act every day with professionalism and compassion. We've said this before. We welcome an outside assessment before, and we'll welcome this one with open arms. What it will do, it will lead to a better police department. It will lead to the opportunity for us to better and serve you. We are looking forward to seeing what we're doing right. We're also looking forward to what we can improve on. I've said this before as well. Public trust is essential for effective policing, and accountability is a big component of that trust. Since last summer, some of the reforms included meeting not only the mandatory 2 requirements of the executive order on safe policing for communities, we met the 12 discretionary elements as well. Under the direction of Mayor Kate Gallego, we met all the requirements for the national referendum 8 Can't Wait campaign. It was echoed by Attorney General Merrick Garland that this uniform is not always the right one to respond to calls for service. And when we get those calls, we will continue to respond until we have the opportunity to send other resources at a later date. Our police department, like any other entity on the face of the planet, always has room for improvement. We embrace that, we welcome that, and we accept that responsibility. With that, I'd like to turn the microphone over to City Manager Ed Zuercher.
Thank you, Chief. I'm City Manager Ed Zuercher. As the Chief mentioned this morning, U.S. Department of Justice announced their review of the Phoenix Police Department. It's been my commitment as City Manager that we at the City of Phoenix will embrace any opportunity for reform and improvement. Under the direction of the Mayor and City Council, we have sought out independent assessments of the Phoenix Police Department over the last several years, including a comprehensive report by the National Police Foundation in 2019, and the assessment that's currently underway by our independent contracted agent, 21CP Solutions, into department training and tactics. We've reformed many of our policies, including, as the Chief said, joining the National 8 Can't Wait program to reform our use of force policies. And as I told the Department of Justice staff this morning in the meeting, we look forward to taking this step with the Department of Justice and will fully cooperate with any requests they make of the city or the Phoenix Police Department. I want to talk for just a second about one of the key elements from Attorney General Garland's news conference today. He spoke of challenges in cities across the country where police, by default, end up as the primary responders for those experiencing a mental or behavioral health crisis or homelessness. It is always our responsibility to treat people well with dignity and respect. And this cannot be solely a police responsibility. That's why it was so important that the City Council and the Mayor set aside in this year's budget $15 million in a new budget for the Community Assistance Program, where we will have specially trained experts who provide services to those in crisis. That program will be developed over the next 12 months. These types of reforms are what will make our police department and our community stronger. I want to say I believe in the men and women of the Phoenix Police Department who commit their lives to protecting the community. I know that good officers do not want to work in a system that allows bad practices. And our community expects and deserves a high-quality police department with officers committed to justice, fairness, and respect. We will continue to hold that as a standard that we measure our police department, our police chief, and our police officers against. The Department of Justice investigation will provide one more avenue toward making Phoenix a safer, stronger place for all residents, workers, visitors, and our police department. I'm confident in the leadership of Chief Jerry Williams. The Phoenix Police Department can and will continue to do better for the residents of Phoenix. At this point, we will take questions you might have.
So this is the third program that's kind of being launched under the Biden administration. So Phoenix PD joins two other law enforcement agencies, one of them behind the death of George Floyd, another behind the death of Breonna Taylor. Where do you feel like your department measures up against agencies that have been the center of such high-profile force incidents?
So I think I mentioned it in my comments before. Any police department, any entity has room for improvement. Mine is no different. I will say this, I'm confident in our ability to police. I'm confident in our ability to engage and embrace what the DOJ is looking for in their pattern and practice review. But I'm also confident that at the end of the day, if they tell us to do some things differently, we will fully embrace that and work towards that end.
What do you tell your officers today? What do you tell them?
I tell them to continue to do the amazing work that they do day in and day out, taking over 1 million calls for service, putting on a uniform, working at the crime lab. Continue to do what they do, and we'll work through this process together.
Chief, you mentioned, like, there's a lot of things I've said before. I've said this before. With this latest investigation, what actually will change moving forward?
So that I love that question from anyone from the media. So it's always asked, hey, what are you doing to reform? We've reformed this police department from top to bottom since the time that I've been here. We have numerous reforms, and we'll make sure we push out that information to the media later so that you will have it. But I think it's important to say that we're reinforcing our commitment to that trust. When I say that I've said it before, I am reinforcing the commitment to leadership. The commitment, as the city manager said, to justice, to fairness, to equity. We're just reinforcing that, and this is just another opportunity to have that
I
happen.
mean, in light of that DOJ announcing this investigation, do you think that all the reinforcement that you've done so far is enough at this point?
So there's always room for improvement, which is why the Department of Justice is coming in, looking at our patterns and practices. And as the city manager said, we're going to fully embrace that. And I'm confident in a lot of the things that we've done here that haven't been done in other parts of the country. So I'm looking forward to them seeing what we've done right and also what we can improve on. Thank you.
Chief, I want to ask you real quick. You mentioned, I think the phrase was, officers act every day with professionalism and compassion, and the city manager said our goal is to always treat people with dignity and respect. When people are going to hear what the Attorney General said today and say, he's mentioning throwing out, the stuff of homeless residents, men and women experiencing that, excessive force violations, police practices that violate the Constitution, I mean, on, and they're going to say that does not gel with what you're saying, which is your officers act a certain way. What do you think the DOJ is going to find, and how do you tell the public to reconcile those two differences?
So what I think the DOJ is going to find is that we've made a lot of improvements in our policies, procedures, and practices. I think what the DOJ is going to find is that we implemented body-worn cameras. I think what the DOJ is going to find, all the reform efforts we've made in the last year. What do we tell the public? We're committed to getting better. What do we tell the public? We're not afraid to embrace anyone coming in making an outside assessment of our agency. And wherever the gaps are, we'll figure those gaps out and we'll become a better police department.
What does it say that the DOJ, after all those reforms, is still coming in? They know what you've done, and they're still saying, we think we need to go camp out in Phoenix and do a deep dive investigation into your department.
We embrace it, we welcome it.
Were you surprised by the DOJ showing up in the city of Phoenix today, talking to you and saying, hey, we're going to do this?
So we found out last night that they were coming, and we embraced it, and we were fully aware that they were coming here. And I thought we had, boss, a great meeting with them. We were able to ask some questions and comments, and they shared with us what they were going to do. So it wasn't a surprise. We were fully embracing of it.
And was this an indictment of the Department of the Phoenix Police Department?
I'm sorry?
Is this investigation an indictment of Phoenix Police?
I don't look at it as an indictment. I look at it as an opportunity for us to share and show what we do, and the opportunity for an outside independent entity, because I mentioned that very deeply this morning, the outside entity to look at what we're doing and to share and show what we do and to learn from what we don't.
One more question. What do you know about what this review is going to look like? Is this going to be investigators overseeing police officers doing their work?
So based on the limited information we were showed with today, so they're not going to come hang out and live in Phoenix. They're going to make intermittent trips with Phoenix. They're going to talk to community members. They're going to speak with and talk to our command team. They're going to ask for policies, procedures, and practices. What that report looks like in the end, none of us will know until we get it, but our commitment is that we're going to work very closely with them and provide them any and all things that they need. So
quick follow-up, how long do you think they'll be here? Are you thinking 6 months, 2 years? Any indication?
So they didn't give us an exact date, maybe a little bit over a year.
And then city manager, you recently announced you'd be leaving the city. Did you know about this? I mean, Chief just said last night, but did you see this coming? Did that play a factor into your departure?
Not at all.
Thank you very much, everybody. If you have specific questions that you want answered that we can't answer at this point, you're welcome to email us, and we're happy to get back with you. Again, if you have some specific questions regarding any of the reforms or anything that has been done since last summer or during her tenure.
All right, so we were just listening. This is out of Phoenix, Arizona right now, as the Phoenix Police Chief, Jerry Williams, along with the city manager, accompanied by officials there behind them, responding to the news today that Attorney General Merrick Garland and the Department of Justice have announced a probe into the patterns and practices at the Phoenix Police Department. The investigation, according to the DOJ's press release earlier today, will assess all types of use of force by Phoenix police officers, including deadly force. It will also seek to determine whether Phoenix Police engages in retaliatory activity against people for conduct protected by the First Amendment. Here at LiveNOW from Fox, we reached out to Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego. She is not doing interviews today, but her office put out a statement saying, quote, "I welcome the U.S. Department of Justice review of the Phoenix Police Department. Comprehensive reform of policing in the city of Phoenix has been my priority since the first day I took office." And so there you were hearing from the police chief there that they intend to fully cooperate with this probe. And so the parameters of which are not really known at this time, but cities like Minneapolis and Louisville, Kentucky are also under kind of this aegis of the Department of Justice now going forward, looking into the practices at these local police departments. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to show you some of the other live pictures that we are following at this hour on this Thursday afternoon. Let's go out to the Houston airport. Fans of Simone Biles and Jordan Childs from Team USA on the gymnastics team are awaiting their arrival back from Tokyo at the airport. We're expecting some remarks from the gymnasts themselves. We're going to leave you with that while we go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you after. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a live look right now at the Houston International Airport, where we are awaiting Simone Biles and Jordan Childs' return to the United States after competing at the Tokyo Olympics. And so we are expecting some remarks from them when they land. They are in the baggage carousel there, all of her fans with signs, American flags. And Simone Biles, as you know, was quite a big story at this Summer Olympics. So we'll be bringing you that here on Live Now once we get it. Right now, though, we do want to go out to Tampa, Florida. Officials there in Polk County, Florida, are updating the public on the situation with the pandemic there, talking about the number of hospitalizations in Polk County that have risen dramatically. So a doctor is speaking on that right now. Let's listen in for just a brief moment.
And you don't think that you are acutely sick, stay home and get tested. If you have severe symptoms such as shortness of breath, severe fevers, dehydration, of course, please seek medical care. But those with mild illness, the best place to be is staying at home, quarantining, and getting tested. So, vaccinations, the only positive that we're seeing in the last couple of weeks is a slight uptick in our demand for vaccines. So we need to continue that. If you are vaccinated, encourage a neighbor to get vaccinated. It's amazing the influence that we have over each other. People look to each other. They look to their friends, to their colleagues, to their family to help them make their healthcare decisions. So help me in that. Participate in that. Talk to someone who hasn't been vaccinated. Share them your positive experience with the vaccine, because that's the best way that we are going to get through this. Yes, breakthrough infections happen, as Dr. Regan alluded to, but these are happening because of the high rates of transmission in the community. So don't be alarmed, get vaccinated. Don't overthink it, get vaccinated. These same guidelines apply to children as well for staying safe. Obviously, we do not have vaccines for those under 12, so it's even more important that they practice these mitigation strategies that I just reviewed a minute ago. Masking in public, masking indoors, maintaining social distance of at least 6 feet, because these are the only ways to stop the spread of this illness in the youngsters. So, thank you for inviting me to today's event. Everyone who's received the vaccine, again, my heartfelt thank you. Thank you for believing in us, believing in science, and believing in each other, because that's how we're going to get through this. I like to say that public health is a team sport, and we need everybody on board. So let's get through this together, and as always, we'll be here for you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Joy Jackson. I'm the health officer for DOH Polk. And first and foremost, I'm a resident of Polk County. I've been here for over 30 years. I'm a primary care physician. So my heart breaks when I hear my colleagues talk about what they see face to face with individual patients and situations. When I'm in my public health hat, I'm thinking about populations. When I listen to them and they're seeing and they're encountering individuals and families, that's where the pain of this is occurring. So my purpose today is to again give you some data and show you that this is absolutely real, to talk about our vaccination status and what we are starting to see over the past couple of weeks, and to voice some encouragement as we go forward together. As Dr. Ackinger said, this pandemic requires an entire public health response, which is more than the health department. It's all the providers, the people, our first responders, our business owners, our government entities. It's going to take all of us to get through this pandemic. So this is the ugly slide showing our weekly case numbers. So the bars obviously show the number of cases per week. The week of June 18th to June 24th, we had 400 cases identified in Polk County. And this was pretty stable, pretty consistent for about the 5 or 6 weeks before that. We'd sort of flattened the curve to that number per week. The following week, we started ticking up at about 500 that week. And my hair started sizzling. It wasn't on fire yet, but I'm starting to get concerned because we were seeing what was going on in India and other parts of the world with Delta variant. And we weren't sure if we had that here yet. The following week, the week of July 2nd to July the 8th, we had 700 cases. So between the June 24th and July the 8th, we almost doubled in cases. The following week, July the 9th to the July the 15th, we had 1,400 cases. July 16th to July 22, we had 2,500 cases. The week that ended July 29th, we had 4,100 cases. So if you want to do the math, you'll see that we're doubling our case count every 8 to 9 days. I will give you a preview of data that will be released tomorrow. Polk County had its highest daily case count yesterday. And I'm saying yesterday because I haven't seen today's numbers yet because obviously they're not fully reported. We've had nearly 1,000 cases in Polk County in one day, yesterday. Of these, 14% of the cases were in children 14 and younger. So for individuals who say, oh, kids don't get this, that is absolutely untrue. Kids can get infected. Kids can transmit infection. The good news is that children, particularly younger children, are generally less ill. Thank the Lord for that. But kids can absolutely get infected. So you may ask, is there testing availability in Polk County? In the past 7 days, 22,000 tests were reported in Polk County. 22,000 tests.
All right, we're just going to move away from this right now, but the situation with the coronavirus in Florida is worsening. Cases and hospitalizations are up. You've heard there from officials in Polk County, Florida, updating about what the situation looks like on the ground there. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to be moving on to some of these other stories we have yet to get to. We've been following all the latest on the Department of Justice's announcement today that they will be investigating the Phoenix Police Department. We just showed you a press conference earlier from Phoenix Police. It does look like, though, the city manager of Phoenix is still speaking, responding, reporters in the room, they're asking them questions. We want to go back out just for a moment to listen in briefly.
Really revolting against this kind of oversight, or being upset, or the culture worsening, or morale, departures?
No, I mean, I think that's taking a lot of leaps and assumptions. I think what we've seen is that when you talk to police officers on the street, they want to do a good job. They care about the community. They got into the job because they want to serve people. And they want to be in a department that's high functioning and successful. And they don't want to be associated with officers who don't live up to that. So it's my hope, and you'll have to ask individual officers or plea yourself, it's my hope that they will reflect that in what they say in what I have seen of our police officers in action.
Now, you mentioned that, you guys get millions of calls. I know not you, but the PD gets millions of calls a year. But there's a rate of failure. Is the current rate of failure right now with those cases acceptable?
I don't think that any one failure is, I should say that differently. I think any one failure is one too many because that affects an individual or a family, and we have seen that when there have been issues and problems. But we have to take it in its totality. We have to assess, across the whole department, which is what DOJ is going to do in the pattern and practice, and we also have to assess each individual case for the circumstances that are there.
One of my last questions is, you mentioned that you guys learned about this relatively late, but when you listen to the DOJ press conference this morning, and they mentioned, the treatment of certain residents of the city of Phoenix and citizen complaints that they got, and in your conversations with Chief Williams, were you guys caught off guard by the scope of their investigation, or are there things that we don't know about that you say, well, yeah, our officers have done that, and we're not surprised that the DOJ is looking into X, Y, and Z.
Well, you never expect the Department of Justice to come and assess your department, but we have been working on these issues as long as the chief has been here, and so it's not like we just woke up and said, "Oh, you mean there's issues that we need to deal with?" Of course, we've been working with them. We've been in front of you talking about them for these years. We are not perfect. Our police officers are not a perfect 100% of the time, all the time. What we have to assess is, are there patterns and practices that we need to change? That's what DOJ is going to help us with, and continue our efforts to reform our policies, reform our training, reform our practices, get better and better equipment, all those things that the officers need to be successful every time as much as we can.
And do you believe those pattern and practices need to be changed based off it right now, today?
Do I believe?
Do you believe that our patterns and practices as they are right now need to be changed?
I don't know. I mean, the Department of Justice are the experts in this field. They view this nationally. I would like to believe that we do not, but I'm open to what the Department of Justice finds when they review our data. And if we have blind spots, then we're happy to hear what they have to say. So, thank you guys.
Thanks for coming back out here. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so we just wanted to go into that very, very briefly as we're still getting reaction from here where LiveNOW from Fox is in Phoenix, Arizona, about responding to the Department of Justice's announcement today that they'll be investigating the Phoenix Police Department on patterns and practices. And so if we have any more updates on that, we'll bring them to you. We're going to be moving on to some of the other stories we have yet to get to, especially out of New York at the moment. We are still following all of the latest news on Governor Andrew Cuomo. That is a live picture right now outside the governor's mansion in Albany. Impeachment proceedings are moving swiftly and they are underway. The investigation almost complete at the state assembly level. And so hopefully we'll have more updates for you in the next couple of days about if Governor Cuomo will actually be impeached and removed from office as governor of New York. That investigation and effort is underway at the state level at this very moment. And I want to show you another live picture we are awaiting as well. This is going to be an update from the New York Police Department on a shooting today that happened in Queens. We were just learning. We have some video as well. We're going to show. It looks like they are coming to the podium very, very soon here, but this was looks like they're giving a 5-minute warning. Anyway, so once we see them step up to the podium, they're going to update us on this investigation into this shooting. I believe it was on an MTA bus there in New York, in Queens. So before we do all that, we're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more where that came from in just a matter of moments. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are awaiting a press conference from NYPD officials on this shooting that happened on board an MTA bus. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to start with a quick recap of the incident this morning, and then I'm going to turn it over to the Detective Bureau for the follow-up investigation. So, thank you for joining us today. I'm Deputy Inspector Vincent Tavallaro, Commanding Officer of the 103rd Precinct. With me is Assistant Chief Beltran. Also with me is Patrol Bureau Queen South Deputy Chief Jerry O'Sullivan, CO of Queen South Detective Bureau. So earlier this morning, at approximately 8:55 hours, officers responded to a report of a person shot at 148th Street and Jamaica Avenue, within the confines of the 103rd Precinct. Responding officers discovered a 60-year-old male and a 20-year-old male, both with gunshot wounds to the arm. Both of the victims were removed to Jamaica Hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. A preliminary investigation revealed that a 43-year-old male was walking in the vicinity of 148th Street and Jamaica Avenue when he got into a verbal dispute with another male. During the dispute, the 45-year-old male pulled out a firearm and fired several rounds, missing the intended target. One of these fired rounds went through the windshield of an MTA bus. That round struck both of our victims. The responding officers then broadcasted over a description of the shooter over police radio, and additional canvassing officers located the suspect a block away at 148th Street and Archer Avenue. The officers attempted to stop the male, who refused with verbal commands. The officers then deployed non-lethal weapon, conductive energy device, striking him once and rendering him incapacitated and putting him in custody. I just want to add that there was also on scene for this was an off-duty officer leaving work who assisted with the apprehension and safeguarded the firearm. It just goes to show that, you know, the NYPD officers, you know, whether they're on or off duty, they're always on duty. And she put her life on the line without, you know, her vest, and was there in the line of duty to help apprehend this individual. Recovered in that book bag, which was safeguarded by the off-duty officer, was a semi-automatic firearm. So with that, I'll turn it over to the detective squad for the follow-up investigation.
Take a couple of questions. Chief? Anybody questions? So he was coming down. Once again, Chief, can you tell us how he with the taser or the non-lethal apprehension took place again?
Yeah, I'll just really quick. There was two officers at 148 and Jamaica Avenue in a marked police car. While they were on routine patrol at that location, it's a business district, they observed a male firing at the direction of a New York City bus. That was the Q8 that was headed eastbound. After that individual fired what we determined to be 3 shots, that individual was observed running toward southbound toward 141 and Archer. The 2 officers that had this as a pickup put it over the radio as a description. 2 additional officers from the 103 precinct, uniformed officers, observed the individual, gave directions for him to stop. He did not initially comply, and those same officers used non-lethal force with a taser device and used that on that individual, and they were able to safely apprehend him and handcuff him without discharging their own firearms.
Any other questions? Good. Anybody else?
Did the shooter know the person that he got in the altercation with?
Well, that's a preliminary investigation. I can share with you at this point. It appears no, that does not appear to be the case. So it appears that it was just an exchange of stares that didn't go well, and it escalated into a violent confrontation, using a firearm. And it should be noted that firearm that was covered was loaded, so the individual fired 3 shots. There were 11 rounds still in the magazine inside that gun, and then there was an additional loaded magazine filled with bullets also recovered inside the bag with the firearm.
Do you have one suspect have any priors?
Minor priors.
Next one, can we get his name? Anybody else? Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so we were just watching this out of New York today, and we were getting an update on this situation aboard that MTA bus in Jamaica, Queens, where 2 people were shot very early this morning. And authorities there said the victims were shot in the left arm by the gunman, who was at a bus stop as the bus was pulling up. And so we just wanted to show you that. We were showing some video from the scene earlier this morning. The shooting, though, took place on the same day as NYPD Commissioner Dermot Shea announced a citywide crime statistics for July of this year, last month. Gun arrests were up 44%, while shooting incidents were down 35% compared to July of 2020. So good news on that front, that the rate is going down and arrests going up. But you saw that really scary situation on that MTA bus this morning in Queens, out of New York. Anyway, we are going to be moving on to some of these other stories we have yet to get to. We are still monitoring all of the latest out of Albany, New York, where we are going to be giving you updates on the impeachment proceedings that are underway at the State Assembly there in Albany against Governor Andrew Cuomo in light of the report that just came out on Tuesday by the New York AG's office, detailing and corroborating some of these allegations of sexual harassment and assault to current and former staff members in the governor's office. And so we'll have hopefully more details on that to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. We're also monitoring some live pictures out of the Houston airport. We're expecting in the next matter of moments the star gymnast Simone Biles, along with some of her teammates, including Jordan Childs, to come back from Tokyo, make some brief remarks. A lot of their fans are waiting in the baggage carousel at this hour. In the meantime, though, we want to hear from some of our elected leaders on Capitol Hill. Senator Mitch McConnell speaking on the floor today about a number of different topics. Let's go to that right now.
Mr. President.
The Republican leader.
Are we in a quorum call?
No, we are not.
Earlier this week, the Senate proudly and unanimously passed a resolution awarding the Congressional Gold Medal to the U.S. Capitol Police, along with other law enforcement personnel who helped defend this institution on January 6th. Today, President Biden will sign this resolution into law, and the brave men and women who served that day will receive the highest honor the Congress can bestow. With the home of our representative democracy literally under attack, the officers of the Capitol Police, their colleagues from the D.C. Metropolitan Police, and others made huge, huge sacrifices to keep all of us safe. On January 6th, Congress got a firsthand reminder of a reality that many American citizens face every day, that the brave men and women of law enforcement really are the thin blue line standing between peace and chaos. I'm so proud we're adding our own colleagues in blue to the list of extraordinary Americans that Congress has honored with its gold medal. So thank you and congratulations. Now, on a completely different matter, we're more than a year from the technical end of the COVID-19 recession. There are more than 9 million job openings in the country, the most in American history by far. 3 safe and effective vaccines are easily available all across our country, free of charge, for any adult who wants one. Medical contradictions are rare, and CDC data tell us that once somebody is fully vaccinated, their risk of dying from COVID-19 absolutely plummets, right down to the normal range of risk that we implicitly face on a daily basis. Vaccines may not magically eliminate the virus overnight, but the evidence tells us that vaccines can eliminate the degree to which the virus represents a unique crisis. We may not be entirely out of the woods. The Delta uptick makes that clear, but it's time to stop governing as if we were trapped in a permanent economic meltdown. It factually is simply not the case. But the Democratic Party's far-left flank is resisting this simple fact. They were counting on this terrible but temporary pandemic to be their Trojan horse for permanent socialism. So they don't want to admit that the vaccines are transitioning COVID from a crisis into a challenge. Case in point, the surreal episode that has unfolded this past week over evictions. For a year and a half now, government has basically told landlords they have little or no recourse if tenants stop paying the rent. This isn't just about massive corporations that some think could eat losses forever. Family businesses who own 1 or 2 units have had to keep paying their bills, their taxes, and their mortgages the whole time. Congress already sent billions of dollars to states for rental assistance. The problem is with state governments, who've been pathetically slow to get the money out. But when some socialist House members fail to convince their own fellow Democrats to extend this nationwide socialism through legislation, they somehow prevailed on President Biden through PR stunts. One day, before the president's announcement, a senior advisor said the president had, quote, double, triple, quadruple checked whether he had the legal authority to do this, and he concluded he did not. The president himself admitted that legal scholars find his position untenable, but he still caved and did it. The far left wants to turn this terrible but temporary pandemic into a Trojan horse for permanent socialism, and the administration is letting them call the shots. In just a few days, our colleagues will start ramming through yet another reckless taxing and spending spree. Trillions more in inflationary spending when families just want good jobs and stable prices. But there's something funny happening. Even as Democrats crow about how all this spending is so good and so needed, they're petrified to vote for the credit limit increase that would make it possible. Democrats are about to tell Republicans to go take a hike and start teeing up trillions more dollars in borrowing and spending, of course, without a single Republican vote. But at the same time, they're extolling the virtues of their latest socialist shopping list. They're afraid to up the limit on their credit card. They want Republicans to give them political cover for the partisan debt bomb that they'll go right on to detonate with zero input from us. My colleagues are so mixed up on this, it's almost comical. The sums that we borrowed and spent through 2020, through last year, through the last administration, through the actual economic emergency, were largely covered by the previous debt suspension that just expired. But Democrats want a new debt limit increase for the new borrowing and the new spending that they've willfully piled up since they took power. About $2 trillion back in March, trillions more sometime soon. So they want to unleash another reckless taxing and spending spree with zero Republican input. But when the bill comes, they say it's time to split the check. When the bill comes, it's time to split the check. Initiating another budget reconciliation process in a 50-50 Senate is as willfully partisan as go it alone as it gets, especially in a Senate that keeps proving we can do bipartisan work. So look, if our colleagues want to ram through yet another reckless taxing and spending spree without our input, if they want all this spending and debt to be their signature legacy, they should leap at the chance to own every bit of it. So let me make something perfectly clear. If they don't need or want our input, they won't get our help. They won't get our help with the debt limit increase that these reckless plans will require. I could not be more clear. They have the ability. They control the White House. They control the House. They control the Senate. They can raise the debt ceiling, and if it's raised, they will do it. Now, on another matter, this week Senate Republicans are saying goodbye to some all-star staffers. Nick Rossi, the chief of staff to our whip, Senator Thune, has spent 15 years mastering the ins and outs of the Senate. This former FBI agent has used his Harvard Law horsepower to steer offices, committees, and our entire conference in the right direction. Our whip has had a whip-smart right-hand man. I won't be able to top his boss's wonderful tribute remarks from yesterday, so I won't even try. But I did just want to add my own brief thanks and congratulations. I've gotten to see Nick's great work up close. Senator Thune and I have a standing Monday meeting to plan the week. It's a very small meeting with very few staff. Nick has been in that room, and every time I've been glad he was. It's a rare thing in Washington to meet someone who is probably almost one of the smartest people in the room, but who also never lets you know it. But Nick combines brilliance and humility in just that way. So my staff and I joined Senator Thune and the whole Senate in bidding Nick a fond, if reluctant, farewell. Thank you sincerely for your fine service. Now, Mr. President, on one final matter, when you served in the Senate as long as I have, you get to hire and work with a lot of talented people. And when you find rock stars, you try to hang on to them. As a result, when a key staff member moves on, it often means reflecting on an extended Senate career of many years, including shared memories of old war stories going back ages. Andrew Ferguson is a different case. It was only 2 years ago that I hired Andrew to be my chief counsel. He's only been in the Senate about 3 years. By the standards of this place, he's a spring chicken. But it's only taken Andrew this short time to leave a stunningly outsized imprint on my work, on our conference, on the judiciary, on everyone who's gotten to work alongside him as well. So a few days before Andrew concludes his Senate service, I'm both happy for the opportunity to share how this happened and really, really sorry that I have to do it. The chief counsel in my leadership office handles a portfolio that is almost comically large: judicial confirmations, law enforcement and crime, immigration and border security, some constitutional questions that intersect with the separation of powers. others that intersect with national security, sometimes arcane Senate history. It takes a lawyer's lawyer with expertise in our laws and Constitution.
All right, so we've been listening to Senator McConnell from earlier on the Senate floor, but let's go out now because we are monitoring all of the latest out of Houston's airport at the moment while we await for the arrival of Simone Biles, her teammate Jordan Childs. We're being told that their flight has just touched down as they make their way back to the United States from Tokyo, the 2020 Summer Olympics there. And so we are waiting because we are told that there might be some remarks that the Team USA gymnasts will make. But as you know, Simone Biles was the story of this Olympic Games. The Olympics are still going on. The closing ceremony is happening August 8th, but Simone Biles withdrawing from the team events as well as from a large number of the individual all-around events as well. She is taking home the bronze medal in the vault, but hopefully we'll hear from her and her teammates about what their experiences were like there in Tokyo. We do know that she cited some of her mental health troubles for one of the reasons why she withdrew from these events. We also have another shot we want to put up for you as well. And there you can see her legion of fans, young fans especially, holding signs, waving American flags, welcoming them home. This has been quite the ordeal that Simone Biles has had to endure there in Tokyo. The whole world watching, especially here in the United States. Some were quite disappointed that she did not compete in some of these events. The pressure so great. So it looks like people are coming off the flight. Let's take that full right now and listen in.
This way, guys. Give customers a little space here. Yes, sir. This way, please.
It's for you, it's too. Amazing.
This way, this way.
Oh, yes, please.
Hey guys, can you get that out of the way so we can get off the plane?
You deserve love too.
So you can kind of just see just the legions of fans and people at the Houston airport who got a glimpse of the greatest of all time, Simone Biles. Also, we're told her teammate Jordan Childs was on that flight. I was told earlier that they were in New York City for a media appearance, so they touched down there after Tokyo, now returning to her hometown of Houston, Texas. And there is her mother. Let's listen in.
Appreciate you, bud. Hey, appreciate you. Let's go to the side. Stop.
All right, so we were just watching Simone Biles there, along with her teammate Jordan Childs, land in Houston. They were coming from New York City, I was told, but this is returning to her hometown, her legion of fans there, many young girls as well in the audience, and just people who happen to be at the airport and even on the same flight. Could you imagine that, being on the same flight as some of these star gymnasts that just competed in Tokyo? Obviously, Simone Biles and her withdrawal from some of those events was one of the major stories of the Olympic Games. She is coming home, though, with some hardware. She won the bronze in the vault, and so right now we just wanted to show you those live pictures of that arrival there in Houston. I'm Andrew Kraft. When we come back, we'll be talking about a longtime AFL-CIO president, Richard Trumka. He died suddenly today at the age of 72. We're getting reaction from union officials and friends of labor from around the country today. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on this Thursday afternoon. What we're going to do right now is in the next segment, we are remembering the life of Richard Trumka. He died suddenly today at the age of 72. He was the longtime president of the AFL-CIO. After that, we'll be showing you a story right now from Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively on his life and then getting some union reaction from across the country. So here's Caroline Shively from Washington.
I rise today with some sad, some horrible news about the passing of a great friend, Rich Trumka, who left us this morning.
Richard Trumka, the president of the powerful AFL-CIO, died unexpectedly on Thursday. Democratic lawmakers noted his passing, with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi calling the 72-year-old an unsurpassed titan of labor. As head of the AFL-CIO since 2009, Trumka led its 56 unions and 12.5 million members.
What a strong, vibrant, committed leader. We've worked together on so many different issues.
Trumka was a lawyer and a third-generation coal miner from Pennsylvania. He vowed to keep unions strong, although under his leadership, nationwide union membership continued its years of decline to less than 11% of Americans.
You just had to admire the man, period. No matter what side of the aisle you were on, your thoughts about unions, I don't think they've had a more passionate, determined leader.
Trumka worked with Congress for decades on shaping policy and labor laws, most recently advising lawmakers on how to reopen the economy during the COVID pandemic and providing influential input into President Biden's infrastructure and jobs proposals.
He was an American worker, always fighting for working people, protecting their wages, their safety, their pensions, and their ability to build a middle-class life.
Last month, President Biden nominated Trumka's son to the Consumer Product Safety Commission. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Can you hear Bethany?
I'm sorry, we didn't have our mic there. Dee, do you have us? Thank you so much for joining. We're being joined right now by Unite Here's Dee Taylor. You lead the labor union there, both in the U.S. and Canada, more than 300,000 members. What was your reaction today with the passing of Richard Trumka quite suddenly at the age of 72?
I think like everybody, I was shocked. I've known Richard 30 years, and he's always been a fighter and very passionate about workers, his family, the people he loved, and the plight of workers, no matter where they were from, what their sexual preference was, what color they were. Richard was always there fighting for them.
And what does this mean for the labor movement writ large in the country without a leader like this heading the AFL-CIO? Do you have any kind of insight into, who could accompany him and be his successor?
Well, I have a motto like you hear lots of times in sports: next person up. I mean, the labor movement's much bigger than one person. He just personified, I think, the best of the labor movement, but it's incumbent upon all of us to stand up and rise and carry on his thoughts, legacy, and passion for workers.
And Dee, you heard there in that story just how upset and emotional Chuck Schumer got on the floor today. Also, President Biden, who was also close friends with Trumka. What does this mean, though, for especially the Democratic Party going forward? They're staunch friends of labor, and without this champion for labor now in their midst, what does it mean politically going forward?
Oh, I think we have lots of champions. I mean, you never duplicate somebody like Rich Trumka. You can just try to follow in his footsteps and do the very, very best. Rich was very passionate to make sure that the PRO Act gets passed, to make sure we have a jobs bill, to make sure that all Americans and folks who are from this country or not in this country have a fair shake of the American dream, to rise up in the middle class. The middle class has been under attack, and it's about time that the middle class rises up and all of us share in the prosperity in this country. And that's what Rich stood for day in and day out.
Indeed, just we appreciate you coming on. But can you kind of give us maybe some, anecdotal stories from when you and Richard worked together back in the 80s and the 90s on some of these really key labor issues that the country was facing at the time?
Well, I was very close to Richard because we had 2 long strikes in Las Vegas. We had a 9.5-month strike at the Horseshoe and a 6.5-year strike at the Frontier. And there was no better ally who came to us all the time, who did everything to rally the labor movement behind us to win those strikes. I'm convinced we could not have won those without Richard Trumpka. I will be permanently indebted to Richard along with our union. He set the example for the labor movement at the Pittston strike, where he made his mark in the late 80s, early 90s. And Rich he was a family man. He loved to fish. He loved to hunt. He loved to talk about his grandkids. He loved to talk about his son. He embodied the best of our country. And I'm extremely sad today. I can't hide that. But I know what Rich would want. And he'd say, get up, quit the tears, stand up and fight, and make sure that worker gets the best shake possible and has a piece of the American dream that everybody should have in this country.
All right, Unite Here's detailer joining us here live now from Fox, recounting the life of Richard Trumpka. We appreciate you coming on and telling some of your stories together. We'll be following the reaction in the next couple of hours as well.
Thank you so much.
All right, what we do want to go back out to at the moment, we are still monitoring Simone Biles. We have shots of her right now at the moment leaving the Houston airport. I believe she just made remarks to some of the reporters who were on the ground there at the airport itself. So if we have those, we'll replay those. They just happened. In the meantime, we do have Vice President Harris and President Biden speaking from the Rose Garden about these congressional gold medals that will be awarded to members of the U.S. Capitol Police and the D.C. Metropolitan Police.
And now there are some officers who, of course, continue to suffer from the injuries seen and unseen. And I want to make it clear that you know that you are not alone and that we all stand with you. And of course, there are other officers who tragically lost their lives. There is nothing that we can do to bring these officers back or to take away the pain their families feel now. But it is my prayer that their sacrifice will serve as a constant reminder of the work we must all do together, of the vigilance we must have in order to protect our democracy. So I returned to the Senate at around 8 p.m. the night of January 6th. And we gathered in the Senate chamber, in the same chamber where the New Deal was struck and the Great Society was forged, in the same chamber where the interstate highway system was started and voting rights were won. And in that chamber, just before 1 a.m., as officers stood guard, the final vote was tallied. Democrats, independents, and Republicans came together and upheld the vote and the voice of the American people. As those officers continued, even at that late hour, to secure our Capitol, they secured our democracy. So let us never forget that. And let us always remember their courage. And now, it is my great honor to introduce a true champion for all those who serve in uniform, President Joe Biden.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Vice President Harris. Folks, Not even during the Civil War did insurrectionists breach the capital of the United States of America, the citadel of our democracy. Not even then. But on January the 6th, 2021, they did. They did. A mob of extremists and terrorists launched a violent and deadly assault on the People's House, on the sacred ritual to certify a free and fair election. It wasn't dissent. It wasn't debate. It wasn't democracy. It was insurrection. It was riot and mayhem. It was radical and chaotic. And it was unconstitutional, and maybe most important, it was fundamentally un-American. An existential threat and a test of whether our democracy could survive, whether it could overcome lies and overcome the fury of a few who were seeking to thwart the will of the many. While the attack on our values and our votes shocked and saddened the nation, our democracy did survive. It did. Truth defeated lies. We did overcome. And that's because of the women and men of the U.S. Capitol Police, the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, and other law enforcement officials who we honor today. Speaker Pelosi, who led the effort in the House, Senator Klobuchar and Blunt, co-sponsors of the legislation in the Senate, and all my colleagues, Pat Leahy and House members as well that are here, thank you. Thank you. Today, I'm going to sign into law the bill you sent to me that awards the Congressional Gold Medal to the United States Capitol Police, the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, and other law enforcement for their service and defense of our democracy on January the 6th. To all of them, on behalf of our grateful nation, thank you, thank you, thank you for protecting our Capitol. Maybe even more importantly, for protecting our Constitution and saving the lives of duly elected members of the Senate and the House and their staffs. In these moments when we're still debating, these were tragic hours back then. You stood in the breach. You did your duty. The duty to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The events that transpired were surprising, but not your character or your courage, Chief, and all your men and women. I didn't grow up with any of you, but I know you. You're just like all the women and men I grew up with, particularly at that time, it was men, in Scranton and Claymont. Places where the neighborhood I lived in, you became a cop, a firefighter, or a priest. I wasn't qualified for any of them, so here I am. But look, all kidding aside, I got to know you. You're the same ones after a ball game in a visiting field. Come walking out of the gym if you want and you may get jumped by the other team or their supporters. You may be all by yourself, the only one standing there when you watch 6 people jump one of our teammates. What the hell would you do? You jump in. You jump in knowing you're going to get the hell beat out of you too. Police officer is not what you do. It's who you are. I got to know you after 36 years in the Senate, 8 years as vice president. You're always there. It's not a joke. It's not some hyperbole to suggest duty, honor, service. That's who you are. That's who your dad was. That's who your dad was. And America owes you a debt we can never fully repay. But I know receiving this award is bittersweet. On that day, more than 140 law enforcement officers suffered physical injuries, an untold number suffering emotional toll. 15 of you were hospitalized, and others were lost forever. May their souls rest in peace and rise in glory. I know each time you put on that shield in the morning wherever you show for work, your families wonder whether they're going to get a call that day, a call they don't want to receive, hoping you come home safely. And it breaks my heart. It breaks the heart of the nation to remember that you were assaulted by thousands of violent insurrectionists at the capital of the United States of America. Jill and I would never have thought we'd have to join you in the Capitol Rotunda, not once but twice. Once to honor Officer Brian Sicknick, who lost his life, and a second time to honor Billy Evans, who lost his defending the Capitol as well. Both gave the full measure of their devotion to the country at the United States Capitol. Their families are here today. I know from similar, yes, we should clap for the families. I know, like others may know from personal experience, getting that phone call. It's nice to be honored and have those who you lost remembered. But it's tough to be here because it brings back everything like it happened 10 minutes ago. So I offer you not only our condolences, but recognize your courage, the courage of your children. And you have our most profound gratitude. You know, the fallen, in my view, are casualties of a struggle literally for the soul of America. A struggle that they didn't start, a struggle we didn't seek, and a struggle that by the grace of God will win. As I said, I know this is a bittersweet moment. As proud as Brian and Billy as you are, it still brings back pain the moment it happened. And also, we offer our prayers for the families of the Capitol Police Officer Howard Levengood. Those who've been around a while, we knew his dad. Knew his dad well. He was Secretary of the United States, Sergeant at Arms of the United States Senate. We also pray for the families of the Metro Police Officer Jeffrey Smith. For anyone out there facing trauma, for anyone still struggling, please know there is help available. My fellow Americans, the tragedy of that day deserves the truth above all else. We cannot allow history to be rewritten. We cannot allow the heroism of these officers to be forgotten. We have to understand what happened, the honest and unvarnished truth. We have to face it. That's what great nations do, and we are a great nation. In the past weeks and months, we've heard the officers themselves, some of whom are here today, describe what happened. The threats, the violence, the savageness. When asked what he was fighting for, Officer Hodges, who's here today, stated it eloquently. One word: democracy. My fellow Americans, let's remember what this was all about. It was a violent attempt to overturn the will of the American people, to seek power at all cost, to replace the ballot with brute force, to destroy, not to build. Without democracy, nothing is possible. With it, everything is. So my fellow Americans, we must all do our part to perfect and to preserve our democracy. requires people of goodwill and courage to stand up to the hate, the lies, the extremism that led to this vicious attack. It requires all of us working together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, on behalf of the common good to restore decency, honor, and respect for our system of government. And above all, it requires all of us to remember who we are at our best as a nation, as we see it in the law enforcement officers who are here today, the best of our nation. Congressional Gold Medal awards today will be housed in 4 locations. 2 medals will be displayed at the U.S. Capitol Police Department and the Washington, D.C. Metro Police Departments, so that every morning you officers walk by seeing those medals and remember the heroism of their colleagues and the importance of their work. The 3rd medal will be displayed at the Smithsonian Museum with a plaque honoring all law enforcement that protected the Capitol on January 6th, so all visitors can understand what happened that day. And the 4th one will be displayed at the Capitol itself to remind us all who served and currently serve there, and all who visit, the honor and the service of those who protect and preserve all of us. I'll now ask Speaker Pelosi if she's willing, and Senator Klobuchar and Senator Blunt, Chief Conti, and Chief Manger, and the other officers here today to join me as I sign this bill into law. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops and all those who serve watch over our democracy. Come on over here.
You probably want Leahy.
Yeah, come on, sure. Patrick, come on.
That was very powerful.
Oh, I know. Okay, come on. Come around. This is a silly way to do this. Mommy will explain this to you later. So I can give credit. There you go. Real fit. Now he's 50. You put the plaques on. Oh, you got it? No.
So right now we are just watching President Biden sign into law the fact that some of these U.S. Capitol Police officers and D.C. Metropolitan Police officers who defended the Capitol on January 6th receiving the Congressional Gold Medal. It passed in both the House and the Senate, and now this is the ceremony. As President Biden customarily does, hands out the pens from all of the signatures he does to lawmakers and other guests that have gathered today in the Rose Garden at the White House. Let's listen in.
No. You know, the truth of the matter is, we've all been around home. Yes. A lot of our colleagues at home in harm's way. Lost a few friends. Oh, thank you very much. That's really great.
All right, and joining him, the Vice President, Senator Klobuchar, Senator Blunt, Speaker Pelosi, as well as the new acting chief of the U.S. Capitol Police and the D.C. Metropolitan Police Chief Conti. Let's listen back into President Biden for the last few scenes of this event.
All right. Now, I think what they're going to do, if you're willing, is they're going to take the families are going to go that way and maybe go in and come in the Oval Office that way, okay? We'll get some pictures taken. All right? And the officers as well, if you're willing, okay? So we'll show, follow the Navy over there. Follow the Navy.
So you heard there from the president that they are going to the Oval Office to take photos and possibly hand out the congressional gold medals to some of these representatives from both U.S. Capitol Police and the D.C. Police Department. Let's listen back in. You never know what great remarks are said between the president and these young children there.
Come on, family members. Aaron, if you're willing to come on up and come in.
Mr. President. Your friend Paul. There he is.
Hey,
Just give him
Paul.
away.
No shoes. No shoes. Hey, Paul, you come with me. I want you.
I'm just her lawyer, but I went to Syracuse for law school. But
all right, well then.
And you met me before. I didn't wear my tie because it didn't match.
How are you?
All right, we're going to move away from the South Lawn, or excuse me, the Rose Garden of the White House. President Biden and the Vice President meeting with some of the family members from the U.S. Capitol Police Force who lost their life on January 6th and thereafter, as well as some of the family members and members of the force of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, as now Congress and the President have signed into law, awarding them congressional gold medals for their efforts in defending the U.S. Capitol the day of the riot on January 6th. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox on this Thursday afternoon. We have a lot more left to get to. It's been a busy day. We'll be back, though, in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just to give you a sense of what we are monitoring at this hour, this is out of Dolton, Illinois, near Chicago. A woman died and 2 police officers were seriously injured on Tuesday after a confrontation at a restaurant that led to a police-involved shooting and a car crash. The woman was identified as Alexis C. Wilson, 19 years old. That was according to the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office. Her family will be holding a press conference in just a little bit here outside the Dolton Police Department headquarters there in Illinois. So we'll bring that to you once it happens here and kind of get up to speed on this story if it does happen in the next few moments. But before it does, we do want to play out for you another press conference from earlier this time in Washington, D.C. at the State Department. Spokesman Ned Price briefing reporters today on a whole host of issues going around the world. So we want to play that for you for just a little bit.
Good afternoon. Couple things at the top today, and then we'll move on to your questions. First, today's announcement of deferred enforced departure for Hong Kong residents currently in the United States provides Hong Kongers who are concerned about returning to Hong Kong with temporary safe haven in this country. The United States will defer the enforced departure of all Hong Kong residents who are physically present in the United States as of today, August 5th, 2021, for a period of up to 18 months. The United States stands in solidarity with the people in Hong Kong in the face of cruel repression by the PRC. This is not just about the United States standing up for people in Hong Kong. We join our allies and partners, including the United Kingdom, Canada, and Australia, in offering options to those who fear returning to Hong Kong. Our announcement today is in response to the PRC and Hong Kong authorities' repeated actions to undermine rights and freedoms guaranteed by the Basic Law and the Sino Joint Declaration, which is a binding international agreement. We strongly urge Beijing and Hong Kong authorities to cease their continued attacks on Hong Kongers for exercising protected rights and freedoms, and that includes the freedom of peaceful assembly and expression, and to allow people in Hong Kong to participate meaningfully in their own governance. We again call on the PRC and Hong Kong authorities to immediately and unconditionally release those detained or imprisoned solely for exercising their fundamental freedoms. Yesterday, USAID Administrator Samantha Power announced over $720 million in new funding to intensify the fight against COVID-19 abroad, respond to humanitarian crises exacerbated by COVID-19, and support a global recovery while preparing for future pandemic threats. This announcement caps the end of her trip to Ethiopia, where she emphasized the urgent need for full and unhindered humanitarian access in Ethiopia's Tigray region, and reiterated the U.S. commitment to support African countries in their response to the COVID-19 pandemic. During her visit, the administrator toured USAID-supported food commodities warehouse and a COVID treatment center, and joined humanitarian partners to discuss the response to efforts in Tigray. In the lead up to the administrator's travel, the U.S. announced more than $149 million in additional humanitarian assistance to help people affected by the ongoing conflict in Tigray. Administrator Power met with Dr. John Inka Asang, director of the African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, to discuss the expansion of the U.S. government partnership. The administrator also held substantive, frank discussions with Ethiopia's Minister of Peace, Mufariat Kamil, and separately with the chairman of the Ethiopian Red Cross. She later had the chance to meet with young civil society leaders to discuss ethnic conflict, Tigray, and the future of the country, among other issues. Before her visit to Ethiopia, Administrator Power spent 4 days in Sudan, where she met with Prime Minister Abdullah Hamdok, Sovereign Council Chairman Lieutenant General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, Foreign Minister Dr. Miriam al-Mahdi, and other transitional government leaders, as well as citizens who led the protests that resulted in former dictator Omar al-Bashir's overthrow in 2019. In a speech to students, academics, and democracy activists at the University of Khartoum earlier this week on August 3rd, Administrator Power announced an additional $4.3 million to support electoral processes in Sudan, making a total of $12 million. USAID has committed in election-related assistance as Sudan prepares for democratic elections in 2024. She spoke with displaced communities in Darfur and Ethiopian refugees who fled the harrowing conflict in Tigray to eastern Sudan, and saw some of the USAID programs that are providing them with life-saving assistance. So with that, happy to turn to your questions.
Hey, thanks. Sorry, I don't have anything really to start with, but just on the Hong Kong thing,
Sure.
there are a bunch of questions that this raises, but I suspect that they will be they're probably DHS questions. So in terms of like what kind of passports that the Hong Kongers have, whether they're the British overseas national passports or Chinese passports, does that matter, or is this should specifics of this go to DHS?
Many of those questions about enforcement would need to go to DHS.
Okay.
Great. Sure.
Can you give us a little better sense of, that 18-month decision? What happens after 18 months? Is there a plan in the works to offer, the equivalent of refugee status to Hong Kongers who look to leave the territory to the U.S.? And I mean, if in 18 months, their status hasn't changed and they have to go back, how does that actually help residents of Hong Kong?
Well, in terms of how this program will work, as I told Matt just now, the Department of Homeland Security will have additional details on the deferred enforcement departure, including the mechanics of it and details. They will be providing information to make sure that eligible individuals in this country, that is to say residents of Hong Kong who are based here as of today, August 5th, know how to proceed given this announcement. From a policy perspective, what this announcement signals is very clear. It is a testament to the fact that the Biden administration has and will continue to take steps to ensure that our foreign policy aligns with our values. We have and we will stand up for all of those who are struggling to defend their rights, to defend their democracy. There are a number of tools we have at our disposal to demonstrate that support. This is just one tool of many. Each situation is different. As we have said, even in recent weeks, we have announced a number of measures to support the aspirations of the people of Hong Kong to defend what was given to them, what was guaranteed by the PRC to them. You have heard us talk about the Hong Kong Business Advisory that we released last month, essentially warning American business.
Okay, so we just want to break in here because it looks like we are getting this event out of Dalton, Illinois, where the family of Alexis C. Wilson, who died after two police officers were seriously injured as well at a confrontation at a restaurant that led to a police-involved shooting and a car crash. Let's listen into the family.
Mother of Alexis Wilson. And I have not really been saying anything because I'm watching like everybody else and seeing how this is going. But I feel disrespected from day one to now. Disrespected, no empathy, no compassion, no phone call, no nothing from no one. I'm finding out every detail on the news, and that is not fair as a mother. That is not right. Someone can give me a phone call. Someone can at least tell me that this crap is going to hit the news so I know to be prepared, so I can prepare my own family. But that's not happening here. There's no empathy, no compassion, no sympathy. And the way they're handling this is wrong. Just by a family standpoint, this is wrong. So, that's it.
All right. I'm Lexi's father, Alonzo Wilson, Alonzo Wilson. All right. The reason why I'm here today is just to say, listen, the police came to the house and they said, your daughter's dead. So, of course, I'm asking, who did it? Who did it? They said, well, there was a crash and some gunshots, and we can't tell you anything past that. So I'm like, okay, did you arrest someone? Well, it's under investigation, We can't tell you anything. So I'm calling back the next day, hang up, hold for 30 minutes, hold for 30 minutes. Now, mind you, this is the number that they gave us to call if we had any questions. So after I kept calling, I wouldn't stop. They finally answered. This is the next day. Now, I said, sir, could you give me any information other than a crash and shots? He said, sir, I just got here. I don't know what's going on. All I know is crash and shots. So why did they give me your number if you don't know anything? So I see the news, and that's how I find out, after the police was at the house. So we don't have the power to pull a tape. We don't have the power to pull body cam. We don't have the power to edit things. This is not a movie. You don't have the right to edit things to make it the narrative you want it to be. First day I saw it, and that's why I didn't know it was my daughter. They said she was 23, and they said that she had a gun. Yeah. First of all, my daughter's not 23, she was 19. So, in my mind, I'm thinking that's to remove the sympathy, and they called her a woman. She's 19. So that's why I didn't even believe that that was my daughter. So, I'm saying that to say, we as people, we don't have the power to show the real proof because they won't give it to us. They have the ability to just take it and show it when they want to show it. That's not right. My daughter used to say, we used to go back and forth. We talk on the phone. I say, I love you, Lexi. She say, I love you more, and hang up. Real quick, so I couldn't say I love you more back. You get what I'm saying? That was the girl I knew, the cheerleader. You understand what I'm saying? The loving girl that took care of her autistic brother every day. That's the girl I want to tell you that I know. You understand what I'm saying? So I say that to say, even the officers that shot my daughter, I still pray that they never get this phone call. I still pray that their kids are safe. This ain't about color. This is about our kids and where America needs to come together. I pray that even the officers that shot my daughter never get this phone call. But I do want justice, and I want the lies to stop. So I'm gonna say this. Lexi, I love you more.
All right. My name is Joseph Williams, J-O-S-E-P-H. Last name is Williams, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S. And as you guys know why we're here, the footage, Dome Police has released a 30-minute edited footage. I automatically say that they need to release an unedited and full transparent footage to the public if they're going to release it. But we're here today because we're here for the murder of Alexis Wilson by Dome Police. And I want to start with just a few things by just some things that we know. We know that when this story first broke, that the police chief Collins and the administrative staff initially stated that the car was being used as a weapon. We now know from some of the footage that's been released now that the car isn't really used as a weapon at all. And actually, there's an officer in the vehicle that shoots multiple times. I think it's very disturbing. It's sad that a 19-year-old baby girl lost her life for just going to go take care of an order that dealt with food. And how something that dealt with food escalated to her ultimately just losing her life. And I think about, why wasn't there a woman officer dealing with the young lady? Why wasn't there any de-escalation involved to make sure that they at least tried to work and cooperate with the young lady before actually just trying to force her out of the vehicle and actually even striking her? You know, the aggressiveness and excessiveness that was used is just unfair to any human being. You know, and again, I'm going to always continue to state the fact that the mayor came out when this story first broke and used ill-informed comments, stating facts and stating things that she was unaware of and didn't know anything about. She has to be held accountable for her actions. The same way the mayor came out publicly and stated what she had to say is the same way she needs to come back out and not even apologize to the family, but retract her statement and make sure she actually speaks on what she knows. Beyond all of this, again, I just think the situation is sad. As you guys already understand, Illinois State Police has yet still released valuable information to the public from toxicology reports and everything else. And I'm pressuring it, and I would love for them to do the right thing. Release the information that you're supposed to release to the attorney, to the family. And the same way Dad came out here and said, the family should not have to find out anything through the public, through the media. The family should be able to get that phone call, be invited in, and have an understanding of what's happening and be able to see anything that they need to see ahead of time. People, it's not fair to the family to have to receive information through the public like this. But again, and I'm going to continue to say, we are here today because of the murder of Alexis Wilson and the murder by Dalton police. And it's clear that they murdered her. I don't care what excuse Dalton police may give, there's no excuse for taking this baby's life. And they need to be held accountable for it. So I urge everybody, if you have a heart, if you know this is wrong and you stand by what's right, come out and support the family. Donate to the GoFundMe. And come out here and make sure Dalton police, Dalton mayor, and everybody is held accountable for their actions. It's sad that we got to be here for this, but this baby was only making an order. And what I don't like out of all of this is that they turned in an edited version, a 30-minute edited version. They could have gave us the straight version of what it was. You don't turn no edited version in, because now you want to take out what you want to take out. Be transparent with the public. Don't just show what makes you possibly look good. Show the truth. And that's why we're here today. We're here standing with the family because we want the truth. We want everybody to know the truth, and we want to make sure that Alexis Wilson gets justice. And it's just that simple. So we thank you guys again for being out here, and I'm going to turn the floor over to our attorney here, Mr. Rasan.
Hello, my first name is Rasan, R-A-H-S-A-A-N. Gordon is my last name. From the very beginning, the village of Dalton, through its top-level leadership, at its highest level of leadership, its mayor, sought to spin a narrative that was advantageous to its position. The mayor, without knowing any facts except to those that were reported to her very shortly after this incident, said that she stood by her officers completely and that the police had done everything correctly. It's impossible for her to have known the facts. And especially in this climate, one would think that one who was exercising wise leadership would have simply said that we send our sympathies out. We hope that the officer who is thought to be injured, that he recovers, that we send our sympathies out to the family, and we're awaiting the results of the investigation. She didn't take that route. Instead, she says, listen, my officers did everything right, and they might have even avoided further crime. An absurd position for a mayor to take when you don't know what happened. So then the family, in a quest for answers from the Dalton police, because the Dalton police were not forthcoming to information to them when they visited her home, to the mother's home, we came here and demanded a meeting with the chief of police. We sat down with the chief of police and a commander from this police department, with Alexis's mother and her father, and the chief of police promised to be transparent, we asked to see the video, that we wanted it sight unseen, that we wanted it to be publicly disclosed. The chief of police of Dalton told us during this meeting right here at this very place that the investigation had been turned over to the Illinois State Police, that it was out of his hands, but that he pledged to be transparent as soon as possible. They wanted to ensure, supposedly, that the video was not released where it could compromise the investigation, so that the yet to be interviewed officers couldn't tailor their story based upon the video. I followed up with Illinois State Police and still tried to remain vigilant, I followed up with Illinois State Police in an effort to remain vigilant to allow the family to see the video. Finally, I was able to negotiate an opportunity for a private viewing of the video just yesterday. The day before we were supposed to meet, I get a call from the Illinois State Police saying that Dalton, the chief of police, had reached out to him, to that investigator, saying they wanted to show it to the family. I said, listen, they don't care who shows it, as long as we see it at the appointed time and the appointed place. Got a call back, Illinois State Police said, listen, we're gonna show it to you. I watched the video at my office yesterday. Both of my clients were there, the mother and the father. They were too emotional to watch the body cam footage. I watched it, okay? And what I saw on the video after my own investigation and speaking to witnesses, seeing the camera footage from the Baba's restaurant, and now seeing the body cam footage, it was clear to me that Dalton police escalated this event by punching this young girl, this young woman in the face. The officer cocked his arm back and punched her in the face. If you look at the video, you can see her glasses become dislodged. At that point, she pulls off in apparent fear and panic. At the precise time, the other officer, who I was informed is Officer Carlton, dives into the car. I don't know if he's trying to get control of the situation or something. She doesn't see him dive into the car. It's right at the same moment. You all now have the video, which the family still doesn't have. We don't have a copy of the video. You all have it. And within 4 seconds, the officer inside the car fires 7 shots and kills Alexis. Close range. 7 shots. Less than 4 seconds after she pulls off, she's dead based upon the opinion of Illinois State Police. She's dead before the car even gets to the bike shop, before it even comes to arrest. And for Dalton to release the video today without the courtesy to at least reach out to the family's representative to give a heads up, to say this is on the way, and after they promised to do so, is a further indication of their lack of compassion, their willingness at all extent, all efforts to shape a narrative to their benefit, to edit a video, to have a press conference, and never just think, just the pure decency to just say, listen, this information is going to come out today. You might want to let the family know that the video of their child's last moments are going to be broadcast. They didn't have the decency to do that. My opinion of watching the video is that it is clear this officer punched her in the face. There is no explanation that has been provided by anyone as to why he would use such force and such velocity with a punch. Anybody with a reasonable mind knows that immediately there's a fight or flight response. This officer put his fellow officer in jeopardy. And we demand not only answers at this point, because I've seen the video, we demand this officer be fired. We demand he be prosecuted. We demand that the mayor, that she retract her statement, and instead of trying to back channel communications to my client, instead of her having the village attorney of Dalton call me today after the videos are released to try to set up a private meeting with the mayor, so that she can express her condolences to the family before the funeral. Since you had the audacity to spin a story a few hours after this happened, then you must publicly, you must speak to how unwise your decision was. And I want the mayor, if she thinks her officers did everything correctly, then I want her to explain why that officer punched this young woman in the face and escalated this situation to an extent where it put a fellow officer in danger, which ultimately led to this officer executing Alexis inside of her own car. And we're not going away. We're not going away. This is an effort to spin. We will get to the bottom of everything. The call that initially went out from Baba's, I've talked to the manager of Baba's. There was never any gun seen by any employees. Even the employees that were interviewed by the Illinois State Police, they indicated they never saw a gun. They thought that it might be a gun. So we will get to the bottom of this, and this family will have its day in court. Thank you.
All right, we've been listening right now to the family and the attorney of Alexis C. Wilson, a young woman who died on Tuesday after a confrontation in a restaurant that led to a police-involved shooting and a car crash. You heard from the attorney there that they are calling for the firing and prosecution of the officer that was involved in this. The woman identified in this confrontation, identified by the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office as Alexis C. Wilson. You heard there from her father and other members of her family outside the Dalton, Illinois Police Headquarters. So we're going to be moving on from that story. We wanted to give you that live. As you know, Live Now from Fox brings you live, raw, and unfiltered feeds and events from around the country and around the world. That's what we do here. When we come back, though, after commercial break, we'll be getting an update on the tragic stabbing death of a young woman at Piedmont Park in Atlanta, Georgia. And then we're going to show you the press conference from Atlanta Police that happened earlier today. All of that and more here on Live Now from Fox on this Thursday. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Our next story concerns a very, very tragic stabbing. A woman and her dog stabbed to death at Piedmont Park in Atlanta. The investigation ramping up. I'm being joined right now by Fox 5's Eric Perry. He's been following this. Eric, what do we know today? What's the latest in the investigation?
Yeah, Andrew, earlier in the week, we heard from Atlanta's Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms and top officials with the Atlanta Police Department. Today, Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis and the Fulton County Sheriff, they are stepping in to join in the efforts to help in this case. In fact, Willis tells me that her office, along with the sheriff's office, have been flooded with calls from people who are just simply frightened in that Piedmont Park area, and they want to show a united front here. Taking you into that conference, Willis was joined by the sheriff, Patrick Labatt, and also representatives from the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI who are working in a supportive position here. Willis says her team's pouring a lot of resources into this case because simply the city has not seen a death at the now famous park in quite some time. So this case has gained national attention, and with that, several rumors along with it. Willis today took the moment to clear up several of those.
We've all heard this rumor of a serial killer in the loose in Atlanta, and other cases from other jurisdictions that neighbored us, that these were connected. We have no evidence of that at this point, but that has been one of the concerns because of the particular community that surrounds the Piedmont property. There have been questions of, is this a hate crime? And it is really too early to answer those calls.
And Willis also urged those who live around the Piedmont Park area to really be aware of their surroundings. She said to even travel in groups of 3 to 4 when in that area, and especially at night. Of course, there are really a lot of unanswered questions, not much released about a suspect or any information with that. But one thing was made clear today: crime still a big talking point and issue for officials here in the Atlanta area. Just really sad and unfortunate, and many people just want this resolved and someone responsible off the streets. Andrew.
Eric, just a follow-up question. Have you spoken to any residents who, live in the area of the park? Are they nervous? Are they concerned? Are they kind of apprehensive about, going to the park, going around the park in light of this?
Yeah, Andrew, I don't even know if apprehensive in the word. I think terrified is more like it. I mean, ever since this happened, it's a very popular park in a very busy area. A lot of bars and restaurants there, people walking their dog, just like Katie Janess here in this situation. So a lot of people have been really afraid to go into the park. They want better security. They want better cameras and a bigger police presence here. But it's a really popular area, which really has frightened a lot of people around the city and in surrounding counties who really come to this park just to kind of relax.
Eric, we're going to play out the full press conference right after this from the Fulton County DA and Atlanta Police. Do they have any leads? Right now, they're just asking the public for any information they might have, but do they have any type of information that they could possibly get for a suspect?
Yeah, at this point, I think that's what's frustrating a lot of people. There really is nothing to really go off of when it comes to suspect information. Earlier this week, we did see the Atlanta Police Department release some sort of surveillance images of witnesses they would like to talk with, who they believe might have been in the area, who might have known something. But as far as the person responsible, really at this point, we really just don't know anything. Man, woman, one person, 2 people, and I think that's really where a lot of the rumors are starting to come in, just with a lack of information when it comes to whoever is responsible. But as of this point, we're really not sure who is behind this.
All right, Fox 5's Eric Perry there live for us in Atlanta. Thank you. Great reporting. We'll hopefully speak to you again for any more updates.
Thank you.
What we want to do now also, because Fox 5 as well spoke to Katie Janess's partner. It's a very moving story, kind of recounting her life with this tragic situation that has now fallen her. So we want to play out that interview right now.
Be safe, fine. I watched her walk down the street a little bit, and then I went back inside.
Emma Clark was finishing up at work and had no idea Tuesday night at 11:30 would be the last time she would see her partner, Katie Jonas, and her dog, Bowie, alive. Emma says when Katie did not show up at home an hour later, she began to call her phone, but got no answer.
So I knew immediately that something wasn't right, because she would have answered her phone, she would have texted me back, she would have called me back immediately.
Katie's phone finally pinged at Piedmont Park. What Emma would find there still haunts her today.
At first I saw Bowie, but I didn't know it was Bowie. I thought it was like a trash bag, because like it just was like a from far away. I don't have great vision. As soon as I realized that he wasn't alive anymore, I immediately like shot up and started yelling her name and looking around, screaming. That's when I looked a little bit further and I saw her. I ran over to her and I you know, put my hands on her face and I checked for a pulse, but you could tell that she was not alive. There was a lot of blood and she had her neck slashed, so it was very clear.
All right, so reporting there from Fox 5 in Atlanta, interviewing the partner of Katie Jonas, who found her body in Piedmont Park. Just a really tragic situation, and hopefully they do get some leads in this investigation with a possible suspect or suspects. In the meantime, we just want to play out for you as well the press conference from Fulton County Police and the district attorney there in Atlanta about their investigation right now into this stabbing. Here that is right now.
Thank you all for joining us today. I'm honored to have here with us the Fulton County Sheriff Patrick Labatt, who is going to be addressing you first. Kurt Erskine, the United States Attorney for the Northern District, as well as Officer Coit, Captain Sergeant Coit. Sorry, I think he has Assistant Chief Coit. I never know should it be Captain or Assistant Chief Coit. And members of my staff, Michael Carlson, who is the head of the Major Crimes Division, are all joining us here today. We wanted to speak to you. We've all been getting calls from the community about their concerns regarding what happened at Piedmont Park, and I wanted to allow Sheriff Labatt to address you first.
First of all, good afternoon. I do want to take an opportunity to thank my team as well, Chief Deputy Antonio Johnson, Lieutenant Colonel Willis, and certainly many of you have seen Captain Butler out and about. The summer is absolutely a challenging time for us, and we certainly see an increase in that space and that time. As we continue to really think about how we affect crime, one of the things that your sheriff's office has done is created a Think Twice, Save a Life program. This initiative in and of itself is, you'll see countywide signage, but more importantly, you'll see countywide and Fulton County patrols as we continue to go out and about and urge our citizens, our community, to really put down weapons, to be in a space where you think twice before you pull the trigger. Often we see a small disagreement escalate into something that is really life-changing for all parties involved. The Think Twice, Save a Life program itself it coincides with a national response to violence across the country with respect to gun violence and what it's targeting. I believe the conversation, though, is quite simply around how do we intervene and how do we create programs such as Think Twice, Save a Life to really combat crime in our communities. So let me share with you really quickly some of the things that your Fulton County Sheriff's Office is doing. We have increased the number of patrols to include those areas that have been recently affected through violent crime. We have put more deputies on the street. That is one of our key partnerships with APD and with other jurisdictions across the country. Our goal is to eventually get to 200 additional deputies on the street. Now, nearly 1 month ago, we started a Scorpion unit, and while many thought we were out of our leagues, Michael Cuffey, when we started this, we really we were laser focused on going after violent offenders. This crime suppression unit, be it new, specializes in gangs, investigations, and really reducing gang activity and violence and creating an overall safer Fulton County. Within the first few weeks, let me tell you what the Scorpion Unit's been able to do. In conjunction with GSP and certainly our partners at the Atlanta Police Department, we've run 4 joint operations. We've had 32 individual details. That has resulted in 15 felony arrests, 13 misdemeanor arrests, as well as 13 wanted persons located. Nearly 250 citations, vehicles recovered, stolen vehicles recovered, and 2 weapons, including an AR-15. So in February, many of you may remember, we started a rapids crime reduction program. That is to leverage technology, figure out how we together.
All right, so we've been listening to this out of Atlanta. This was from earlier today. Officials there in Fulton County giving an update on the Piedmont Park stabbing investigation. We've been following that here on LiveNOW, but also talking about crime prevention efforts writ large there in Fulton County. So we're going to come back to that, but we want to move on to some of these other stories that we have yet to get to still on this Thursday. And we're going to go down to Texas for our latest story because alerts went out there last week in Austin. There were only about a half dozen ICU hospital beds available in all of the Austin metro area now. Declaring the move up to stage 5 COVID restrictions. We're being joined right now by Fox 7's Rudy Koski. Rudy, good to see you. This is quite a regressive act there for Austin officials. Not a good sign for where the pandemic is leading.
No, it's certainly not a good sign, but not necessarily a surprise. Most everyone who's been watching this situation saw this coming. Matter of fact, as you mentioned last week, it was the alerts were going out that it was getting bad. Matter of fact, let me tell you what's happened just within the past rolling 7 days. New admissions here in the Austin metro area, they went from 9 on July the 4th to 67. ICU beds being taken up 24 on July the 4th to 161 beds occupied yesterday. Individuals on ventilators on July the 4th, only 8. Yesterday, 100 people on ventilators with the virus struggling to survive in our local hospitals. And the hospitals right now are just taxed. Not necessarily the resources we're being told, but the people. And about 15 minutes or so here at this location, part of the fight is taking place here. This is going to be one of the walk-up vaccination locations that they've set up throughout Travis County that are opening up this afternoon and have been opening up for the past couple of days, trying to bring the vaccines to the unvaccinated who, for some reason, either they just can't get around to it or they're scared of it, will not get vaccinated, and that's where most of our cases are, the unvaccinated. Going to stage 5, it was made clear providing the vaccine is a long-haul strategy and that a broader community-wide reaction is needed to address this latest surge. Here's my story.
Alerts went out last week that there were only about a half dozen ICU hospital beds available in all of the Austin metro area. But Thursday, in declaring the move to stage 5 COVID restrictions, local health officials made this statement.
It's not that we don't have the beds and the equipment.
The problem, according to Health Authority Dr. Desmar Walks, is a lack of nursing staff in the hospitals.
These shortages are occurring because our medical community has been responding to this crisis for the last 19 months, and some people have taken leave, some have retired.
A renewed effort to recruit and hire additional caregivers is underway. The Health Authority is also considering opening overflow care facilities, but having staff will certainly factor into that decision. The current surge in COVID cases is being fueled by people who remain unvaccinated, and getting those people to a vaccination site remains difficult.
Vaccination is the long game. That's how we protect our children. That's a way that we can establish our legacy. What did we do during the pandemic?
What's not being done is activating the reverse 911 alert system to call every home every day to explain the crisis and urge vaccination. I asked why.
you lose the effect of something if you do it too frequently. So we're assessing that situation and making some determinations on how to best utilize that service.
For now, there is only a plea to do what Anderson Sanchez and his brother have done. They got their second shot Thursday and then provided their own call out to friends who have not done the same.
They need to go out and get vaccinated. If they're scared, they just stay at home and wear the mask.
Their father told me having his family fully vaccinated was an easy decision.
It's very important because we will feel more safe in this time.
Local health authorities continue to argue that this viral surge can be controlled if more people would just wear masks. Now, government mandates are not allowed because of the governor's executive order, but it was suggested that private businesses could make that call.
Businesses can make a personal or a business decision to require vaccinations of their patrons and members, and we would support those that do so.
Stage 5, while the top COVID category only makes recommendations. For those fully vaccinated, it's suggested wearing a mask while indoors and outdoors and around crowds. For the unvaccinated, it's recommended to avoid all gatherings and not to travel unless necessary. If you're out, it's advised to take advantage of curbside dining and shopping.
Andrew, there's a sense of frustration that's growing in this community because these going to stage 5 is just really only a recommendation. There are, of course, no mandates. There are no plans for any type of door-to-door vaccination campaign here in this community, and we are told that some testing sites, some pop-up testing sites are going to happen. And as for the state bringing in some medical staff, some extra help for this community, state officials say that local officials need to go ahead and exhaust all their federal COVID-19 money that they have received in hiring individuals, and then the state may be able to move in and help that. Right now, they want the locals to use that money, make those hires right off the bat. But here's the big warning flag for the rest of the nation. The Austin metro area, 70% of all the population here have had their first shot. 70%. And yet we're in this crisis because 30% have not. Now, when you're talking about a metro area with millions of people, that 30% is a very large number. So when you're dealing with percentages, just because your local community has a high percentage of that first shot, don't let your guard down, because there's still a lot of people who are not vaccinated, and that can trigger the situation what Austin is looking at right now. Andrew?
Yeah, Rudy, do people there feel like they're starting from scratch, back to square one? Are they, disappointed? Are they despondent over this? Because the light was at the end of the tunnel before the Delta variant.
Well, yeah, within the health community, within the community itself, when we moved back and the restrictions were loosened up, there was that feeling of we're free, and despite health officials locally saying, you got to be careful. Nothing is perfect. These vaccines are not perfect, and something could pop up, and of course, the Delta variant popping up. It's kind of strange. You're hearing desperation from the health officials here, but from the rank and file individuals, there is no sense of urgency. There is no sense of being frightened over the situation because if you look into the neighborhood, you look in this parking lot, people are going about their daily business. They don't see what's happening in the hospital, and that's where the crisis is right now.
Rudy, I just want to move on to another subject, not the coronavirus. The last time we spoke there in Austin, these 50 or so Texas Democrats had left Austin for Washington, D.C. as a show for voting rights there to evade the special session that Governor Abbott had called. We are learning today that he has called yet another special session on top of the previous one. What do we know about that? What does that mean for the legislative body going forward?
Yeah, Andrew, for your older viewers, they'll recognize this quote. Yogi Berra said, it's deja vu all over again. Here we go, round two of more of the same. The governor issuing that call today, saying that special session number 2 will kick off on the 7th. And we have about 17 items that he has placed on the agenda. Most of them are a lot of what we saw before, and the most controversial, the reforming of the voter election laws here in the state that triggered the quorum break. But also down at the very bottom of this call has been a discussion in regards to trying to prevent this from happening all over again, because this isn't the first time that a part of the legislative body has left and just not shown up in order to create a filibuster type situation and bring legislation to a grinding halt. So in this call is a review of the legislative rules that would, instead of doing the quorum in regards to the way it is right now, which is not a true majority but a portion, would bring it down to a simple majority plus one. That's all that's needed to conduct businesses in the legislature, and that is definitely to prevent what has happened earlier this month with the break to Washington, D.C. by the House Democrats. But there are some real strong pressing business that has to be done. One of the largest happens to be the legislative staffers. When the session ended, and after the session ended, the governor did a line item veto in the budget that struck the funding for the paychecks for legislative staffers. That budget starts up in September. Those paychecks start up in September. And if that is not rectified and changed during a special session, well, those staffers aren't going to get paid, and there's a lot of folks. And there's a lot of indigestion about that, thinking that was a little heavy-handed because it wasn't necessarily the staffers who bolted and broke quorum. Mm-hmm. It was their bosses who did that. So that kind of hits hard. And then there's other things in regards to dealing with the border crisis that's going on and some education issues that were left undone. But it is a very long 17-item call list for special session number 2. And another key item is the redistricting. We got to start redrawing those voting maps. So it just gets deeper and deeper, and it's going to be a big question. Will the Democrats come back? Will they all come back? Or will we have another quorum break number 2?
Yeah, we'll be watching it, Rudy. Thanks for breaking all of that down there in the Texas state capital of Austin. We appreciate your time. We'll see you again. All right, we do want to move on to some of these other stories. First, though, let's take a quick 2-minute commercial break. There's more where that came from. We'll see you then. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and hope you're having a great Thursday afternoon. It's been quite a busy day so far. Earlier, we showed you live pictures out of the Houston airport, where Team USA gymnast, the greatest of all time, Simone Biles, was coming back to her hometown of Houston there from the Tokyo Olympics. So we didn't get to show you, but some reporters stuck some cameras in her face just to try to get some response of what it feels like to be back after what was a very newsworthy Olympics for her. So we just want to play a little bit of that for you right now.
Back up on me, back up on me. Back up on me, son. I got people coming.
So there you can see it's just quite the melee at the airport there with all of her fans. She even has her dog on the leash that she's cradling right there with her mother. We are going to listen in, though, to see if she does answer any questions. You can see so many people want to catch a glimpse of her and take a picture. Let's listen back in.
Jordan, I just want to ask you, how does it feel to be back? Your first Olympics. Oh my God. Simone, how you feeling?
I'm so overwhelmed right now. I don't even know what to say.
This welcome back. I remember you when you welcomed Simone back in 2019 from Worlds. You were a part of this celebration.
Yes.
What's the first thing you want to do?
Simone, can we check you a second?
Can we
I need you guys to back up
Your
on
mom
me.
told me you want steak. I represented steak 48.
Let's get back, folks. Let's get back. Back up. Y'all need to get back.
Well, we want to have some steak. We need to take Simone back. Okay, Jordan.
Okay, so it looks like they didn't take any questions there, but we still wanted to show you that from the Houston airport earlier today, where both Simone Biles and her teammate, Jordan Childs, flew in there after coming back from Tokyo. We were told earlier that they were in New York. They were there with lots of their fans, so we just wanted to show you yet another moment like that earlier today. In the meantime, we do want to go back out to Fulton County, the district attorney there in Georgia, as well as Atlanta police, updating the public on the investigation surrounding that tragic stabbing of Katie Janess and her dog at Piedmont Park in Atlanta. So let's play that out for you right now.
No harm. So with that, I will tell you, in closing, I will tell you this. We simply want to stay focused on those that are doing us no harm, and you have been warned. Stay out of Fulton County.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Madam DA, for inviting us. I am Kurt Erskine. I'm the acting United States Attorney. I'm joined today by Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Philip Whistler, who is here from the FBI. We are here in a supportive capacity to stand side by side with our state, local law enforcement partners. The United States Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Georgia and the FBI are assisting Atlanta Police Department and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office with the investigation, and we stand here with them. We have pledged to assist in any way that would be helpful to their investigation or would further their work. And so we remain supporting and committed to that support. We pledge the assistance to APD and District Attorney Wilkes in this capacity and stand ready to lend our collective federal resources to bring to justice whoever perpetrated this terrible murder. Thank you.
We believed it was important to come forward today to make sure that the public knew that we were united. And when I say we, I'm talking about the Atlanta Police Department, the Fulton County Sheriff, the United States Attorney, and the FBI regarding this horrible murder of Catherine Jennings at Piedmont Park on July 27th. Metro Atlanta is understandably concerned. The United States Attorney and myself have talked about how many calls we have gotten from the public about this case and how concerned and frightened people are. We've also talked about the distraction of unnecessary rumors. But as leaders in the community who work to make all of us as safe as possible, we have heard from these people, and we know that this is an important crime and that the public is watching and waiting. My colleagues and I are here to just let the public know that it is not a crime that is going unnoticed. It is a crime that we are collectively putting our resources in and working together to solve. One reason that I thought that it was so important that Sheriff Labatt come here today to tell you some of the general efforts that he was doing is because those cars that we've heard about and that people kind of laughed about him putting on the street, those cars have helped to enable to make sure that there is more security and safety around not just Piedmont Park, but all of our parks. And as soon as I called him and said this was a concern and discussed with him what I was hearing from the public, he immediately did that. Those types of collaborations have not happened in the past, and it is important that our leaders are willing to do that when they are called upon. We are here today, though, to ask the public to put some safety measures of their own in place to make sure that they do things that move safely, like go out in public with several people with you when you're going to the park. I love Piedmont Park as well, but at this time we're asking that you go with 3 or 4 friends when you're there, and that you're not alone at night, and that we just make sure that we all take safe precautions. We're here because we would like to address any questions that we can answer and that will not interfere with the investigation. As you know, my office will ultimately be responsible for prosecuting it, and so we don't want to do anything today that would interfere with the investigation, but we do want to send a strong message to the public that the federal government, the local government, to be the city and the county, are all working together to support efforts to make sure that this crime is solved. Thank you.
Why this one? Why does this get this type of resources and all these agencies coming together? Can you explain that?
You're correct. In every murder, in every case, requires different resources. Some cases require expert witnesses where the office has to go out and hire experts to come in. Some cases we look at and we instantly know that there are expertises and resources that the federal government has, and so we call upon them to help. But every case is treated very seriously, and this case, because there had not been a murder in Piedmont Park so long, because it is a public treasure, because of this is as I heard Chief Bryant say at his thing, a town where shootings are here, and this involved a different measure. We thought that it was necessary, and so what we're doing, what is necessary to solve this case.
Yeah, could you explain what threshold this case met to invite the FBI in so early on? Why the FBI didn't do?
I think that sometimes you go out, so every case in Atlanta, so that we're clear, when there is a homicide in Atlanta, my office reports to that case immediately. That night, that morning, whatever time of day it happens, we send a trained investigator from Mr. Carlson's unit and a lawyer there. And so APD and Fulton County, we regularly work together. We stay out of their way, but we are always a resource for questions for them. Sometimes when I have questions, though, it's not the smartest thing to think that you know everything. We know that maybe the feds will have the kind of answers we need. In this case, we thought from the beginning, and APD wisely thought from the beginning, that it would be important to get some of the resources of the federal government to look into this case, and so that's why.
I know it may be premature, but if you can shed light on what kind of charges, to your knowledge, this case would warrant. Are we looking at a potential capital murder case? If you can shed light on how serious the charges are.
I'm not going to go into additional charges. I mean, obviously, this would be a malice murder case and aggravated assault just based on the actions, but every charge we won't know until an investigation is complete. So it is much too early to say that.
Is there anything new you're able to tell us about the investigation? Anything the police are looking for specifically, that your office is looking at specifically? Anything that we could tell the public about what to be aware of?
What we would ask that you take from today to tell the public is to behave in a way that is safe. That is really the message that we want. We want them to have confidence that all of these agencies have come together so that we can work to solve this particular crime. But we also want them to just take safe measures, and we want them to understand that this case is a priority.
I can only imagine how many calls and questions the public has brought to you guys. What have been some of the conversations, some of the concerns that you've heard of?
Well, of course, we've all heard this rumor of a serial killer in the loose in Atlanta, and other cases from other jurisdictions that neighbored us, that these were connected. We have no evidence of that at this point, but that has been one of the concerns. Because of the particular community that surrounds the Piedmont property, there have been questions of, is this a hate crime? And it is really too early to answer those calls. But we certainly every law enforcement agency up here are hearing those kind of calls. And we hear the fear in a community that is usually safe.
Hey, are you also hearing, I've been out there quite a bit, I've heard a lot of people question whether the park is safe, whether there's enough security enhancements out there, i.e. lighting, more police presence, and operational cameras. Are you hearing anything along those lines?
Well, what I can tell you is that is one of the reasons I thought it was important that the public hear that not only has Atlanta Police Department put patrols out there, but the Fulton County Sheriff's Office also has cars out there. So we are taking additional safety measures to make sure the park is safe.
District Attorney Willis, shifting gears just a bit. Jeremy McKinney was arrested yesterday.
Yes.
On a host of charges. I haven't been able to get any of the actual charging documents, but among them are gang affiliation, gang charges essentially. Which gang is he accused of attempting to be a member of?
Well, that case, you're right, there was an arrest on that case yesterday. I'm sure you all will remember, and those who don't know, he's referring to the Sequoia Turner incident. Several months ago, I requested that the Georgia Bureau of Investigations join with the Atlanta Police Department on the work that they had done, and that they go out and investigate, and that they specifically investigate the element of gangs. The Georgia Bureau of Investigations has done a wonderful job. They've done a timely job, and they have delivered to us not only that arrest, but lots of documents that my office is going through. We expect to bring down indictments in that case as early as next week, and I believe that at that time we can have a more thorough conversation on that matter.
I cannot help but notice you have not answered my question.
I tried.
Is this an example, though, of how gang activity can really spiral out of control? We were kind of following the threads back through that, and that seems to relate to a lot of other really high-profile cases that we're following.
Well, if you're paying attention, and it's what I keep saying over and over again, sometimes I feel like I'm screaming at the wall, we have a gang problem in Fulton County and the metro areas surrounding it. And that gang violence is harming people, to include children. And so we are taking it very seriously. We are working with the same agencies that you see standing here today, as well as the GBI, to solve it. And we are taking a tough stance on it. And we're going to be bringing charges that are appropriate for those acts.
Is there a message to the person who took Ms. Jonas's life?
The message is that all of law enforcement is focused right now. We are paying attention. We take this murder very seriously. We want our citizens to feel safe, and that we expect to bring them to justice.
Are you confident that there's one person? Could there be other people involved in this?
The investigation is too early to tell that.
And one other question on the Sequoia Turner case. We heard early on there'd be up to maybe 4 people involved. Are you expecting more arrests in that case?
I am expecting that investigations, I've said before, in other cases are like onions, and as you peel things back, I'm sure that other people of interest and maybe even other charged people will come.
Sheriff LaFont? Before we say that. Hey,
Thank you, George.
Yesterday at the Fulton County Commission, they approved a deal with Cobb County to move 500 prisoners for the negotiations that are taking place is the Atlanta City Jail?
So first, let me be clear. It is up to 500. Right. So one thing we wanted to work with the Board of Commissioners on was to not have to repeatedly go back. And so again, as I mentioned earlier, possible uptick in crime, possible COVID and the variant. Right now we have 303 individuals that are sleeping on devices, and notwithstanding the lack of negotiations with the city, it is my responsibility to treat people humanely. And so we have entered, based on the negotiation, the legislation yesterday, into negotiations with Cobb County. We're able to do that. Cobb County has been gracious in terms of their population is down, so we certainly can do that. Now, with respect to the negotiations in Atlanta, I did forward our conversation with the mayor and her team to the Board of Commissioners. There were several things in the negotiations that, one, did not fall under my purview, and two, we will continue to have conversations. So ultimately, the negotiation with Cobb goes 6 months, and so maybe we revisit it at that point.
The other thing you mentioned was the Scorpion unit. I'm intensely curious about that. Will you be able to make somebody from that unit's leadership available for a longer conversation?
Yes, absolutely.
I appreciate that.
Okay, no worries.
Well, we thank you for coming today.
Thank you all. How are you?
So we'll be watching all that, the investigation as it moves forward in that stabbing in Piedmont Park. We want to move forward out to Philadelphia. Fox 29 in Philadelphia reports on a staffing shortage when it comes to the 911 call center. They explain exactly why they're having such trouble hiring on people for a very essential job when it comes to crimes.
Staffing at the city's 911 call center is critically low, with one police source saying the phone can ring 30 times before an operator picks up, when seconds can make all the difference in your emergency.
I would be freaked out, but you're stuck. What can you do?
It poses a great danger to not only to the person calling, but also to the community that they're living in, based on whatever the call is for.
Many Philly residents have reached out to Fox 29, alerting us to the problem, which could mean the difference between life and death. But police sources say the issue has gone on for months. So why is a fix taking so long?
It's something that we're diligently working on to ensure that our response times are what they should be.
Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw says the department just got authorization to hire more 911 dispatchers and just had a class graduate, with the new training series starting soon. The city is also looking to hire more women for positions all across the police department as part of a boost in staffing diversity. But the issue is still complex.
What's the least you need in terms of staffing for, especially 911? What's like the least?
I wouldn't be able to give you that answer off the top of my head. But again, when you look at just the demographic or the employees that work in there, there's a high number of single parents that work there. And when you, I don't want to say force, but when you compel staff to work a lot of mandatory overtime during a pandemic, it just makes, professionally, it makes it very difficult for people to manage their personal lives as well.
Again, that was Fox 29 in Philadelphia. We're talking about a worker shortage when it comes to the dispatch call center for 911. We're also seeing shortages in the amount of hospital workers as we're seeing a surge in coronavirus cases. When we come back, we'll be going out live to Phoenix, Arizona for the latest breakdown on coronavirus, the Delta variant, and so much more. We'll see you back here in 2. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We want to move into some coronavirus stories. The United States hit a 6-month high for new COVID cases with over 100,000 infections reported today. Doctors say the need to get people vaccinated is higher than ever, especially as people continue to travel and students return back to school. Fox's Stephanie Bennett reporting live for us right now from Phoenix, Arizona with the latest. Stephanie, what are we seeing tonight?
Daytona, the Delta variant is just flooding through hospitals nationwide, and some of them are having to bring back or even expand those COVID wards and put in some other restrictions. In fact, doctors I spoke with say this time around compared to this time last year, they're seeing their patients come in younger and younger. In fact, cases nationwide are up 43% from last week, with Texas and Florida accounting for 1/3 of all new cases. Southern states, in fact, have some of the nation's lowest vaccination rates. Florida reached almost 17,000 new cases yesterday alone, and the surge is breaking records set last year, and now some hospitals are expanding those COVID units, limiting visitors, and they might even face some staffing shortages soon. In Georgia, more than 9,000 new cases were reported on Tuesday. So far, 40% of the population there is fully vaccinated. Here in Arizona, Banner Health hospitals are having to once again limit the number of guests visiting loved ones. And nationally, we checked in with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, whose doctors say they're currently dealing with almost 7,000 active cases nationwide in their hospitals, which is more than double what it was 2 weeks ago.
We are worried about what happens when schools begin to open again. We are worried about what happens with flu season. We are entering a few weeks that I think are going to be scary. The big difference now is that we have a vaccine that can prevent us from getting really ill.
Yeah, and doctors say the best thing you can do right now is to get that vaccine as soon as possible. Some states like Texas are starting to see an increase in demand again. The 7-day average of doses given out has nearly doubled compared to a month ago. President Biden continues to reiterate that any American that wants a vaccine can get it. There are plenty of them for each and every American to have both doses or the one Johnson & Johnson. And even some locations are offering incentives and will even pay you to get it. Daytona.
Hey, Stephanie, I know since you're in Phoenix, Arizona, how are we doing as far as vaccinations go? Are we kind of on par with the rest of the country or a little bit lower? I know you follow it pretty closely.
Yeah, Arizona is getting back up there. It was, huge jump in that springtime when it was available to the general population. We had a slight dip in the last couple of months, but things are slowly ramping back up again. We have, I believe, somewhere just above 3 million Arizonans are vaccinated right now. Our total cases for new COVID cases have really gone up recently. They just keep going up into the 2,000s today. I think it was 2,300 around there or so. Some of those big vaccine locations we saw have started to dissolve, some of them just relying on CVS pharmacies, Targets, things like that. You're not really going to see too much of those mass vaccination sites anymore.
All right, Stephanie Bennett reporting live for us in Phoenix, Arizona. A toasty one out there, Steph. We'll let you go.
Thank you.
Talk to you later. All right, we're going to move forward with some of these other stories that we've been following here on Live Now from Fox. I want to go out to the latest when it comes to Governor Cuomo. We have the latest from Fox 5 as they're talking about possibility of charges against him, criminal charges in the state of New York. Also, what is the latest when it comes to impeachment? Here's Fox 5.
Last night, the Oswego County District Attorney became at least the 5th in New York State to announce an investigation into possible criminal charges against Governor Andrew Cuomo. The Oswego DA joins others in Nassau, Albany, Westchester, and Manhattan who are doing the same. While experts say criminal charges are unlikely, the governor faces great political peril.
This is like a Shakespearean tragedy. I mean, it's just very sad. It's completely unforeseen.
The head of the state's Democratic Party, Jay Jacobs, says he spoke with Cuomo yesterday and tried to convince him to step down, to no avail. Jacobs calls the governor's removal inevitable.
The vote on an impeachment bill is more than likely. It's almost certain. So you're going into an inevitable situation, and I don't see the merit of that. And what that would mean is that we would drag the public and the Democratic Party, frankly, through a very messy expose.
According to an Associated Press count, at least 86 of the Assembly's 150 members support impeachment if the governor does not resign. If the Assembly does vote to impeach, Cuomo would face a trial in the state Senate where Andrea Stewart-Cousins is the majority leader.
I think we all know how this ends, so I think it would be just best for the governor to resign so that we can just get on with the state's business.
The governor continues to lose support with each passing hour. Several labor unions that had once backed him now say they no longer do. And the attorney for his first accuser, Lindsey Boylan, told the New York Times that Boylan plans to sue the governor and his advisors for retaliating against her for coming forward.
It is an appalling situation. It's one that I feel very, very sad about. Certainly, I applaud the courageous women who came forward and made these statements.
Again, that report coming out to us from Fox 5 in New York. Now to Capitol Hill, where the Senate is slogging through the infrastructure bill, voting on amendments as lawmakers eye a possible finish over the weekend. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera in Washington with the latest on the bill as President Biden touts the importance of investing in clean energy.
As the Senate inches closer towards wrapping up work on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, President Biden is setting another goal, jump-starting a shift towards electric cars with a new executive order. The president is aiming to make half of all new cars sold in 2030 emission-free.
The question is whether we'll lead or fall behind in the race for the future.
The president is touting the need for bold action on top of the investments made in the infrastructure package. $7.5 billion has been set aside for a national network of electric vehicle chargers, a little less than 5% of what the president had called for in his American Jobs Plan.
The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act isn't perfect. No bill ever is. But it makes historic investments in assets that will benefit every American for many, many years.
Timing for the bill's final passage is fluid, despite optimism from the White House and on Capitol Hill.
We think we are headed toward an agreement on this front, but we certainly are cognizant of and focused on the reality of funds being needed.
Some lawmakers are still not sold, especially as Democrats push their $3.5 trillion budget blueprint, their next priority after the bipartisan infrastructure package.
Now is not the time to double down on out-of-control spending for a non-emergency matter.
Lawmakers are also preparing for a potential showdown over the nation's debt limit. Senator Mitch McConnell says Republicans won't vote to raise the debt ceiling if Democrats push their $3.5 trillion spending package through. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And we'll be watching that closely as there is reporting that there might be a vote tonight coming from Senate as well as on a few different amendments too. So we got you here on Live Now. If anything happens, we'll bring it to you live. We want to go out now to Dallas with Fox 4, Steve Noviello, as he is reporting on the tax-free weekend that is coming up this weekend. He says, yes, it is exciting, but there are tips on how to not spend all of your money in your wallet.
Friday through Sunday, purchases of most clothing, footwear, school supplies, and backpacks sold for less than $100 will be tax-free. Some other things like diapers and baby clothes are also on that tax-free list, so be sure to check it out. Now, while it's a nice opportunity to save some cash, we're talking less than $10 saved for every $100 you spend, so remember to mind that budget. Forecasters are expecting much larger in-person shopping crowds than we saw last year during the height of the COVID pandemic, but you don't have to leave your house in order to take advantage of the tax break. Orders in person, online, by phone, even by mail qualify for the tax holiday. Even items that are paid for during the exemption period but don't get delivered until after it's over also still qualify. At Galleria Dallas, they have added a new service which allows shoppers to buy online or by phone and then contact the shopping center's concierge service for contactless curbside pickup.
So instead of them having to go back into the stores or back into the shopping center, our team delivers it out to the curb. So nothing changes for the consumer other than having like that additional call that they have to make so that items are delivered directly to their vehicles.
About a dozen retailers are participating in the pickup service, restaurants too, so you can grab some food or get a Starbucks to go curbside. Details on that program and the full list of what is and is not exempt from sales tax right now on our station website. And when you come see me online, facebook.com/SaveMeSteve.
Really great information right there as we head into the weekend. It is Thursday. More top stories for you here, though, on Live Now. The White House working on a long-term solution for the millions of old, unused, crumbling oil wells that are leaking toxins into the soil and water. Fox News correspondent Steve Rappaport has more in his edition of our Biden Impact series.
And then there it is flowing up out of the ground there.
President Biden putting a spotlight on a little-known problem that's causing big issues for farmers and ranchers across the country. The EPA says there are about 3.2 million abandoned oil and gas wells in the U.S. Only a third have been plugged with cement. The rest are leaking harmful chemicals into fields and water sources, including methane and benzene, both known carcinogens.
It's like, oh my God, like this whole place is just, Swiss cheese of old oil wells that are falling apart.
Now the president is making a big push to clean things up. The bipartisan infrastructure deal includes at least $16 billion to cap and clean abandoned wells and mines. The White House claims federal funding for those projects will revitalize local economies that have depended on drilling to survive. Administration officials say family farms will be prioritized, but the cleanup is also about making sure drillers and miners don't get left behind as the country shifts towards sustainable energy. But it won't be easy. The infrastructure funding is just a down payment. Most of the money the administration is requesting hasn't been approved by Congress, so they'll be asking the oil and gas industry to pitch in to solve what has become a national problem.
And this isn't a problem isolated to the Permian. This is East Texas, this is Pennsylvania, this is Ohio, this is West Virginia. This is a global industry problem.
And the president says this is a jobs program as well. He wants to put drillers and miners to work capping those wells at the same price they would charge to dig them. In New York, Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
And take a look at this video. Currently, 100 large fires burning across 14 states so far, collectively burning almost 2 million acres. The largest fire in California, leaving a path of destruction across the northern part of the state. Growing over the last few days, it's devastated one gold rush era town. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has more from Los Angeles.
Northern California's already devastating Dixie Fire engulfing the gold rush era town of Greenville on Wednesday, turning much of the downtown into ash. Some of the destroyed structures more than a century old.
We lost Greenville tonight, and there's just not words for.
Some comparing the charred remains of the town to a war zone. California's largest fire has burned for weeks, but it's been gaining new momentum in the last few days, fueled by whipping winds as the blaze consumes bone-dry vegetation. Thousands of firefighters battling the fire, which is running parallel to a canyon area, turning it into a chimney that created a massive plume of smoke visible from at least 70 miles away. Erupting overnight, the approaching flames of the Dixie Fire forcing hundreds in the town of Greenville to evacuate.
We're all evacuating. Everyone's driving home as fast as they can to get their bag and split.
But many won't have a home to return to. Meanwhile, dozens more lost everything in the river fire, burning about 100 miles south in a drought-stricken, heavily forested area.
This took off.
The fast-moving fire prompting large-scale evacuations for about 6,000 people across 2 counties.
Police and everything came through with sirens and everything, and they were telling us to evacuate now.
The record-breaking heat and drought, which some scientists blame on climate change, creating more frequent and more catastrophic fires, making the fight against them even more difficult. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
And join us in exactly 1 hour as we go out live to Greenville, speaking with reporters who've been on the ground reporting on the Dixie Fire, one of the largest fires in California history. We want to go out now to Fox 32 in Chicago as they're reporting on microplastics in the Great Lakes.
Okay, so apologies if you haven't eaten yet, but apparently it's in our food, it's in our water, it's even in craft beer. That surprised me. We're talking about microplastics, and a whole lot of that, unfortunately, is in our magnificent Lake Michigan.
Yeah, and journalist and Michigan State University professor Eric Friedman has reported on this very tiny type of pollution, and it's creating a huge problem in our lakes and our water supplies. He's actually here this morning. He's going to join, or he is joining us right now to talk about this. Hey, thank you so much for coming on.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
Yeah. So, Eric, first of all, explain for those who don't know, what are microplastics and what do they look like?
Microplastics are tiny pieces of plastic. They're less than 0.2 of an inch in size. And they come from our plastic bags. They come from fishing line. Our clothes, the synthetics that make our fabric in the washing machine and the dryer, they come from industrial spills. When it rains, tiny particles from our tires wash into the water, into the rivers, into the streams that feed Lake Michigan.
And so I'm glad you mentioned the fibers. I didn't know that about when you wash your clothes. The fibers release these microplastics. And also COVID, I know, is a compounding factor as well, because we've got the gloves and the masks and all that stuff. One thing that really surprised me, Professor, was apparently microplastic fragments have been found in developing fetuses. If that doesn't get somebody's attention, I don't know what will.
It's in the fish that we eat from the Great Lakes, because they eat these particles. They think they're food. Fish aren't that smart. And we eat the fish. They're in the seabirds. They're in the cormorants. They're in, as you indicated, craft beer. There was a study that looked at 12 brands of craft beers and draw on municipal water supplies, including 2 in the Chicago area, that get their water from Lake Michigan. And all 12 brews, mostly Pilsners, had microfibers in them, and so did 81% of the tap water systems that were tested that provide the water for those microbreweries.
And how long has this been going on? I mean, are we talking years, decades?
We're talking decades, but nobody paid any attention till the 1990s. Before that, most of the attention focused on the ocean, because we've seen these iconic pictures of rafts of plastic floating in the Caribbean or floating in the Pacific. Nobody has yet studied the health effects on humans from the Great Lakes microplastics, and the scientists are still in the early stages of studying what they do to fish, what they do to seabirds, what they do to other kinds of wildlife. And it's frightening because we can't see many of these particles. We know they're there, but cleaning the beach helps, but it doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah, I'm glad you just mentioned that, because that's my next question. It's depressing, but is there anything, I mean, it seems so ubiquitous, is there anything we can do about it?
I think there are 2 things we can do individually. One is just being careful about what plastic we use and how we dispose of it. We've all been to the beach and we've seen plastic bags from hot dog buns and sandwiches flying by. Nobody puts them in the trash. But there are volunteer groups, including many organized by the Alliance for the Great Lakes, which is based in Chicago, in which volunteers periodically go and clean the beaches, at least the visible debris. And that raises public awareness of the problem.
So, I want to ask you, because we know that, fish are eating this, and you mentioned other animals, but, we're also ingesting this. What kind of health problems is this causing humans?
Well, we don't know, and the researchers I've spoken to said there's a need for more money to fund the kind of study that will look long-term at the health effects on people from these chemicals. And these chemicals are continually changing as industry develops new forms of polymers and plastics.
Well, I know, we often tell people where they can go to read something, but I like what Cranes did with this. It's actually a forum. There's a lot of video clips. It's real. I think it's hopefully going to catch some people's attention. It's really good work, Professor. Thanks so much for joining us, and hopefully down the road, as we take a look there at where a lot of that plastic, that microplastic, again, because of the current, it pushes it all down, and so it's real fascinating stuff. Thanks so much for joining us.
I've enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah, and you can learn, of course, more about what he's writing on in Crane's Chicago Business. So that'll be a lot of people tuning into that. Hey, thank you.
Again, that was Fox 32 in Chicago. When we come back, a follow-up on the Corona movie theater shooter, what he's saying caused him to gun down 2 kids in that Corona movie theater. More when we come back here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now. We appreciate you being with us on this Thursday evening. It is 4:15 here in Phoenix, Arizona, also 4:15 on the West Coast in California. We want to take you out to a story that we reported on very briefly here. Sadly, familiar scenes of charred rubble have come to another California town, Greenville, a gold rush era town located in the northern Sierra Nevada. To break down what has been going on out there, I have Fox 2's Tom Vakar. He joins us live out of the Fox 2 Bay Area studio. Tom, thanks for joining us tonight.
Well, so far about 800 people know that they've lost their homes because they have pretty much lost their town. A few structures survived, but that fire is hardly over and it continues to grow. It's approximately 35% contained, which would normally be good news, but this fire is so large and so fast that it's not good news at all. They just need to keep on it. Now, since the beginning of the year to now, we have had 6,050 fires here in the state of California. That is 1,000 more than we had the same time last year, and that was a record year, so this is not looking very, very good for us at all. Already 580,000 acres have burned in California, which is part of the millions that have burned throughout the West. Right now there are approximately 90 plus fires across the United States. The overwhelming majority of them are in the western 12 states, and many of them, of course, in California.
Tom, can you give us an idea of how far this Dixie fire has stretched? What does the timeline look like for this?
Well, this is a fire that started 3 weeks ago. And, you know, they start out very small, and very often in the place that we're talking about, this is an extraordinarily remote part of the state of California up in the northeastern section. The problem is that there are many smaller communities up there as the state has become more urbanized in Los Angeles and Sacramento, the Bay Area, San Diego. It's also become a little more populated in the northeastern and the northwestern section, which has traditionally been pine forests and redwoods and all of that stuff. Well, these towns have been up there in many cases for many, many years, small gold rush era towns, and others were just built around lumber mining and other kinds of things. And now, of course, what happens is these are kind of bedroom communities. I can tell you that Greenville, which I've been to, actually is a kind of a bedroom community for retired senior citizens, a very low-income kind of place, and yet there it is, sitting there, pretty much destroyed at this point in time, with these people having really no place to go. And the idea of rebuilding for many of them will be impossible. Although I must say one thing. This same town back in 140 years ago actually burned to the ground. But that was during the gold rush era, and it was rebuilt within a year and had 500 residents back that 140 years ago. It has about 800 to 900 residents now.
Tom, we're just showing some of these images of this fire. I mean, it's tough. Northern California has really seen their fair share of this. It's hard to look at this because it's very, very close to home when it comes to what happened to Paradise. Paradise still kind of struggling from what happened to them not long ago. When you look at these images and these videos, what does it make you think of when it comes to these wildfire seasons that are no longer just seasons, they're year-round?
Yeah, I've gone to many of these fires all over Northern California, and I can tell you that I know exactly what's going on there. That a lot of people right now are in the shock period. They understand what has happened, but they're in shock. Then later on will become a period of euphoria when they feel like, well, at least I made it out and all that stuff. Then reality sets in and you start getting depressed, and then you start getting angry, and then you go back to depression because you've generally lost everything. Now, some of these people certainly did have fire insurance, but many of them probably did not, hoping that this kind of a terrible thing would never happen. But it has. So what happens is that people are trying to commiserate with each other, and they're trying to look for places to live, and many of them will not return. In fact, in many of the places that I have covered, except for maybe Santa Rosa, which is a pretty large city, most of the smaller places I've covered, even fires 5 years ago, the town has not only not fully recovered, but as many as 20 to 30% of the people have simply left. So it's a very, very depressing situation. And the other thing, as this study just came out, is that the fires themselves affected by climate change are doing something that they've not done before and is different. And that is that the fires actually at nighttime, it doesn't get as cool at night because the temperature doesn't cool down, makes it very difficult to fight fires at night, especially on the ground, because you almost cannot fight them from the air at nighttime. But the problem is that it doesn't get cool enough to give any kind of real progress to the firefighters, and then the next day starts up hotter and worse than it was before. So this is a thing that we really don't know how it's going to turn out, but last year, I think in California alone, we lost 4 million acres. We're nowhere close to that right now, but the worst of the fire season is August, September, October, and well into November. In fact, the Paradise Fire happened in November, so it's anybody's guess as to what's going to happen.
And last question for you, Tom. What is the investigation looking like thus far? Do we know what caused it?
We don't know what caused it, and the problem with all of that is that as they look into this, and they have an idea that it might have started at a campground or something like that, but they've got to have definitive information. Without definitive information, they're only guessing, and that is a very dangerous thing to do, because who knows whether it was created by utility lines or whether it was created by an arsonist, which is unfortunately often the case, or just somebody who did something stupid, or a chain dragging behind a boat. Any of that stuff is on the table right now, and we just have to wait to see what happens.
All right, Fox 2's Tom Vakar reporting live. We appreciate you, and we'll be following this story, this Dixie Fire, as it moves through.
Thanks.
We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. A great breakdown of what California wildfire season is like. Like he said, there's definitely months that it's a little more tense than others, but it really is turning into a year-long problem and issue out of California. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now. We want to follow up on a shooting that happened in Corona, California at a movie theater. The latest on the suspect right now. We just got in a jailhouse interview. 20-year-old Joseph Jimenez says that he was diagnosed with schizophrenia about 8 months ago, but had recently stopped taking his medication. He reportedly said the voices were overwhelming on the night of the shooting, so he left the theater and returned with a firearm he bought on the app OfferUp. Jimenez expressed condolences to the victim's family, saying, quote, "I wish I didn't do it." He was scheduled to appear in court today, did not. Here's the latest from outside of the courthouse earlier.
Prove that that was done intentionally. Those are kind of the elements that are involved with lying in wait in any case.
John, there are published reports that the suspect was hearing voices that he seemed to indicate, based on reporting done by one of my colleagues that there may be some sort of mental illness or something like that. Can you review again for us? It is not up to the district attorney to do those sorts of evaluations on a suspect. Am I correct with that? What is the process?
Well, the process legally, what would typically happen, and again, I'm not going to address specifically what may be the evidence or not in this case, but what will typically happen is if the defense believes that their client may not be mentally competent to assist them in trial or assist them in preparing for trial, then they can request the court that a mental competency hearing be held. And then the court will then suspend all of the criminal proceedings, and then they are evaluated by 1 or 2 doctors, and then later down the road after that evaluation, the judge will determine whether or not he or she believes the defendant is capable of assisting their attorney.
Is there a time clock on that, or does he have to be arraigned first before that?
Well, yes, the arraignment would have to be the first step before any of those hearings are held, any of those motions are made. He would need to be arraigned first.
Would the district attorney do its own mental health evaluation if that was the case?
We will do that in some cases, and I can tell you that it is something that is done in pretty much every death penalty case. We will also review backgrounds of defendants, and that can include that. It doesn't always, but it can include that, yes.
But again, just to elaborate on that for a second, are we talking about a very narrow focus, and that is, can this defendant help his or her attorneys with their defense? It isn't what their state of mind was at the time of the alleged killing, but more a study or an examination as to whether this suspect can help with his or her defense.
Again, that's typically what will happen is the competency on whether or not they're able to assist the defense. I would have to defer to the defense in this case to see if they would want to comment on what their theories. I'm not going to get into what their theories may or may not be regarding their client, but all I can say is that would be a step that they could take and has happened in criminal cases where they will ask for a mental competency review evaluation by doctors, and that's when the court gets involved and assigns doctors.
This shooting's pretty shocking for all of us. That's why we're all here. You've been in the business for a really long time. Can you just talk about your thoughts on it?
I'm not going to be able to give my opinions on it. Just strictly talking about the case itself. I'm not going to be able to give my opinion on an individual case.
Is there a bail on this? You'll make a decision on the death penalty? I mean, in prior cases, is there
there's no real statutory timeline that it has to. Typically, district attorneys will try to do that before a preliminary hearing happens, just so the defense and everyone knows kind of where it stands. But there's no specific statutory timeline on when it needs to be done, just obviously before trial.
And is this something you should discuss with the family of the victims?
That's okay. What the DA typically does in death penalty cases is we will allow the defense to, let me start over with that. What typically will happen in death penalty cases and the reviews by the elected district attorney is often the defense attorneys will present some sort of prepared statement, PowerPoints, things like that to our office, and the DA will look at that as to why maybe they're saying that they shouldn't seek death, and then we will also always confer with the victims' families to kind of see where they're at with it and what their thoughts are on it before the district attorney makes that decision.
Is there a bail currently on this? I saw $2 million.
No, because of the type of case it is, and it has a special circumstance allegation to make it ineligible for death. It's a no bail case.
John, do you know one of the things mentioned by the defense attorney in the court of the media in the publication of the district amendment? Does that at all affect how this case goes forward?
No, I'm not going to comment specifically on that, other than the fact that we're aware of it as well, and the rulings that the judge made are the rulings the judge made today on that. Anything else?
Thank you so
okay,
much.
thanks, Chris. Prove that was.
So you're taking a look at the photo right now. Riley Goodrich, 18 years old. Anthony Barajas, 19-year-olds. 2 young adults shot in the head while watching a movie at a nearly empty Corona, California theater on July 26th. They were found by an employee after the last showing of the night. It was showing of the movie The Purge. We want to stay in California, update you on a story out of Pleasanton, California, where the family of Philip Krychek, a missing runner, is speaking out tonight after officials have said that they found a body matching the description of Krychek. Here's the latest.
I think even when we think we have everything under control, even when we think we're strong and capable, accidents can happen that can really derail us from the course we set ourselves on, from the life we so carefully planned, so preciously planned. Life is truly fragile and delicate, and the past 3, almost 4 weeks showed me that crystal clear. Treat it with joy and kindness, and take on the hardships and heartaches with courage and bravery. I think we can't possibly ever truly express our appreciation and gratitude enough to really truly acknowledge what you have all done for us, our families, friends, volunteers, people who know Philip, people who don't know Philip, the communities from just multiple counties and citizens of Pleasanton. There are no words to really express our gratitude. I have told several people that if I can, I would really like to meet every single person who helped us, thought of us, who brought the coolers, filled it with ice every day, the food for the volunteers. I would really like to meet every single one of them, of you, on an individual level. I want to learn your names and what you do for a living. If you had to take off work to come and help us. There are really no words to truly express how difficult this is, and that's just how much we appreciate everybody's help. Hug your families, because you really don't know what's going to happen in the next moment. Life is strong, but it's very, very, very fragile and delicate. So please take care of each other.
And I think I want to say, from my perspective, I have the deepest respect and admiration for all of the volunteers, the organized search and rescue teams that have spent so much time in the field. The structure and the organization that they brought to this have just been incredible. We just have deep admiration for the work that all of these people have done. not to mention all of the members of the communities around here, Pleasanton and Dublin and Livermore and other areas in the Bay Area, that it's just been an outpouring of support that's been incredible. And it's really given us the strength, given me the strength to keep on going and to try to make the world the kind of place that I know Philip wanted it to be. And we know that he had lofty goals for this environment. And it really is something that we want to do to make sure that as we go forward, we're living in the way that Philip wanted us to live, and that we are respecting the things that he respected, and that we're raising those kids as the best we possibly can to follow in his footsteps. Our focus is shifting now onto the future. We have seen ourselves flipping back and forth from thinking about the past and thinking about the future. And it's both painful and joyful to remember all of the wonderful things that happened to us and how blessed we've been. And it's also daunting, but also energizing to think about the future and where we're going from here. And we know that there's been an enormous outpouring of support from Phil's colleagues, from friends around the world, everywhere. More funds have been raised, and right now our focus is on preparing for the future and making sure that Phil's kids and his family have what they need to do the things that we know Philip would want us to be doing. So I want to thank everyone for all of the support that you've given us. It's just been incredible. And it makes me feel humble and gives me the strength to keep on going and to make this world a better place.
For me, finding Philip now means looking at the world through his eyes. He found joy, he found love, he found community. And I want to share that vision of a good, caring community with everyone I know. I want to explore his paths and remember the good times and create special moments for his children, for his beautiful, caring wife, for her parents who have been with us every moment of the way. We appreciate everyone. We especially appreciate the people that have come to support us here, the new friends that I just love. I just love the people we've met here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As you guys work to heal, what do you need from the community at this point?
I'm sorry?
As you work to heal, what do you need from the community? Is there anything you need?
We've had such amazing support from this entire community and the wider community of all of the friends and people whose lives have touched ours. And I don't know what more we can ask. We just really have a deep sense of gratitude for what we've been offered.
How can people best honor Phil's memory?
Hold your family close. Make the world the kind of place that you want to raise your children in. And help each other raise your children. Keep your family strong.
And realize that the world is our family. We had no idea of how much community, how much love there is out there.
I think make time for other people. Be open to meeting new friends. Just take care of each other.
Folks, My name's Joseph. I'm with the Mercury News. Thank you for being here today. I'm so sorry for your loss. If you feel comfortable answering it, if you could just tell us what it was like to get the call Tuesday, to find out that Philip had been located.
It was hard. It broke us. But we had each other. It made us really grateful to the people who persisted, even though there was not so much hope.
We have felt the support from all of the people all along the way, and that has always been a source of comfort for me, and I really appreciate everything that people have done for me. It's hard to even know where to start, and words are so inadequate when it comes to saying how much we appreciate what people have done.
It was brutal. I think even when you were hoping for a miracle, even when you're hoping for a miracle, you don't realize that it's that last bit of hope that's been carrying you on. And it was brutal when that was taken away.
I think we felt empty.
No, I think I think Phil's told me that I'm the toughest person he knows when it counts the most. And if there's ever a time that counts the most, that'll be now.
My name is Omar. I'm with the San Francisco Chronicle. I'm wondering if you've heard of any private landowners perhaps impeding volunteers who are looking for Philip?
As far as we know, the people in the surrounding community have provided us all the support that we can get.
They've led us through their gates. Yes, they've been very supportive. It's kind of hard to imagine the thousands of people that have been treading on their backs doorsteps practically. It would be awkward for anyone. And they have been so tolerant of us. And I believe that many of them have joined in the search.
Yes.
So just some of the remarks from family members of Philip Krajcik. Again, that missing runner, a body has been found in that area off of a trail that he was hiking on. The family very, very emotional. Just a sad situation out in Northern California. We'll be watching that, as we haven't had the official confirmation yet whether or not that was in fact Philip Krajcik's body. When we come back, though, we want to go out to a story in Florida. $20,000 reward being offered for a St. Pete suspect accused of fatally shooting his girlfriend in front of her children. That's coming up here in 2 minutes on Live Now. Welcome back here to Live Now. We're taking you out to St. Pete. St. Pete Police Chief Anthony Holloway, joined by officials with the U.S. Marshal's Office and the ATF, along with Joanna Pica's mother today. Investigators say Pica was holding her 4-month-old baby when 38-year-old Benjamin Williams shot her multiple times in the face over the weekend. Her 4-year-old son was also in the car and saw the whole thing. We're going to play out that press conference for you from earlier.
Investigation into the Saturday shooting death of Joanna Pica. There are no new details in the homicide investigation, but we are here to talk about the search for the suspect. The manhunt for Benjamin Bambi Williams is a coordinated effort between the St. Petersburg Police Department, the Bureau of Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, and the U.S. Marshals Service. If you have information on Benjamin Williams' whereabouts, please call 1-877-WANTED-2. That's 1-877-WANTED-2. We need your help not only with tips, but with getting the word out. It's very, very important that we get him into custody as soon as possible. And so here today to speak about the search efforts are St. Pete Police Chief Anthony Holloway and Assistant Special Agent in Charge Craig Calamai from the ATF. Joanna Pica's mother is also here and will speak about her daughter and efforts to locate the man responsible for her daughter's death. It took a lot of courage for Ms. Pica to be here today. We are asking for your utmost respect and sensitivity during her time here at the podium. First up, Chief Anthony Holloway will speak.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. I'd like to first put out a special thanks to the United States Marshal Office, State Attorney's Office, Mr. Bruce Bartlett, and again with me today, Assistant Special Agent in Charge, ATF, Craig Calamai. What I'm going to do is go over the incident that happened on Saturday, then I'll open up for any questions if you wish. So on Saturday, approximately around 5:30, in the 200 block of 60th Street South, we received a call of a person shot. The officers located Ms. Pica in the vehicle, who had apparently been shot several times in the face while she was holding her 4-month-old baby. Let me say that again for you. 4-month-old baby. Also in the car was a 4-year-old baby. So again, a 4-month-old and a 4-year-old was in the car when she was shot several times in the face. She was holding that 4-month baby. What I also like to do is thank the witnesses that were there. They actually went to the car. They tried to render aid to Ms. Pica, and they didn't know she had the baby in her arms until they moved her. So again, that's how close that child came to being killed. So today, we're here to announce that there's a reward for the capture of Mr. Benjamin Williams, known as Bambi. ATF has had a reward for him, and also we were just informed this morning the United States Marshal Service is also offering a $10,000 reward. So with that.
Good afternoon. First of all, let me offer condolences to the family and the victim. ATF has been a strong federal partner to the St. Petersburg Police Department for many years. After I learned about the terrible and senseless death and details surrounding that, I was able to come to the chief and offer up a $10,000 reward for the capture of Benjamin Williams. In addition to that, working with the U.S. Marshal Service, we are also dedicating a team of agents to go out along with the police department, St. Pete, and the Marshal Service to also try and apprehend this person. What I'd like to do to the community is just appeal to you to give us that information. You see the billboards and you've heard the numbers. We need to capture this person as quickly as we can, get him off of the streets. So I'm just appealing to the community. Someone has seen him and we're asking that you get us the information and contact that line as soon as you see him. Thank you.
Craig, can you spell your name, please?
It's KMAI.
Thank you.
So I'd like to thank our federal partners because as of this moment, the reward for the capture of Williams is $20,000 for anyone that has any information on where we can locate him and where we can bring him into custody and for him to answer to the crime he has committed. So with that, I'll open it for any questions.
Chief, do you think this is a nationwide search? Is that why this has been involved?
We don't know what it is, but we just know that he did kill someone in our city, and thanks to our federal partners, there's no place for him to hide because wherever he is, with this information that's out there, we're going to find him, and we're going to do everything we can to bring him to justice.
Do you think he's left Pinellas County?
No, we don't know where he is, and that's why we're asking people today that after this press conference to please pick up a phone, please text us or whatever, and let us know where Mr. Williams is because we want him off the street. His family deserves this.
Chief, can you give us the background on this fugitive? Is he from this area or does he have any priors?
He is from this area. He has been known to be a suspect in several of our homicide cases here in St. Pete. I can get you more information if you want him on his criminal past, and I'll get with our public information officer to make sure you get that out.
Do you know what the relationship was between Williams and Pika?
Sure. So Benjamin Williams was dating Miss Pika. He is the father of the 4-month-old.
Are the children okay?
Well, I wouldn't say the children are okay. The 4-year-old witnessed his mother being killed, and the 4-month-old apparently wasn't hit by any rounds or anything. But that 4-month-old, that 4-year-old has got to live with that for the rest of their lives, watching his mom being executed.
Chief, do you have any ballistics or anything that matches to a weapon that maybe matches to Mr. Williams?
Well, our homicide team is doing a great job on that. This just happened on Saturday, so they will go back and look at all the cases to see if they can link anything to other cases, whether there's a shooting in our city or any other homicides in our city.
Can you elaborate on suspect in other homicides? Do you mean he's been arrested for other homicides, or what can you tell us about him being related to other homicides?
He's just been a person of interest in other homicides that have happened in our city.
Craig, can you tell us if you can look at the bullet or the casings and whatever projectiles have been received in evidence from the police department, and is there such thing as bullet DNA, and maybe tell us what type of gun that would come from?
Well, fortunately, St. Petersburg has the ability to do that by entering the shell casings into their own system, the brass track system. So that will be conducted through St. Pete, and they will actually have that ability to look at that. And yes, it does have a particular stamping and marking. These shell casings would. Now, whether or not they're matched to any other homicides or any other shootings is left to be seen, because the priority right now is to this homicide and getting this individual in custody.
And I know one thing that all federal agencies can help with a local agency is, obviously you brought money towards a reward, but you also help bring money in the forms of overtime and extra investigative services as well, don't you?
Absolutely. As I stated before, we are a very good partner with St. Petersburg, and we do have means to provide overtime for their officers in situations if they ask for or if they're working a particular case. So, yes, we do bring that to the table as well.
And I want to add on that the ATF is a very strong partner with us. As we said, prior to this, we've already had that piece of equipment here in our police department where we can do ballistic research on that. So the detectives are working on that. That piece of equipment was given to us last year by the ATF, so we want to thank them for that.
Were there any domestic issues that have been reported to you between these two individuals?
To my knowledge, no, there was no other domestic issue that I've seen here at the police department. But again, we'll get you more information on if there was ever any calls about domestic relationships between the two.
Is there a UFAP warrant out for him as well?
I'm sorry, was that?
The UFAP warrant, the federal warrant to flee prosecution.
No, the only warrant is out right now, the warrant for his arrest for a second-degree murder. That's the one that's outstanding for him at this moment.
Does he have any other pending cases against him, you know?
Again, he's a person of interest in several cases, so once we get him in, we would like to talk to him about those cases also.
Okay. My colleague says that he was arrested for a felon in possession of a firearm charge last year, and the state dropped those charges. Do you know anything about that case?
I do not, but again, I can do some research and follow up on that for you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, I'm going to bring Ms. Pica in at this moment so she can talk to you.
I am Jenna's mother. Wasn't easy for me to come today in front of you guys. But we need justice. The babies need justice. Jenna was a wonderful daughter. Most important, she was a wonderful mother of 2 babies. They went on the bed that night, out seeing their mother, out saying goodnight to their mother. I'm here to beg everybody. I need your help to find this guy. People like him, they shouldn't be on the street. Today he did it to my daughter. Tomorrow he can do it to somebody else. Please, if anybody have any information where he's hiding, please, please come forward and call the police. And they're working on it. Those babies need justice. We have to take care of them now. Both of them, they were on the car that day, then she got shot. One of them in front on her hands, and the other one on the back of the seat. Both of them, they are traumatized. Please, I'm begging one more time, please, please, if anybody knows anything, please come forward and help us. Help everybody.
What is your message to Mr. Williams?
If the father of the baby killed the mother, he's not human. This is my thoughts for him. He's not human. My daughter shouldn't deserve that shot from him. She was only 27 years old. She has 2 babies to raise. She didn't deserve that. No one should deserve that.
He deserves to be behind bars where he belongs. He shouldn't be on the street. That's the message we give him. He needs to be behind bars.
Thank you for speaking with us today. What would you like people to know about your daughter, just about who she was as a person, and what would you like people to know about her?
As a mother, Jenna was a wonderful daughter, wonderful person. Because she was that wonderful person, she got shot in that place. Then he called her to go and meet when his sister was buried there. And she trusted him. That's why she went there that day. That was my daughter. She felt bad for him because he was on his sister's graves. And she went there to show his son and support for him. That was my daughter.
Thank you for joining us again. It's very important that if anyone has information about Benjamin Williams' whereabouts, that they call the number here, 1-877-WANTED-2. Thank you again for joining us.
Sandra, can you tell us who, we don't have their names, and how to spell them?
Yes, this is Eleni Pika, and that's Eleni, same spelling for the last name, Peka.
And she spoke to me.
Esmeralda? What's your last name? I'll get with you afterwards on the spelling.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So the official update out of St. Pete, Florida earlier today, what you're seeing right here is that mugshot of Benjamin Williams, $20,000 being offered to anyone with any information on this murder suspect. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, more stories from across the country. We'll see you then. Welcome back here to Live Now, a little after 5 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 8 o'clock out there on the East Coast. We're going out to Milwaukee now, where a teacher says that she was never told that she was out of a job and then was arrested wrongfully for trespassing. Just now, Fox 6 in Milwaukee getting that body camera footage from that day in June. Here's that story.
And that is our big story tonight at 10. A former Milwaukee public school teacher says she was never told she was out of a job and claims she was wrongfully arrested for trespassing.
Yeah, this happened back in June, but tonight we have obtained police body camera video showing her arrest. Our Casey Cronus is live from MPS headquarters where this all went down. Casey?
That's right. A Fox 6 open records request returned dozens of audio files, videos, and documents showing what unfolded just outside these doors. It all started when a former teacher came here to inquire about deductions to her paycheck.
You're no longer an employee of MPS and that they've asked you to leave.
At Milwaukee Public Schools' central offices on June 1st, MPD officers approached DeShonda Bailey. Documents stating MPS security had called the police.
When I tried to have a conversation with you earlier, you would not listen to me.
Bailey, who was live streaming, tells officers she has emails to prove she is still employed. Several minutes pass before officers present Bailey with a notice of trespassing, asking her to leave.
I'm not going to have any more conversations regarding you need to leave.
A police report states that one of the responding officers spoke with the director of HR, who said, quote, they received an email from Bailey on Friday, May 28th, claiming she no longer wanted to be an employee with MPS. According to the report, district officials sent Bailey a resignation form and removed her from the directory. A payroll representative told police, quote, Bailey had been AWOL a lot the last few weeks, and because of that, they had to adjust her pay.
I'm getting to my
Place your hands behind your back. You are under arrest.
After being asked to leave several times, officers move in to arrest Bailey.
This should not have happened.
Beverly Hamilton Williams is advocating for Bailey.
They should have allowed her to go to her car and left it alone. But instead, they made it a police brutality case.
Place your hands behind your back.
Once in custody, police called an ambulance and Bailey was taken to the hospital. She's been charged with disorderly conduct and resisting or obstructing an officer. Police documents say an officer was also scratched during the arrest. Bailey declined an interview with us today, telling us she has yet to see these videos in full. We requested a statement from her attorney along with MPD. We did hear back from MPS, but they said because this is an ongoing investigation, they have no comment at this time. Reporting live in Milwaukee, Casey Cronus, Fox 6 News.
All right, Casey.
And staying in Wisconsin, Senator Ron Johnson raising questions of what the FBI knew before the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol. Here's that story.
Senator Ron Johnson raises questions of what the FBI knew before the January 6th chaos at the Capitol.
Fox 6 acquiring video of the senator speaking after a Milwaukee County Republican event in Wauwatosa recently. Jason Calvi spoke exclusively to the man heard in the video. Jason joins us live outside Jimmy's Island Grill. Jason?
Yeah, Ted, it happened right inside here. The senator spoke to a crowd, and then afterwards he was talking with those lingering around. He debated the Congressional Commission on the Capitol attack, something the senator voted against. The man who talked with the senator tells me he's a conservative, twice voted for Ron Johnson, and says he was once a big fan of the senator.
And I don't see these but are you watching what's happening in Michigan?
The state where the FBI said it broke up a plot to kidnap Michigan's governor.
So you think that the FBI had fully infiltrated the militias in Michigan? Are they not squad about what's happening with January 6th and what's happening with these groups? There is way more destroyed.
There's no public evidence the FBI infiltrated January 6th attackers or knew of specific plans, but the senator's office directs us to an FBI memo on January 5th warning of threats. His office says the depth of the FBI's involvement in the Michigan plot raises questions on if it had also infiltrated January 6 agitators. The man speaking with the senator talked exclusively with Fox 6 off camera on condition we'd not use his name. Tells Fox 6 his intention was to show Republican leaders, quote, "We're going to get shellacked in the election if we don't change course." He also wanted them to know some conservatives like him support the House committee investigating the Capitol attack.
And I'm sorry, that commission that Liz Cheney's sitting on right now, it's a total sham.
Johnson said that project is painting the nearly 75 million Americans who voted for Donald Trump as attached with domestic terrorists. And he says he's pushing back on that untrue narrative. He repeated that he opposes the violence.
Senator Johnson.
Right after this conversation, the person shooting the video, Bridget Kurt, spoke with Senator Johnson.
I just want to let you know there truly is a surge in Georgia. I work in hospice, so I just want to make sure you're encouraging people to get the vaccine.
I'm not going to do that. I don't encourage or discourage.
Okay, I'm just letting you know.
Kurt serves as a hospice educator in Atlanta, but grew up in the Milwaukee area and was staying at the same hotel as the Republican event.
I'm a Republican. I'm very pro-life Catholic, and it's really disturbed me that so many Republicans are not standing up for the truth when it came to the Capitol attack or COVID.
Now, earlier this summer, some conservatives had speculated that maybe FBI operatives had helped in the organization of the Capitol attack, but that's not backed up with any of the evidence. And the court documents for those charged in the attack right now don't mention any FBI undercover agents or operatives. Now, Senator Ron Johnson's office tells me that he did ask for that January 5th memo from the FBI, and they say that their response, the FBI's response, seems to show that the FBI had some intel something may happen on January 6th. We're live in Wauwatosa. Jason Calvi, Fox 6 News.
Jason, thank you.
And again, that was Fox 6 in Milwaukee. Jason Calvi reporting out there. Today, though, President Biden signing a bill into law at the White House to award congressional gold medals to those police officers that responded to the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. We didn't play out the whole thing for you, so we're going to play out those remarks. You'll hear from Vice President Kamala Harris as well as the president. Let's listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence your cell phones.
Thank you. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, accompanied by the Vice President of the United States.
Please be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to be with you. Speaker Pelosi, Chairwoman Amy Klobuchar, Ranking Member Roy Blunt, and all the members of Congress, including the Mayor of Washington, D.C., thank you for being here with us this afternoon. Like so many gathered here, I was at the United States Capitol the morning of Wednesday, January 6th. I was in a classified meeting with Senator Blunt on national security with fellow members of the Senate Intelligence Committee. And not long after I left, the chaos began. Like Americans everywhere, my husband Doug and I watched with absolute shock as our Capitol was under siege and the people within it afraid for their lives. What we know now is in the midst of that violent attack, there were countless acts of courage. And we are here today in the Rose Garden at the White House to recognize that courage. The officers of the United States Capitol Police and the DC Metropolitan Police risked their own lives to save the lives of others, both on January 6th and on April 2nd. They sacrificed so much to defend our nation. And in securing our Capitol, they secured our democracy. These officers are heroes. And these officers are patriots. And they deserve, today and every day, this honor. Our nation is grateful for your service. And now there are some officers who, of course, continue to suffer from the injuries seen and unseen. And I want to make it clear that you know that you are not alone and that we all stand with you. And of course, there are other officers who tragically lost their lives. There is nothing that we can do to bring these officers back or to take away the pain their families feel now. But it is my prayer that their sacrifice will serve as a constant reminder of the work we must all do together, of the vigilance we must have in order to protect our democracy. So I returned to the Senate at around 8 p.m. the night of January 6th. And we gathered in the Senate chamber, in the same chamber where the New Deal was struck and the Great Society was forged, in the same chamber where the interstate highway system was started and voting rights were won. And in that chamber, just before 1 a.m., as officers stood guard, the final vote was tallied. Democrats, independents, and Republicans came together and upheld the vote and the voice of the American people. As those officers continued, even at that late hour, to secure our Capitol, they secured our democracy. So let us never forget that, and let us always remember their courage. And now, it is my great honor to introduce a true champion for all those who serve in uniform, President Joe Biden.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Vice President Harris. Folks, not even during the Civil War did insurrectionists breach the Capitol of the United States of America, the citadel of our democracy. Not even then. But on January the 6th, 2021, they did. They did. A mob of extremists and terrorists launched a violent and deadly assault on the People's House, on the sacred ritual to certify a free and fair election. It wasn't dissent. It wasn't debate. It wasn't democracy. It was insurrection. It was riot and mayhem. It was radical and chaotic. And it was unconstitutional, and maybe most important, it was fundamentally un-American. An existential threat and a test of whether our democracy could survive, whether it could overcome lies and overcome the fury of a few who were seeking to thwart the will of the many. While the attack on our values and our votes shocked and saddened the nation, our democracy did survive. It did. Truth defeated lies. We did overcome. And that's because of the women and men of the U.S. Capitol Police, the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, and other law enforcement officials who we honor today. Speaker Pelosi, who led the effort in the House, Senator Klobuchar and Blunt, co-sponsors of the legislation in the Senate, and all my colleagues, Pat Leahy and House members as well that are here, thank you. Thank you. Today, I'm going to sign into law the bill you sent to me that awards the Congressional Gold Medal to the United States Capitol Police, the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, and other law enforcement for their service and defense of our democracy on January the 6th. To all of them, on behalf of our grateful nation, thank you, thank you, thank you for protecting our Capitol. Maybe even more importantly, for protecting our Constitution and saving the lives of duly elected members of the Senate and the House and their staffs. In these moments when we're still debating, these were tragic hours back then. You stood in the breach. You did your duty. Duty to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The events that transpired were surprising, but not your character or your courage, Chief, and all your men and women. I didn't grow up with any of you, but I know you. You're just like all the women and men I grew up with, particularly at that time, it was men, in Scranton and Claymont. Places where the neighborhood I lived in, you became a cop, a firefighter, or a priest. I wasn't qualified for any of them, so here I am. But look, all kidding aside, I got to know you. You're the same ones after a ball game in a visiting field. Come walking out of the gym if you want and you may get jumped by the other team or their supporters. You may be all by yourself, the only one standing there when you watch 6 people jump one of our teammates. What the hell would you do? You jump in. You jump in knowing you're going to get the hell beat out of you too. Police officer is not what you do. It's who you are. I got to know you after 36 years in the Senate, 8 years as vice president. You're always there. It's not a joke. It's not some hyperbole to suggest duty, honor, service. That's who you are. That's who your dad was. That's who your dad was. And America owes you a debt we can never fully repay. But I know receiving this award is bittersweet. On that day, more than 140 law enforcement officers suffered physical injuries, an untold number suffering emotional toll. 15 of you were hospitalized, and others were lost forever. May their souls rest in peace and rise in glory. I know each time you put on that shield in the morning, wherever you show for work, your families wonder whether they're going to get a call that day, a call they don't want to receive, hoping you come home safely. And it breaks my heart. It breaks the heart of the nation to remember that you were assaulted by thousands of violent insurrectionists at the capital of the United States of America. Jill and I would never have thought we'd have to join you in the Capitol Rotunda, not once but twice. Once to honor Officer Brian Sicknick, who lost his life, and a second time to honor Billy Evans, who lost his defending the Capitol as well. Both gave the full measure of their devotion to the country at the United States Capitol. Their families are here today. I know from similar, yes, we should clap for the families. I know, like others may know from personal experience, getting that phone call. It's nice to be honored and have those who you lost remembered. But it's tough to be here because it brings back everything like it happened 10 minutes ago. So I offer you not only our condolences, but recognize your courage, the courage of your children. And you have our most profound gratitude. You know, the fallen, in my view, are casualties of a struggle literally for the soul of America. A struggle that they didn't start, a struggle we didn't seek, and a struggle that by the grace of God will win. As I said, I know this is a bittersweet moment. As proud as Brian and Billy as you are, it still brings back pain the moment it happened. And also, we offer our prayers for the families of the Capitol Police Officer Howard Levengood. Those who've been around a while, we knew his dad. Knew his dad well. He was Secretary.
We're going to get back into this event in just a moment here, but we do have some breaking news coming out of the Echo Park area in Los Angeles. Guns drawn right now. Viewer discretion is advised, but authorities were in pursuit of a vehicle in this area today. Skyfox overhead right now looks as though the vehicle flipped over on its side. We believe there might be one more person inside of the car here. They already have taken at least 2 people into custody in handcuffs. We've been watching this shot here for the last couple of minutes, but they are approaching the vehicle, guns drawn right now again. And as we warned, viewer discretion is advised during any of these shots. These are live pictures coming out of Los Angeles. Skyfox, as we speak, almost 5:30 there in California. So if you're just joining us here right now on LiveNOW, we have live pictures over the Echo Park area where a police pursuit ended in, it looks as though a collision here with at least one vehicle. There's another vehicle that's entangled in these power lines. There's one down power line. So that person, we're not sure if anyone is inside of the car at this point in time. They might still be inside of their car. Still a very active scene out here. So we were hearing that the suspect of the car that flipped over, that driver was possibly armed. They already have multiple people in custody now, taken off in handcuffs. You can see this officer speaking to a person inside of the car right now, giving them some directions as to what to do, because as you know, I mean, this is dangerous. There's power lines overhead, possibility of electrocution here. So this is now where the majority of the focus has been pointed towards. Maybe 20 feet away, 40 feet away is a flipped over car, which we believe is the suspect vehicle that led police on a pursuit to this area where they're at now. But as we zoom in a little bit closer, we'll possibly be able to see some of the people inside of the car. Looks like maybe that airbag was deployed. It looks like maybe one person in the driver's seat. But as they take a wider angle, you can see these power lines down from what we think was the collision. Fire crews on scene now to safely get this person out of the car. Extra precaution being taken here. So as you can see, the driver in this car being safely taken out. This woman finding herself in a really unfortunate situation on this Thursday evening, a police pursuit turning into a collision into a power line, and she caught herself in the middle of that. Now the question is, how do you get this vehicle out of the line of fire here, literally? And there we go, pretty quick maneuver as we back out. Pretty destructive scene here. Again, a suspect who was reportedly armed, arrested, taken into custody. At least one person taken into custody. We saw multiple actually being taken off by police officers. We're going to try to get some more information on what led up to this arrest, as our Fox 11 team is clearly overhead right now, and we'll be reporting on it here in the coming hours. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now for Fox. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. Some of you will see that. Some of you will be staying on these live pictures overhead in Echo Park, California. So welcome back here to Live Now from Fox Echo Park, California area, where a flipped car is in the middle of your screen right now. This is because of a police pursuit. We're not exactly sure how the car flipped on its back here. It leads us to believe that it was a pretty aggressive police chase, but we have multiple people who are in custody at this time. Still a very active scene, as there was another car involved because of a down power line. But we want to take you back to just maybe 10 minutes ago, to the beginning of these arrests that were made. Take a look at this. Guns drawn, dogs out, one person at least in this car. This was right as our Skyfox was getting to the scene here, as he backs up. He was one of several people inside of the flipped car. We're just going to stay on this because you can see that second person getting out of the car too. Both of them seem to be uninjured, despite the car on its back here. So we believe that man in all black was the driver. We were getting reports, preliminary reports, that he was armed. We don't know what led to this police pursuit. As they take that second person into custody there on the top right-hand corner of the screen. So they ended up approaching the vehicle. I don't believe any other arrests were made. No more people inside of this car. But they definitely took precaution, and that's when the scene changed a little bit, led us over to this power line situation where a woman had to be rescued out of her car out of an abundance of caution. Let's take you back out live to the scene now, as it's going to be a long night for officers, an investigation underway, as they're going to have to tow away that car and clean up the mess of the down power lines, which quite frankly could have injured that woman who was inside of her car. If we get any other details, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox, but we're going to head back into some of those remarks from President Biden in D.C. today, awarding the highest honors to those Capitol Police officers who responded on January 6th at the Capitol during the insurrection. Rioters showing up and really making that day that will remain a remembered date in history, January 6th. Let's listen in to the president from earlier today, and then we'll follow up on what he's been doing. He's had a pretty busy day today. Andrew Kraft will be stepping up here for the next couple of hours. Here's President Biden.
Families of the Metro Police Officer Jeffrey Smith. For anyone out there facing trauma, for anyone still struggling, please know there is help available. My fellow Americans, the tragedy of that day deserves the truth above all else. We cannot allow history to be rewritten. We cannot allow the heroism of these officers to be forgotten. We have to understand what happened, the honest and unvarnished truth. We have to face it. That's what great nations do, and we are a great nation. In the past weeks and months, We've heard the officers themselves, some of whom are here today, describe what happened. The threats, the violence, the savageness. When asked what he was fighting for, Officer Hodges, who's here today, stated it eloquently. One word: democracy. My fellow Americans, let's remember what this was all about. It was a violent attempt to overturn the will of the American people, to seek power at all cost, to replace the ballot with brute force, to destroy, not to build. Without democracy, nothing is possible. With it, everything is. So, my fellow Americans, we must all do our part to perfect and to preserve our democracy. It requires people of goodwill and courage to stand up to the hate, the lies, the extremism that led to this vicious attack. It requires all of us working together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, on behalf of the common good to restore decency, honor, and respect for our system of government. And above all, it requires all of us to remember who we are at our best as a nation, as we see it in the law enforcement officers who are here today, the best of our nation. Congressional Gold Medal Awards today will be housed in 4 locations. 2 medals will be displayed at the U.S. Capitol Police Department and the Washington, D.C. Metro Police Departments, so that every morning you officers walk by seeing those medals and remember the heroism of their colleagues and the importance of their work. The 3rd medal will be displayed at the Smithsonian Museum with a plaque honoring all law enforcement that protected the Capitol on January 6th, so all visitors can understand what happened that day. And the 4th one will be displayed at the Capitol itself to remind us all who served and currently serve there, and all who visit, the honor and the service of those who protect and preserve all of us. I'll now ask Speaker Pelosi if she's able, not able, willing, and Senator Klobuchar and Senator Blunt, Chief Conti and Chief Manger, and the other officers here today to join me as I sign this bill into law. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops and all those who serve watch over our democracy. Come on, everybody.
You probably want Leahy.
Yeah, come on, sure. Patrick, come on.
That was very powerful.
Oh, I know. Okay, come on. This is a silly way to do this. Mommy will explain this to you later. So I can give it. There you go. You're all fit in. Now he's 50. You put the top on. Oh, you got it. Thank you so much.
There's helper there, too.
Nance.
We got Amy over here.
Amy.
Roy behind you.
Right here.
Roy. Now, you got to help me out. Okay? Would you give a pen to the other people back there, and then I'll get pens from you, okay? All right? And you hand them out now, right?
Oh, it's going to hit this one.
Thank you, sir. No. You know, the truth of the matter is, we've all been around at home. Yes. A lot of our colleagues at home in harm's way. Lost a few friends. Oh, thank you very much. That's really great.
Oh, it's
Hey, how are you? Thanks for coming out. Thank you so much. How are you?
President, thank you. It's an honor.
Anyway, thank you all so very much. You're incredible. I know there's nothing happy about this, but it's important to be commemorated. Thanks. Thanks for talking to speaking up. All right. Now I think what they're going to do, if you're willing, is we're going to take the families are going to go that way and maybe go in and come in the Oval Office that way, okay? We'll get some pictures taken. All right? And the officers as well, if you're willing, okay? So we'll show.
All right, so we've been listening to this event that we played for you live. We wanted to play this for you yet again from start to finish. President Biden today signing a bill honoring police officers who defended the Capitol during the January 6th insurrection. The legislation will help create congressional gold medals for 3 members of the U.S. Capitol Police in Washington's Metropolitan Police Department, as well as to the Smithsonian Institution. The Senate voting unanimously earlier this week to approve the legislation in the wake of 2 more suicides of District of Columbia officers who were at the Capitol that day. There, the president was meeting with the children of the late Capitol Hill police officer Brian Sicknick and his widow. There he was joined by Senators Klobuchar and Blunt, Speaker Pelosi, as well as Chief Conti of the Metropolitan Police Department and the new chief of the U.S. Capitol Police Force, Chief Manger. So we wanted to show you that. We're going to stay in Washington at the moment because we want to show you yet again what President Biden was also up to before that event today. He was meeting with auto executives, signing an executive order indicating that he wants all autos, all vehicles, all cars in the United States by 2030 to be at least 50% down on emissions. And so we want to play that for you. He wants those cars to be at least electric by 2030, 50% of the U.S. auto market. So he's being joined by union members, auto CEOs, and members of Congress discussing this earlier today. Let's take a listen.
President, it's my honor to be here with you today. We know that the UAW and Joe Biden have worked together from your earliest days in Delaware, where we supported you in your first run for office. We were there at the beginning, and we are so proud to be here now with our brother in the White House here today. UAW members are excited about the future. The UAW is ready to build these electric cars, trucks, and the batteries that go in them. We know that President Biden has our back. We know he understands that we can grow our industry and preserve and create more good-paying union jobs through his Build Back Better plan. We know that this president understands that as we move towards this bright future, none of us will be left behind, that we are the true engine in making this technology work, grow, and power America's middle class. That is why I'm proud to introduce President Biden today as a UAW member and a proud American. Mr. President, you have our back and we have yours. Thank you, President Biden.
Please, everybody sit down. Please, please, please. Good afternoon. Before I begin, let me start with something, I apologize, more somber. I learned a couple of hours ago when my staff came in that a close friend of mine, and I think of many of you as well. Rich Trumka died today from a heart attack. The reason I was a few minutes late coming out, and I apologize for that, I was talking to his wife and to his son who called. He wasn't just a great labor leader. He was a friend. He's a friend of yours too, Debbie, I think. And he's someone I could confide in, and you knew whatever he said he'd do, he would do. It was simple, Tommy. You knew him well as well. He was always there. He was an American worker, always fighting for working people, protecting their wages, their safety, their pensions, and their ability to build a middle-class life. I've also believed that the middle class built America, but I know who built the middle class: unions. Unions built the middle class. There's no doubt that Rich Trumka helped build unions all across this country. My heart goes out to Barbara and Rich Jr. and the grandkids. And I might point out that, I used to always kid him. He was from soft coal country. I was from hard coal country. We used to have this thing about, he used to be president of the United Mine Workers, and that's how he got started. Folks, let me now turn to today's event. I want to thank Bernie for the introduction and for being part of the best auto workers in the world. Thank you, Ray Curry, president of UAW. If you're here, Ray, I was in with you. It's good to see you, pal. And I also want to thank the leaders of the big three companies for being here today. Mary Barra, she General Motors. I want to tell you, I think she's one of the reasons we're here today. We had a long discussion on a Zoom call with a bunch of labor leaders and other major business leaders, and she made a commitment, and she's keeping it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Jim Farley of Ford. And by the way, my dad was in the automobile business. He sold Fords for a while, but mostly General Motors products. But you see that sucker over there? 0 to 60 in 4.1 seconds. It's all electric. I tell you what, and I want to say publicly, I have a commitment from Mary: when they make the first electric Corvette, I get to drive it. Right, Mary? You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding. And my entire Secret Service detail went, oh my God, let's go. And Mark Stewart of Stellantis, Mark, we used to have one of your big plants in my state, and as the man I'm about to recognize, a special thanks to all the members of Congress who are here, but I want to pay particular recognition to my chairman, my buddy, we served together for years, Tommy Carper. Tom, and I know that I kid my Michigan friends, but I just want you to know, say to Senators Heinrich and Markey and Whitehouse and Padilla and Duckworth, and I'm leaving some folks out, I'm sure, Representative Kathy Castor, and the Michigan delegation that's here today, Debbie Stabenow, Senator Gary Peters, Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, who is automobiles, and Dan Kildee. But I want you all to know, I remind the Michigan delegation of this. It used to be when I first got elected, Deb, and I used to tell your husband this as well, we had a higher percentage of auto workers in Delaware than any state in the union, including Michigan. Now, the fact we had a very small population, and we had almost 100,000 auto workers in our states, counting the Autolite and others, had something to do with it. But I just want to be very straightforward. UAW brung me to the dance, as they say. And I also know we're missing someone truly special and a dear friend of all of us, Senator Carl Levin, who passed away last week. Carl and I served together for 30 years in the United States Senate together. He was one of the most, I think all my colleagues who know him will attest to this, one of the most honorable people, most decent people I've not only served with, but I've ever known. He was a tireless champion of the American worker and the iconic American automobile industry. And so he embodied everything that his beloved Michigan and our country represents. Respect, dignity, pride in the nation and pride in what we built. And so today, labor and industry, state and local leaders, we're all working together to write the next chapter of the American story. As I've said before, we're in competition with China and many other nations for the 21st century. To win, we're going to have to make sure the future will be made in America. You know, back in May, I toured the Ford plant, as I mentioned, a state-of-the-art facility in Dearborn, where the UAW workers like Bernie are building the first ever all-electric Ford 150. And as I said, the best part is I got to drive it. It's incredible, and just like the other vehicles that are behind me today. They're a vision of the future that is now beginning to happen, a future of the automobile industry that is electric, battery electric, plug-in hybrid electric, fuel cell electric. It's electric, and there's no turning back. The question is whether we'll lead or fall behind in the race for the future. It's whether we'll build these vehicles and the batteries that got them to where they are in the United States, here in the United States, or we're going to have to rely on other countries for those batteries. Whether or not the job to build these vehicles and batteries are good-paying union jobs, jobs with benefits, jobs that's going to sustain the continued growth of the middle class. They have to be. They have to be made here in America. Right now, China is leading the race. It is one of the largest and fastest-growing electric vehicle markets in the world. And a key part of the electric vehicle, to state the obvious, is the battery. And right now, 80% of the manufacturing capacity for these batteries is done in China. And here's the deal. It's not China's battery technology that's much more innovative than anyone else's. Remember, our national labs in America, our universities, our automakers led in the development of this technology. We led in the development of this technology. And there's no reason why we can't reclaim that leadership and lead again. But we just have to move, and we have to move fast. You know, when Barack and I were in office, President Obama and I were in office, that's what we were doing. In 2009, the automobile industry was flat on its back. We were told that we'd never be able to sell American-made cars at the same rate as we did before. But we didn't listen to the naysayers. We even had some in both parties who didn't think we should, quote, bail out the industry, if you remember. Well, we bet on the American worker, and we extended a lifeline, and they stepped up, made sacrifices to do it, and we saved more than 1 million jobs in the process. Working with the auto industry, we set fuel efficiency standards and provided incentives for folks to buy fuel-efficient vehicles. Through the Recovery Act, we made the largest investment in clean energy and battery technology ever made. And then the previous administration came along into office, and they rolled back the standards we set. Despite bipartisan support for consumer incentives, they also let the federal tax credit expire, penalizing auto workers who were at the time selling most electric vehicles in the world, in the United States. They announced infrastructure, when they announced Infrastructure Week, they did it for every week for 4 years, and not once got anything done. Not once. Folks, the rest of the world is moving ahead. We've just got to step up. Government, labor, and industry working together, which you're seeing here today. We have a playbook, and it's going to work. Today, I'm announcing steps we're taking to set a new pace for electric vehicles. First, I'm following through on the campaign commitment to reverse the previous administration's short-sighted rollback of vehicle emissions and efficiency standards. I'm doing so with the support of the auto industry, the automobile industry. Today, the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Transportation are unveiling proposals to do just that. These agencies are beginning to work on the next round of standards for a broad class of vehicles, for cars, SUVs, pickup trucks, medium and heavy-duty vehicles. Importantly, we have announcements today from automakers representing nearly the entire auto industry market who have positioned around the ambition of 40 to 50% of all vehicles sold by 2030 in America being electric. This is a big deal. But to unlock the full potential, we have to keep investing in our workers and our manufacturing capacity. And that's what our Build Back Better plan is all about. It's about leveraging once-in-a-generation investments in a whole of government effort to lift up American auto workers and strengthen the American leadership in the world in a clean car technology, trucks, and not just cars, but trucks as well, and buses. You know, that's why today I'm signing an executive order setting out a target of 50% of all passenger vehicles sold by 2030 will be electric and set in motion an all-out effort. That's why, along with the members of Congress here today, we're working around the clock on the Build Back Better plan, which does three critical things. One, it transforms our infrastructure. We're going to put Americans to work modernizing our roads, our highways, our ports, our airports, rail, and transit systems. You know, that included putting IBEW members and other union workers to work, installing a national network of 500,000 charging stations along our roads and highways and at our homes and our apartments. Two, we're going to boost our manufacturing capacity. The Build Back Better plan invests in new and retool facilities and employs workers with good paying wages, good jobs. It grants to kickstart new battery and parts production, loans and tax credits to boost manufacturing of these clean vehicles. And our Build Back Better plan makes the largest investment in research and development in generations. This will help innovate, manufacture, and build the supply chains for batteries, semiconductors, and those small computer chips and electric trucks and cars are going to be even more reliant upon as we move forward. Never again should we be in a situation we face today with a semiconductor shortage. And we know these kinds of federal investments, we know that they work. It was the Defense Department and NASA that got the modern semiconductor industry on its feet decades ago. Our own Department of Energy pioneered and transformed the battery industry where Barack and I, when we were in office. And with the help of the Recovery Act, grants and loans, battery prices dropped 85% because we were forward-looking. We need that same mindset today. Thirdly, support of consumers and fleets. That means purchasing incentives for consumers to buy clean vehicles, union-made right here in America, like the ones championed by Debbie Stabenow and Ron Wyden in the Senate, which provides $7,500 basic credit, $2,500 credit for vehicles made in America, and an additional $2,500 credit for union-made vehicles. That means spurring demand by converting the federal government's enormous fleet of vehicles. We have over 600,000 vehicles, we have a lot of vehicles, 60,000 of them, I should say, into an all-American made clean vehicles. So that's what we're going to do as we roll out and get rid of the existing fleet. We're going to support the electric transit system as well and the electric school buses. Look, and there's one other thing we have in our playbook that will help us outcompete other nations: the American worker. The American worker. I really believe this, and I know you guys do too. The American worker is our ace in the deck. Now I know many of you watching at home are like the folks I grew up in Scranton and Claymont, Delaware. They feel left out, left behind in an economy and an industry that's rapidly changing. I get it. I understand it. But we're going to leave no one behind. Nearly 90% of the jobs created in our infrastructure plan do not require a bachelor's degree. And when we invest in our infrastructure, we're going to buy American products, American materials, and services from American businesses made in America by American workers. And we're going to do everything in our power to encourage and protect the right of workers to unionize and collectively bargain. The bottom line is, we are proposing a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America. That's what it's going to be. And we need automakers and other companies to keep investing in America. We need them not to take the benefits of our public investments and expand electric vehicles and battery manufacturing production abroad. We need you to deepen your partnership with the UAW, continue to pay good wages, support local communities across the country. That's why I'm so proud the UAW is standing here today as well. It's why I'm proud that the three largest employers are sitting here and their sights are set, not only on electric vehicles, but on expansion, expanding union jobs, expanding the middle class. It matters. You know, in the spring, I kept my commitment to convene leaders of all the major economies in the world. It was not in person, but we did it on a Zoom call with a whole bunch of folks, including the heads of state of China, India, Japan, the European Union, for a meeting hosted in the White House on the most consequential issues facing the world. And the agreement was, it's the climate crisis. And I made clear what I've long believed and I think of when I think of the climate crisis. Beyond the devastation of the lives and livelihoods and the health of our very planet, when I hear climate, I think jobs, good paying union jobs. I wanted the world to see there was a consensus that we're at an inflection point in world history. If we act to save the planet, we can also come out of it better. We can create millions of good-paying jobs that generate significant economic growth and opportunity and raise the standard of living for people not only here but around the world. But I also wanted to put the world on notice. America is back. America is back. We're in the competition for the 21st century, the future that will be built right here in America. Let me close with this. Our economy is recovering. In 6 months, we're seeing the fastest job growth on record at this point in any administration in history, the fastest economic growth in nearly 40 years. And we've shown each other in the world that there's no quit in America. None, none, none. And it's never, ever, ever been a good bet to bet against America. We are the United States of America. There's not a single solitary thing, nothing, beyond our capacity to get done when we do it together. We have to act, and that's what we're doing today. And again, I want to thank the CEOs of the automobile companies, and I also want to thank all the auto workers. Thank you all for being here today. Now I'm going to sign the executive order, but I'd like to invite my congressional colleagues to come up if they're willing to stand behind me here when we do this, and others who know they're supposed to come on up. Thank you all very much. I hope I didn't get in trouble by saying it. Tommy, good to see you back. How are you, man? Now, come on, let's let the CEOs come up here too. Now, when I sign, it's so bright. When I sign this executive order, usually I'm able to give a pen to all the folks who are part of it. I've got one pen, but I'm going to make sure you each,
We're going to fight.
you each are going to get a pen, I promise you. This is an executive order strengthening America's leadership in clean cars and trucks. And again, let me start off by thanking the CEOs as well as the UAW. But you all you electeds are the reason why it's happening. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right.
All right.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, so we've just been listening to President Biden, and there he took a step toward his goal of slashing greenhouse gas emissions today with this executive order. It's aimed at making half of all new cars sold in 2030 electric. It's a move made with the backing from some of the biggest automakers in the country. He was being joined there by the CEO of GM, Mary Barra. Also, the CEO of Ford, Jim Farley, was also in attendance today. Let's just listen back in.
Labor and the largest employers. And Mary had a lawsuit against California on the standards. Yeah.
It's kind of hard to make out exactly what they're talking about, but he's being joined by a lot of the Michigan Democratic congressional delegation there with Senators Peters and Stabenow, Representative Kildee, Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, also the Secretary of Transportation there, Pete Buttigieg as well. So we just wanted to show you those remarks. The administration to there also proposed new vehicle emissions standards that would cut pollution through 2026, starting with a 10% stringency increase in the 2023 model year. So interesting developments there as the auto industry increasingly moves toward more electric vehicles. At this moment, though, we still want to take an opportunity to look back on the life of the AFL-CIO president, Richard Trumka, who passed away suddenly today at the age of 72. You heard there at the beginning of those remarks, President Biden remembering him as a friend to labor, but a friend to the president personally. Here, Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively looks back at the news today.
I rise today with some sad, some horrible news about the passing of a great friend, Rich Trumka, who left us this morning.
Richard Trumka, the president of the powerful AFL-CIO, died unexpectedly on Thursday. Democratic lawmakers noted his passing, with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi calling the 72-year-old an unsurpassed titan of labor. As head of the AFL-CIO since 2009, Trumka led its 56 unions and 12.5 million members.
What a strong, vibrant, committed leader. We've worked together on so many different issues.
Trumka was a lawyer and a third-generation coal miner from Pennsylvania. He vowed to keep unions strong, although under his leadership, nationwide union membership continued its years of decline to less than 11% of Americans.
You just had to admire the man, period. No matter what side of the aisle you were on, your thoughts about unions, I don't think they've had a more passionate, determined leader.
Trumka worked with Congress for decades on shaping policy and labor laws, most recently advising lawmakers on how to reopen the economy during the COVID pandemic and providing influential input into President Biden's infrastructure and jobs proposals.
He was an American worker, always fighting for working people, protecting their wages, their safety, their pensions, and their ability to build a middle-class life.
Last month, President Biden nominated Trumka's son to the Consumer Product Safety Commission. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thanks for that update there. I want to go out to an interview that I did a little bit earlier, interviewing the head of Unite Here, which is a large labor organization in the United States with about 300,000 active members. The union's members work predominantly in the hotel, food service, laundry, warehouse, and casino gaming industries. I interviewed the head there, Dee Taylor. He was a longtime friend of Richard Trumka's and got his reaction to the sad news today of his passing. Here's that interview right now. We're being joined right now by Unite Here's Dee Taylor. You lead the labor union there, both in the U.S. and Canada, more than 300,000 members. What was your reaction today with the passing of Richard Trumka quite suddenly at the age of 72?
I think like everybody, I was shocked. I've known Richard 30 years, and he's always been a fighter and very passionate about workers, his family, the people he loved, and the plight of workers no matter where they were from, what their sexual preference was, what color they were. Richard was always there fighting for them.
And what does this mean for the labor movement writ large in the country without a leader like this heading the AFL-CIO? Do we have any kind of insight into, who could accompany him and be his successor?
Well, I have a motto like you hear lots of times in sports, next person up. I mean, the labor movement's much bigger than one person. He just personified, I think, the best of the labor movement, but it's incumbent upon all of us to stand up and rise and carry on his thoughts, legacy, and passion for workers.
And Dee, you heard there in that story just how upset and emotional Chuck Schumer got on the floor today. Also, President Biden, who was also close friends with Trumka. What does this mean, though, for especially the Democratic Party going forward? They're staunch friends of labor, and without this champion for labor now in their midst, what does it mean politically going forward?
Oh, I think we have lots of champions. I mean, you never duplicate somebody like Rich Trumka. You can just try to follow in his footsteps and do the very, very best. Rich was very passionate to make sure that the PRO Act gets passed, to make sure we have a jobs bill, to make sure that all Americans and folks who are from this country or not in this country have a fair shake of the American dream, to rise up in the middle class. The middle class has been under attack, and it's about time that the middle class rises up and all of us share in the prosperity in this country. And that's what Rich stood for, day in and day out.
And we appreciate you coming on, but can you kind of give us maybe some, anecdotal stories from when you and Richard worked together back in the 80s and the 90s on some of these really key labor issues that the country was facing at the time?
Well, I was very close to Richard because we had 2 long strikes in Las Vegas. We had a 9.5-month strike at the Horseshoe and a 6.5-year strike at the Frontier. And there was no better ally who came to us all the time, who did everything to rally the labor movement behind us to win those strikes. I'm convinced we could not have won those without Richard Trumka. I will be permanently indebted to Richard, along with our union. He set the example for the labor movement at the Pittston strike, where he made his mark in the late 80s, early 90s. And Rich was a family man. He loved to fish. He loved to hunt. He loved to talk about his grandkids. He loved to talk about his son. He embodied the best of our country. And I'm extremely sad today. I can't hide that. But I know what Rich would want. And he'd say, get up, quit the tears, stand up and fight, and make sure that worker gets the best shake possible and has a piece of the American dream that everybody should have in this country.
All right, Unite Here's Dee Taylor joining us here live now from Fox, recounting the life of Richard Trumka. We appreciate you coming on and telling some of your stories together. We'll be following the reaction in the next couple of hours as well. All right, so that was my interview earlier this afternoon, but we're also getting reaction from former President Obama, tweeting this today: from the coal mines of Pennsylvania to the halls of Congress. Rich Trumka was a fierce advocate for working Americans. He loved this country, and he never missed an opportunity to remind us what we can be, thinking of his family, friends, and the Federation on this difficult day. Anyway, we are going to be moving on to some of the other stories we have yet to get to. First, though, we're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. I want to thank you for being with us on your Thursday night. There's a lot more we have left to get to, but first, we'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to go out now to an event held earlier today in the state of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis being joined by the House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, talking about the situation in Cuba, pleading for more freedoms for the Cuban people. But this was also kind of a hallmark of the current feud going on between President Biden and Governor DeSantis about how he is handling his state's recent surge with Delta variant cases there in the Sunshine State. At the event we showed you, a reporter asked the president about Governor DeSantis, to which Biden replied, "Governor who?" And so this is kind of a tit for tat at the moment right now. But let's go out to this event from Florida today about the situation in Cuba.
Thank you all for being here today. Particularly, I want to thank my colleagues in Congress for being here, and for Kevin McCarthy, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy. While the administration is studying and looking and reviewing, and even when the Cubans were in the streets after a week, he announces what? A group to study ways to increase remittances into the island. By the way, something that the regime has been asking for. Well, that has been taking place. And while the president meets and listens to those who in many cases have years of advocacy for the interests of the regimes, for a unilateral lifting of sanctions, that's why we're so grateful to Leader McCarthy for creating this group, for leading. He has sent letters to people around the world demanding solidarity. He's actually sent a letter to the president demanding a meeting with the president to deal with this urgent, important issue. It's urgent and important to the people of Cuba, to this entire hemisphere, but also to the national security interests of the United States. So while the administration is at best confused, or at worst listening to the allies of the Castro regime, we are so grateful to the leadership of Kevin McCarthy and of our colleagues in Congress. With that, let me start by introducing somebody who needs no introduction. He served the United States honorably in the military. He served in the House of Representatives. He's always been a transparent voice for freedom. He's been a clear voice against socialism and Marxism and communism. He is the great governor of the state of Florida, Governor DeSantis.
All right. Well, thanks, Mario, and it was a pleasure serving with you. I saw Ileana is here. Where's Ileana? We used to work together as well, and you always knew when there was fights for freedom, the people in South Florida were always going to be on the side of those seeking to fight authoritarian regimes and to fight Marxism and Leninism. And we're here at with the Bay of Pigs veterans. 60 years ago, 6 decades, they knew what was at stake, and they put their lives on the line to be able to have a free Cuba. They understood what a Marxist dictatorship would mean, and it's meant exactly what they understood: decades of repression and misery that has dominated that island. We are now in a situation, maybe for the first time since then, where you have a real shot to have a change, to have freedom sweep the island. You have people who are being very brave that are out on the street knowing the risks that they're facing. And we have had many of these people have disappeared. We don't know where they've gone. The regime is absolutely cracking down. And so these are times where people who support freedom need to stand together, and we need to stand with the people of Cuba. A free Cuba would be in the interest of the United States of America. I mean, if you want influence of the Communist Party of China in the Western Hemisphere and Russia, then support the regime in Havana, because they want every nefarious influence around the world comes through there. If you want no Chinese influence, you don't want Russian influence, then you should want a free Cuba. If you want to have a good Western Hemisphere and not have all these problems in places like Venezuela and Nicaragua, then you should want to see a change in the regime in Havana, because Havana has for decades spawned all kinds of disruptions and oppression throughout the Western Hemisphere. So we have an opportunity as a country. Certainly the state of Florida stands unequivocally with the people of Cuba. We have an opportunity, though, to make a difference. And it requires leadership from the White House. It requires the president to show and take tangible steps to stand with the people of Cuba. Don't do things that are going to bolster the regime. Don't do remittances. Don't help Venezuela. Don't do any of those things. Stand with these freedom fighters. I called immediately for internet to be restored, to have the United States take the lead. That has not happened yet. There's a bunch of different ways where that could possibly be happening. And what I've told people is, look, if the U.S. government won't do it, if we can do it in Florida, if there's a company that will do it, we'll work to do it. I mean, this is really, really important and really is a no-brainer for something that we should want to see. So I thank everybody who's been in this fight. I think this morning we had a couple different events and heard some really heartbreaking stories about what is happening over there. And now's the time to be able to stand up. So I want to thank the House of Representatives member, Leader McCarthy, all the other representatives for coming down here and listening firsthand. I think they were already on the same page anyways, but I think their resolve is probably going to be strengthened now hearing some of the powerful stories. And so this is an important moment. This is a critical time. We need leadership, and we need it now. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. I want to thank the leader, the members of Congress, all the elected officials, of course, our great governor. We're here united in one voice for one cause, and that cause is freedom, libertad, which is what the Cuban people clamored for on July 11th. It's what the Cuban people continue to clamor for. But yet, we have inaction, we have lack of courage, lack of leadership in the Biden administration. I have one question for him. What is taking so long? You heard from our governor. Here in Florida, we stand ready and committed to helping the Cuban people for their quest for freedom. I'm the daughter of Cuban exiles, but my story is similar to so many other stories here. We've seen families ripped apart, dreams unfulfilled, generations of individuals that never got to visit their homeland, people that have since passed without ever being able to step foot on that island 90 miles from our shores. And so for me, it's personal. For many people in this room, it's personal. And for these representatives that are from all parts of this country, I believe that it's personal for them too. And so I'm honored to be here with so many great leaders lending their voice for the cause of freedom. Estamos aquí hoy con los miembros del Congreso de diferentes partes del país, con miembros de los oficiales electos aquí del Estado, unidos en una voz y por una causa. La causa, libertad. Hemos visto desde el 11 de julio, el pueblo cubano se ha tirado para la calle en una manera que nunca hemos visto. Y estamos unidos con ellos. Y vamos a seguir insistiendo que esta administración busque la manera de ayudar al pueblo cubano, que traiga la libertad, que traiga la democracia. No podemos esperar. Y le tengo sola una pregunta a la administración de Biden. ¿Por qué se está demorando? ¿Por qué se está demorando? Necesitamos el apoyo de los Estados Unidos, necesitamos seguir insistiendo que el pueblo cubano puede llegar a sus sueños de libertad. Como hija de miembros exiliados de Cuba, les digo que mi cuento es igual que el de los de tantas personas aquí. Mi historia es igual que tantas personas aquí, que hemos visto familias que no se han podido ver, hemos visto sueños sin poder realizar, hemos visto generaciones de personas que nunca han podido regresar a su país. Y ahora es el momento de cambiar esa historia para tantos cubanos que desesperadamente están buscando libertad. Les doy las gracias de nuevo al líder McCarthy, a los miembros del Congreso, y les pido que sigan unidos con nosotros, porque no podemos dejar este momento pasar sin traer de una manera que hemos esperado tanto, la libertad para el pueblo cubano. Muchas gracias.
As I mentioned, while the Biden administration is at best confused or at worst listening to those who are the apologists for the regime, Leader McCarthy has been clear from day one, not only now, but from day one. He has been leading. He has been leading the effort. He is standing firm. He is continuing the pressure. So it is a privilege now to introduce the Republican leader of the United States House of Representatives, soon to be the Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy. Thank you, Mario. I want to thank the governor. I want to thank the lieutenant governor. Most importantly, I want to thank the members. This is a small group of the advisory group working on the idea of freedom. This is our second day, listening, sitting down with individuals, hearing unbelievable stories, and now standing here in a museum that knew more than 60 years ago. The Brigade of 2506 knew exactly what they were fighting for. The fight still stays on today. The oppression. You cannot be the leader of the free world to believe what happened on July 11th, 12th, and 13th is about COVID. It's about freedom. You cannot be the leader of the free world when those who crave freedom and you sit silent. You cannot be the leader of the free world if you want to appease socialism and communism. That's not the country of who we are. That's not what we stand for. We've watched time and again the failure of communism, the oppression of socialism. You cannot be the leader of the free world where people are gathered, put into prison and never heard from all ages. You cannot be the leader of the free world if you want to see freedom, not just in Cuba, but throughout Latin America. This is the place to be. This is what to fight for. And you cannot be the Speaker of the House if you adjourn the House without even bringing up a resolution to tell the freedom fighters in Cuba that we stand with you. And we will not back down. That's why we're here. And I will tell you, the testimony we have heard is so powerful. Just last night, I heard from one. He talked of his mother and father, those who gave him life in Cuba today. He told us that they have COVID, but he did not ask for medicine. He said, do not send medicine, send freedom. That is what this fight is about. This is what this fight was about more than 60 years ago. This is a moment, this is a movement, but again, where is the president? Where is the Speaker of the House? Why are you staying silent when those crave the freedom that our country, a beacon of what we stand for, conceived in liberty and dedicated that all are equal? How can you stay quiet when you know what is going on? How can you leave when you know the time is now? How can you not join with? This should not be a Republican or Democrat issue. This is an issue about America, about freedom, and the future of the world. This is 90 miles away from our country. This is the tip and the spear and the head of what feeds the socialism throughout Latin America, which means more oppression. It means no freedom. Mr. President, we've requested a meeting. Why? Because if you can't come up with ideas, we have them. We can tell you the solutions. We will stand with you if you will act, but we will not sit back to your silence to those who crave freedom. We will lead the charge, and that's why we're here. With that, I would like to bring up Rosa Maria for another individual that has given us tremendous testimony, passion, and we proudly stand behind and will not quit until freedom for Cuba.
Muchas gracias, líder McCarthy, al gobernador DeSantis, vicegobernadora, a los queridos amigos congresistas, gracias, congresista Díaz Valar, y todos los que nos acompañan hoy. También los que hemos dado testimonio hace unos minutos, Orlando Gutiérrez Boronat, John Suárez, Marta Beatriz Ferrer, que lleva 25 días sin saber si su papá está vivo o está muerto. Y esa es la realidad de cientos de personas en este momento, de cientos de familias cubanas. El 11 de julio, el pueblo cubano salió a la calle con una sola demanda: libertad. Y esa es la demanda que esperamos que la comunidad internacional y el gobierno de los Estados Unidos apoye. ese mismo pueblo ha sido cruelmente, violentamente brutalizado por las fuerzas represivas del régimen cubano, que han disparado con balas reales contra jóvenes en las calles desarmados y pidiendo exclusivamente libertad. Hay muertos, hay heridos, hay cientos de desaparecidos, miles han sido detenidos.
All right, so while this event goes into Spanish right now, we've been listening. We heard from House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, joined by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, as well as on the right there in the blue suit and the blue shirt, that is Mike McFaul, a congressman from Texas, Republican congressman from Texas. Also behind him is Maria Salazar, Republican congresswoman from Florida. Sorry, that's Congressman Michael McCall, not McFaul. My apologies there. But they are speaking right now about the plight of the Cuban people. As you know, South Florida has a large population of Cuban Americans, some of which their family still lives on the island of Cuba. You can see the island in the background right there. So let's listen back into this event, see if Ron DeSantis speaks yet again. If not, we'll move on to some of the other news of the day.
Para entregar acceso a Internet a los cubanos. Esa conectividad, esas conexiones en este momento pueden salvar vidas y pueden ayudarnos además a conocer todo lo que está ocurriendo en nuestro país, incluido el monitoreo de represión. El haber tolerado por 62 años una...
All right, we are going to be moving on from this while this is still in Spanish. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break, though. When we come back, we're going to be showing you an event that happened on Capitol Hill today with some lawmakers regarding the 9/11 terror attacks. You know that we are now just a little over a month out to the 20th anniversary of the attacks themselves. Some lawmakers are speaking out about how better to serve the victims of 9/11. All of that and more in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are just taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol at this hour. It's about 9:40 at night on this Thursday night. Anyway, we're going to be moving on to some of the other stories, one of which happened there earlier today. Senators Menendez, the Democrat from New Jersey, and Senator Blumenthal, the Democrat from Connecticut, are hosting this event from earlier to announce the introduction of the September 11th Transparency Act of 2021. It's bipartisan legislation to improve transparency regarding federal 9/11 investigators and programs for victims to seek relief. And so we want to show you that press conference from earlier. This is obviously in lieu of the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks that are just around the corner. So here's that event from earlier.
I think we've been joined by Senator Schumer.
He is here. If you want to finish up.
He's waving down the ambulance. He's coming. He's on the way.
Okay. Let me just finish up with a few quick points. As I was saying, we're 20 years removed from 9/11, and there seems really no basis to claim that sources or methods would be endangered by revealing this information. And if there are, the government should at least make that point. So far, it has failed or refused to do so. It has refused to provide any explanation or justification. So I went to the floor of the United States Senate last week. I'm going to be there again this afternoon. I encourage my colleagues to join me in the weeks leading to 9/11. And I encourage the families to do what they are doing today, which is to raise this issue as vehemently and vociferously as they can to arouse the conscience of the American people, because the American people should be outraged that their government continues to conceal this evidence and information without any explanation or justification to them. This cause is bigger than these families, even though it is justice for them that is immediately at stake. The Saudi government ought to be held accountable in court and in the court of public opinion if it deserves it. And the credibility of the United States of America is on the line here, which is a powerful reason to make this information public. All too often, we sit through classified briefings, and I ask at the end of many of them, why the American people can't know what we've just heard. Documents are overclassified as it is in many areas, and in this area there is no justification for continued secrecy, at least so far as the government has explained. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. In a fight and in a legislative one, it is always great to have the majority leader of the United States Senate on your side. And not only in this fight, but for years, on behalf of 9/11 families, Senator Chuck Schumer has been exactly that. Senator Schumer.
Well, thank you, Bob, and thank you, Dick. And I just want to thank all of our families, Terry Strada, her daughter Caitlin, and all of the other families here from New York, from Washington, and from all other places. Now, I wanted to quickly stop by and lend my support as a co-sponsor of this bill and thank not only Senators Menendez and Blumenthal, who have joined me in so many successful efforts on behalf of the 9/11 families and the 9/11 community, but who are leading the charge on this issue. And again, I want to thank them as well as Senator Grassley, Senator Cornyn. This is a bipartisan bill. We have tried to make all of these efforts bipartisan, and this one is as well. The September 11th Transparency Act is near and dear to my heart as a New Yorker, and it's underlined by one single word: Justice, 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 justice. That's what this is about. I don't care what the relationship is with Saudi Arabia or any other country. If they did something that is bad and horrible, that should be brought to account. What we've learned in history, when you hide secrets, they occur again and again and again. When you bring them to light, sunlight is the disinfectant. And I don't care, nothing should get in the way here. No political or diplomatic or geo-military consideration should get in the way of simple justice after something like 9/11 with its horror happened. The American people and the 9/11 families have lobbied for years in pursuit of answers, and members of Congress have stood beside them. They must get those answers. They must get them now. I will fight as hard as I can to see that this outstanding piece of legislation becomes law. And again, thank my colleagues and thank the families and apologize that I have to leave. When I see them hold up those signs, those little pictures of the loved ones they have lost, I remember, I still think of this almost every day, of going to the towers. President Bush got Senator Clinton and I, she was then my co-senator, a plane. And before we even got to the rubble where you could smell the death in the air, were thousands of people standing in line holding pictures. Then there was hope. Have you seen my daughter Mary? Have you seen my brother John? I'll never forget that. Never forget that. Thank you for being here. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. And sorry to be quick.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Woo-hoo.
Thank you. The young lady, Destiny, I think is going to be just fine. She was here representing her family, and so we wish her well, and she's in good hands now. Terry Strata is the national co-chair of 9/11 Families United, and she's going to speak to us now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Senators Menendez and Blumenthal, and thank you, everyone, for being here today. September 11th will mark the 20th anniversary of the murder of my husband Tom and nearly 3,000 people, all brutally slain on orders given by the known Saudi terrorist Osama bin Laden and his 19 mostly Saudi Islamist al-Qaeda terrorists when they infiltrated our country and carried out the deadliest terrorist attack in our nation's history. For reasons I do not know and I cannot fathom, a select group of FBI and CIA operatives knew some of the 19 hijackers were known terrorists traveling freely on American soil, using their real names. How much of their planning and plotting were they privy to? I do not know. But clearly, the agencies did absolutely nothing to stop the attacks and failed at the most important job they had. They failed to protect America and her populace. Along with the entire world, I watched in horror our country under a violent attack. I witnessed on live television the toxic black smoke billowing from the North Tower. I spoke with my husband and heard firsthand the fear and panic he and my dear friends were experiencing in the hellfire that they were engulfed in. I watched the North Tower collapse, knowing the father of my 3 children and my husband's life was being extinguished right before my eyes. Now, 20 years later, the DOJ and FBI continue to protect the very country who produced 15 of the 19 hijackers, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Yes, we know the kingdom played a major role in supporting and financing al-Qaeda, and evidence demonstrates that Saudi agents who the kingdom sent here aided and abetted some, if not all, of the 19 hijackers leading into the attack. It is indisputable fact that the hijackers were living in our country 12 to 18 months prior to 9/11, planning and plotting the murder of thousands, and that the FBI and CIA knew of at least 2 of them, Nawaf al-Hamzi and Khalid al-Midar. Rather than hold the kingdom accountable, the State Department, FBI, and CIA continue to betray the 9/11 community and cower to the kingdom's desperate pleas of keeping Saudi Arabia's involvement in murdering our loved ones a secret, while the Department of Justice ignores our pleas for the truth, instead choosing to help keep the kingdom's dirty little secret. that they support radical Islamist terrorism and the hateful ideology that spawned the largest mass murder in our country's history and death of my husband and our children's father. For what? And I ask why. Every administration since 9/11 continues to turn their backs on us, the victims' family members and survivors. Why are we standing here today, adversaries to the FBI and Department of Justice, instead of allies? And perversely, why do they stand as allies to the kingdom against us? Critical documents are being held from public view because the DOJ refuses to release them in any format. In fact, in many cases, they refuse to even look at the documents responsive to the subpoena served on them in April of 2018. Instead, our government argues it would just be too much of a burden for them, for the most advanced country in the free world, to review documents it is supposed to be vigilant about retaining from one of the most important investigations the country has ever performed. Let me underscore that. We, the 9/11 community, we, the American public, are too burdensome in the eyes of the bureaucracy. We are asking too much for them to tell us what they uncovered in looking into the attacks on all of us. By keeping evidence hidden that will shed light on the brutal murder of our loved ones, our own government is not only perpetuating our continued pain and suffering, but it is also leaving the facilitators of the attacks unaccountable and our nation vulnerable to future terrorist attacks. This travesty of justice must come to an end in order for this chapter of our lives to close and keep Americans safe from the endless grief and gruesome carnage terrorist attacks leave behind. For 2 decades, Congress has shown a united front and been a staunch supporter for transparency regarding 9/11 and our quest for the truth. Many here today have walked beside us on our path of grief. They have worked hard for us and the American people by passing a resolution to release the 28 pages. Those pages offered us clear facts about the Saudis' involvement in 9/11. Congress also worked for 7 years on the Justice Against Sponsors of Terrorism Act, JASTA, ultimately voting unanimously for its passage with unfettered enthusiasm and then overriding a presidential veto to enact JASTA, cementing our right to our day in court and what we believed would ensure all the evidence would see the light of day. No one standing here today, no one standing in the Capitol behind us, has ever anticipated the level of pushback, the lack of respect, or the extent to which our State Department, the Department of Justice, and the FBI would go to withhold vital investigative reports from the 9/11 community and the nation at large, all in an effort to protect the kingdom from embarrassment and accountability. Attorney General Garland, Director of National Intelligence Haynes, FBI Director Wray, and the State Department, by ignoring our direct pleas to them, are showing us where their loyalty lies time and time again, with a foreign nation capable of murdering their own. Aside from the occasional disingenuous words to recognize our loss, by protecting the Saudis, they have not shown their allegiance to us or the American public. They have ignored numerous letters, not only from us, but from several members of Congress as well. We have never been met with such disdain. Not only have they snubbed our invitations to meet in person, the DOJ has fought vigorously to avoid producing mountains of documents responsive to the subpoena that was served on them 3 years ago. This legislation in the Congress, and I pray this administration, will right that wrong. While the DOJ claims it has distributed thousands of pages to our representatives, that claim falls patently short of what was requested. Instead of allowing the DOJ to continue cherry-picking what documents it wants to release and tolerating their indefensible excuse that it would be too burdensome to search their files, we now have the full force of the United States Senate, and we anticipate all of Congress supporting a full declassification review process of all relevant documents related to the Saudis and 9/11. As a tragic result of 9/11 and the war on terror, tomorrow will sadly mark the 10th anniversary of the deadliest incident and largest loss of life in the Navy's special warfare, when 30 American troops, including 16 commandos from Navy SEAL Team 6, call sign Extortion 16, helicopter was shot down, killing all on board. They were there fighting for all of us, rooting out the evil created by the kingdom that threatens our freedoms and our way of life. The truths we seek with the 9/11 Transparency Act is not just for us, but for all of our fallen heroes. May every brave warrior, rescue worker, and those who have died from 9/11 related illnesses rest in peace. We sincerely thank Senator Menendez, Senator Blumenthal, and the senators introducing the 9/11 Transparency Act, another great bipartisan effort from our esteemed leaders, and ask that the entire body of Congress act bravely and cohesively in support of our right to know what the government has uncovered about who facilitated the attacks on us 20 years ago. Yes, let us never forget, but let us never let it happen again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry, and we admire you taking your personal tragedy and turning it into a powerful and just purpose. And finally, let me introduce Brett Eagleson. He is also the national co-chair of 9/11 Community United.
Senator Blumenthal, our hero, Senator Menendez, thank you so much, both of you, Senator Schumer, Cornyn, and Grassley. In a few short days, we will have administration officials, President Biden and others, mark the most devastating attack on American soil. And they will stand up and they will utter words, never forget. I'm here to tell you now, those words ring shallow to all the family members because they stand up and utter words, never forget. But the administration, behind a cloak of secrecy, continues to stab us in the back. And this has happened administration after administration. It's a sad truth to know that the United States government values foreign interests more than its own citizens. And we should not be here today. We shouldn't be here pleading with the United States government to release documents. We should never have had to ask the United States Senate to get our backs, but they have our backs. But the administration doesn't listen. We're here today because administration after administration does not respect the will of the United States Congress. We have passed resolutions, we have written letters, we have held questioned attorney generals, FBI directors at hearings, and we can't even get as much of a response out of them. FBI Director Wray doesn't respect the United States Congress. Attorney General Garland, to present day, doesn't respect the United States Congress. They have an opportunity to do so. They have a historic opportunity to finally do the right thing that previous administrations before them failed to do, and that's stand with its American citizens before the interests of Saudi Arabia. I am a proud American. My family is a proud American. I wear this lapel because I love this country. But I wish my government would love us back. It is painful. It's very difficult to come to terms with as a patriotic family and as a person who loves this country, to know that your own government doesn't support you the way that we support this country. My brother joined the military after 9/11. He was sent on 2 tours of duty to Iraq. He won 2 Bronze Stars. My dad had every opportunity to get out of the buildings. We talked to him after both planes hit. He told us he was staying behind to help with the evacuation process. What more do these families need to give to our country before our government pays us some sort of respect? 20 years is far too long to go for anybody, for us especially, but for Americans in general, to go without knowing the truth. And it's nauseating, and it's painful, and it's difficult, but we are so proud to stand with our champions and our supporters, and I think we're close, and I think we're gonna get there. And I have all the confidence in the world that we're finally gonna cross the finish line, and on the 20th year anniversary, the families can finally get the closure that they deserve.
Thank you, Brad, and thank you and your family for their service and their sacrifice. And the government is comprised of 3 different levels of government. There is one that has your back, and we're going to make sure it happens. With that, we'll take a couple of questions. Jonathan.
If you talked to the White House at all, or just from the new administration, to try to get their support for the bill?
We will be in conversations with them, and it is our hope that they will be responsive. We're lining up support because when an administration, regardless of who that administration sees, a bipartisan effort headed at them, and after we did the same thing in JASTA, I think it often creates a light at the White House. So hopefully that light's going to get turned on. Yes, and then.
Following up on that question, I know you all sent a letter to Attorney General Garland earlier this year. Have you heard a response to that letter, and what have communications with him about this issue looked like?
I want to say, in fairness to Attorney General Garland, I've spoken to him publicly in his confirmation hearing. I have asked for Director Wray to answer these questions publicly in the last oversight hearing of the Judiciary Committee. We've heard nothing officially. I've spoken to Attorney General Garland privately. My hope and belief is that his heart and the President's are in the right place. They need to move these agencies to do the right thing. There is a bureaucratic blockage here that is unfounded, and the natural inclination of some of these agencies is hide it, conceal it, hold it secret, even if it's deserving to these families. And I just want to add one more point. We've said embarrassment to the Saudis is no excuse for refusing to conceal this information. Well, embarrassment to our own government, to our own intelligence or enforcement agencies, likewise, is no excuse. If they knew about this attack before it occurred or had some evidence it was going to occur, that is all the more reason, 20 years later, to make it known to the American people. And I've had conversations at the highest levels of our government, and I am very, very hopeful, as Brett Eagleson has said, that we are getting closer to that finish line, because I think they sense the moral imperative here.
Well, we want to move as expeditiously as possible. Obviously, there's introduction today. We'll probably close out next week at some point. And so then I'm looking at September as a time both in the relevant committee to have a hearing if we need a hearing. And then I think Senator Blumenthal and I and our colleagues will be looking at every legislative vehicle, short of a separate introduction, standing debate, and vote. We would love that, but if not, we will look at any legislative vehicle to include this provision into law. Yes? Two. Yes, Senator Grassley and Senator Cornyn and so forth.
What other conversations have you had with other Republicans in the Senate and how receptive they are to this?
I've had a few conversations. I don't know, Senator Blumenthal. I know I've had a few, and I think we will get more bipartisan sponsors. Look, it's a simple proposition. Transparency, 20 years later, trumps everything. Pure and simple. Justice trumps everything. That is neither a Republican nor Democratic objective. It is an American objective. And so at the end of the day, I think we're going to get a lot of support, as we did for JASTA. JASTA passed, without one negative vote. I mean, that speaks volumes of what I think the Congress believes is necessary to stand up on behalf of the American people.
I will just add, I've had some conversations with Republican colleagues, and when I explain to them what's at stake here, they are immediately outraged, just as they were when past administrations failed to disclose this evidence. And I'll just be very blunt here. You know, in a month, our colleagues are going to come to the floor of the United States Senate And they're going to make those same speeches that Brett described. President Biden will make speeches about never forget. Our colleagues will make the same speeches, and their words will ring hollow unless they support this measure. And these families are going to hold them accountable as well. So I predict we'll have the same kind of support here that we did on JASTA. Remember, we overrode President Obama's veto, not by a little bit. The American people want justice for these families, but they also want to know the truth. The most heinous sin you can conduct in the eyes of the American people is to conceal truth that involves their national security. And this truth is vital to Americans' national security. So I predict we'll have a lot of Republicans on our side.
Yeah, and as a footnote tonight, JASTA didn't bring an end to the war or to the United States national security globally. So just proves the fact that opportunities like this for transparency and justice don't ultimately undermine America's interests. I think it makes us stronger. Last question.
So you bring up some Republican lawmakers. We actually spoke with Senator Capito. She actually questioned what's the point of bringing up this legislation when it's 20 years out. What's your response to some of your colleagues who have said that because of how long it's been, is there really any more information to dig up?
Wow. Well, we'll have to talk to her. I respect Senator Capito, but we'll have to share and enlighten why it's 20 years later. 20 years later, the passage of time doesn't make the pain and suffering of these families less painful. The passage of time doesn't make the relevancy of making these documents public less consequential. The passage of time is only inured to the detriment of these families in terms of their search for justice as they pursue it in the courts, because they can't get documents that would make their case. The passage of time ultimately and I speak now as the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, we need to know who is our friend and who is our foe. We need to know, in fact, who may have participated in allowing these attackers in aiding or abetting them. I want to know that, because in terms of foreign policy, I want to know what I'm dealing with in a country. And so for a myriad of reasons, we can never accept, never, that 20 years means an end to this chapter. It doesn't. An end to this chapter comes with justice, and justice only comes with this information. Thank you all very much.
All right, we've been listening to Senators Menendez and Blumenthal talk about this bipartisan piece of legislation they've introduced called the 9/11 Transparency Act for victims and their families of 9/11. Several of the victims' family members of the 9/11 terror attacks spoke at this. You heard from them, and this is all in lieu of the 20th anniversary of 9/11 in just a month's time. We'll have special live coverage of that when it does happen. I believe the 11th is on a Saturday this year. We'll be speaking to a whole host of people about what they saw and how they experienced that day, a truly tragic day in American history. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Thursday night. We're going to be going into a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be kind of previewing a little bit of what is in store a little bit later tonight. Me and my colleague Daytona Everett are here on this Thursday night, bringing you the top headlines and the biggest stories of the day. So we'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you're having a great Thursday night. We have been just so busy here covering all these top stories from the day, the biggest headlines. We want to move into some of the news around policing reforms around the country, how police departments are trying to shore up relations with the communities that they serve. You know, Tuesday night was the National Night Out, and police departments around the country went out into their communities, held events, talked to residents there, asking them how they can better serve them. And so we've been following a lot of these stories. So we just want to show you some remarks and some video from Chicago. Police Superintendent David Brown speaking to residents there. As you know, Chicago has been quite violent this summer, especially on the weekends, a surge in gun crime especially. And so he was traveling with some of his fellow officers into some of these neighborhoods and communities. And so let's just kind of listen and watch. This just happened moments ago.
We cannot. We need the community, and the community needs us. You know, my best genre of music is R&B music, and it's a lot of begging. It's about getting, you know, I want a real partnership. I want you to love me back like I love you. And so that's what I'm saying to West Garfield. And if you need me to beg, I will. I'll sing a Temptation song. But we need you, and you need us. And it's got to be real and authentic, that we got to work together. And we got to tell each other when we're wrong, and then we got to tell each other when we can do better. And we can work together on building ourselves up, but it has to be as a community to include the police officers. So thank you so much. We'll take just a few questions from the media, and then we'll start our walk. Glenn, you take this mic, and I'll talk to these other three mics.
Superintendent, unfortunately, this moment comes only a short time after another youngster, maybe a 5-year-old we're hearing, was shot as well. Do you know anything about that, and can you kind of put that into perspective in terms of the bigger picture with the gun violence in the city?
Sure. One of the things that we try and emphasize is number one, whenever you bring guns into a situation, it's much more dangerous. This particular situation is an accident where a visiting relative brought a gun to visit inside the home. It was in a bag, and one of the young kids were playing with the guns that were in the home and accidentally fired the gun, killing a small child. You bring guns into any situation without proper safety, proper training. If you illegally possess a gun, it's always more dangerous when a gun is in play. Yeah. It's why we always start our press conferences with our officers have recovered over 7,200 guns this year. Those are potential lives saved. Those are also potential deadly force encounters by our officers. So we try to emphasize that we have way too much gun violence and not enough consequences for violent repeat offenders who possess guns.
Talk about the response that you get from residents when you're participating in these walks. What are some of those interesting conversations that you have from people when they see the full command staff out here?
I think first of all, there's some apprehension because they hadn't seen us before. So there's a newness to it. But as we continue to show up, be present, listen, walk the blocks with the community, you start to build those steps of trust. And you hope that at some point it's a real relationship, that it's not the newness wears off and we get down to business of the real work of building this community up in partnership with the community and the police department. Thank you all so much. We're ready to walk.
Thank you.
Ready to walk. You get it to start us off. Last time we did prayer walking, so we pray and we will walk.
Amen. Our God and our Father, we come before you in the name of your Son, Jesus. Yes. Lord God, we thank you for this opportunity to walk, to pray, to believe and know that you're with us. Yes. Lord God, we thank you that there is an everlasting love that you had, oh God. God, we take authority over every unclean spirit, oh God, in the name of Jesus. Father, we come against, Lord God, witchcraft, which is drug dealing. Lord God, we come against spirits that control, Lord God, mindsets, Lord God. Father, we come against, Lord God, in the name of Jesus. God, we come, Lord God, knowing that you have a love, an everlasting love, Lord God, as your word says, oh God, and every people, that there's a love that you have for us, that there's a great love that you have for this west side of Chicago. Oh God, we take authority as we walk these streets. You say every step, oh God, we take authority, we reclaim it for your glory in streets, oh God. Father, we pray even now, God, that you would touch hearts. God, you know the hearts you need that people are facing. So Father, we pray for those situations. We pray for God. Jesus, oh God, we pray for those situations that make people do things, Lord God, that they normally wouldn't do. So God, you know all of those situations.
And you are the author of everyone's story today, Father. Nothing has gone on under the sound of my voice on the earth that you have not looked at, oh Heavenly Father. You hear and answer supplications today, Lord, and we're laying out the protect them, oh Heavenly Father. Be that hedge of protection all around them as they go to and fro today, Father. We ask you to, Father, block every bullet today, Father, and then we lift up the one that was here that was a gun today. Said, I will not lose one that you have given us today, Father. We ask you, oh Heavenly Father, we need a mighty work today, oh Heavenly Father. Today, Father, we're lifting up the parents, oh Heavenly Father, of these children today, Father. Lift them up to the Father.
All right, so what we've been watching right now is the Chicago Police, joined by Police Superintendent David Brown there this evening, walking alongside his fellow officers, local city council members, faith leaders, as they came together for a prayer and peace walk in unity with the community to keep peace within the streets there. So we just wanted to show you that briefly. We're going to be keeping on the subject of some of police departments across the country, especially one where LiveNOW for Fox is based in Phoenix, Arizona. A lot of news, especially regarding the Phoenix Police Department today. I'm being joined by my friend and colleague, Daytona Everett. Daytona, major announcement today by Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, and the Department of Justice into the patterns and practices of the Phoenix Police Department.
Yeah, so here's the specifics. They're launching a widespread probe into the police force in Phoenix, Arizona. They're examining whether officers have been using excessive force and abusing people experiencing homelessness. Here in Arizona, sometimes you might not think about it, but in Phoenix, we have a pretty bad homelessness problem. So they're going to be taking a deeper dive into that. The investigation into the city of Phoenix and the police department is the third sweeping civil legislation into a law enforcement agency brought on by the DOJ in the Biden administration specifically, and comes as the department has worked to shift some of those priorities to focus on policing and civil rights. We know that the Black Lives Matter movement has really changed a lot of policing across the country, and here in Phoenix we also experience quite a bit of those protests. So every police department kind of taking a look in the mirror, trying to figure out what they need to change. This is interesting though, Andrew, because no sorts of investigations were open like this during the Trump administration, not to make this political or anything, but Garland said that the probe is also going to examine whether police have engaged in discriminatory policing practices and they're going to work to determine if officers have retaliated against people engaged in protected First Amendment activities, such as protests. That's what we're talking about here. We are hearing a bit of response from city officials right now.
Yeah, Daytona, we are, and a lot of people are responding. Like you mentioned, let's hear from Fox 10's Nicole Garcia down on the ground in Phoenix.
With their concerns, protesters that have marched the streets and even people who've been arrested by Phoenix police officers say their concerns and complaints are finally being heard and are applauding the Department of Justice investigation into the Phoenix Police Department.
We're looking for accountability, we are looking for justice, and we're looking to create solutions that would see these issues no longer taking place.
Jacob Rayford was previously arrested during a demonstration and says he's experienced unequal treatment by Phoenix police firsthand.
Specific targeting of black and brown organizers, mistreatment of individuals who are just exercising their First Amendment right in nonviolent ways.
The Phoenix City Council member that represents District 8, where many residents are minorities, says the relationship between police and residents is that of mistrust.
The last couple of years, we've seen incident after incident, including officers rewarding each other with challenge coins. We've seen an officer threaten the mayor's life. And so we've seen repeated incidents in which now have led to the Department of Justice coming in to investigate our police department.
Over the years, the city of Phoenix has paid out millions of dollars to settle lawsuits against the department for wrongdoing. One local attorney who has filed several claims against the city believes this is the beginning of much needed change.
Citizens are calling for help for the Phoenix Police Department, but when the police come out there, they actually hurt the person or the family member who called for help. So I believe that many different cases out here have been piling up, and eventually it's overpiled, and the Department of Justice had to step in because there were so many citizen complaints.
And Phoenix is the third department the DOJ is looking into. Earlier this year, the DOJ opened investigations into the Louisville Police Department and the Minneapolis Police Department. I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
Daytona, there Nicole was referencing the other two probes the DOJ has launched, one into Minneapolis. We've been covering that from the very beginning. We showed you those remarks when they happened live. Obviously, that is where George Floyd was murdered by former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. Also in Louisville, too, with the case of Breonna Taylor. And so now Phoenix, the third targeted city where the DOJ wants to look into the practices of police here. And I want to read from some of their statement earlier today. They said the investigation will assess all types of use of force, including deadly force as well. And what you alluded to earlier as well, they're looking into if there was any retaliatory activity taken against people exercising their First Amendment rights, protesting.
Yeah, that's right. They're calling this a pattern or practice. So is this ongoing discriminatory actions taken by the Phoenix Police Department? We're actually hearing a bit of response from the city right now. They are saying that they welcome this. I'm going to read a little bit of the statement made by Mayor Kate Gallego of Phoenix. She says, quote, "I welcome the U.S. Department of Justice review of the Phoenix Police Department. Comprehensive reform of policing in the city of Phoenix has been my priority since the first day I took office. The recommendations that will result from this review will assist us in our ongoing efforts to become an even safer, stronger, more equitable city." So they are going to be complying with the DOJ as they move forward in this investigation. Should be interesting to watch, Andrew.
Yeah, and just wanted to note here at Live Now from Fox, we reached out to Mayor Gallego's office to see if she would come on for an interview. She did release that statement to us. She released a statement, though, late yesterday with the unfortunate news that her mother recently passed away after a long battle with cancer. So we send our condolences to Mayor Gallego and her family. But like you alluded to, Daytona, Mayor Gallego's office, the city, they said they're going to fully cooperate. We heard from Phoenix Police Chief Jerry Williams. She said they are going to fully cooperate and comply with this investigation. So what we want to do now here on Live Now is show you the announcement made earlier today by the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, and then show you the police response here in Phoenix. So that's what we're doing next. Here's Attorney General Merrick Garland at the Department of Justice.
Good afternoon.
I'm joined here today by Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, Kristen Clark. Today, we are announcing that the Justice Department is opening an investigation into the City of Phoenix and the Phoenix Police Department. The investigation will determine whether the Phoenix Police Department engages in a pattern or practice of violations of the Constitution or federal law. This is the third pattern or practice investigation I have announced as Attorney General. Each time, I have noted that these investigations aim to promote transparency and accountability. This increases public trust, which in turn increases public safety. We know that law enforcement shares these goals. The Justice Department has briefed Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego and Police Chief Jerry Williams about the investigation. We are pleased by their pledge of support. They too recognize that we share common aims. Our investigation in Phoenix will be led by the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division. It is based on the division's extensive review of publicly available information, and it will consider several issues. First, whether the Phoenix Police Department uses excessive force in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Second, whether the Phoenix Police Department engages in discriminatory policing practices that violate the Constitution and federal law. Third, whether the department violates the First Amendment by retaliating against individuals who are engaged in protected expressive activities. Fourth, whether the city and its police department respond to people with disabilities in a manner that violates the Americans with Disabilities Act. This includes whether decisions to criminally detain individuals with behavioral health disabilities are proper. And fifth, whether the Phoenix Police Department violates the rights of individuals experiencing homelessness by seizing and disposing of their belongings in a manner that violates the Constitution. Those last two areas of investigative focus speak to an important issue that is broader than the Phoenix investigation. Our society is straining the policing profession by turning to law enforcement to address a wide array of social problems. Too often, we ask law enforcement officers to be the first and last option for addressing issues that should not be handled by our criminal justice system. This makes police officers' jobs more difficult, increases unnecessary confrontations with law enforcement, and hinders public safety. This past week, there has been much attention to the impending risk of mass evictions, which would put millions of tenants at risk of losing shelter. Needless to say, the impact on individuals and families would be devastating, and as the CDC has made clear, the impact on public health would likewise be devastating, fueling the spread of COVID-19 infections in the affected communities. Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta is leading a Justice Department effort with state court leaders on this problem. On June 24th, she sent a letter to state courts urging them to implement eviction diversion strategies that will increase the chances that families can stay in their homes. Mass evictions would also have serious implications for law enforcement, adding to a crisis of homelessness that strains but cannot be solved by the criminal justice system. The ramifications do not end there. Far too often, police officers are the first ones called when someone is experiencing a mental health crisis in any setting. But it is almost certain that police will be called to respond to someone experiencing a mental health crisis if that person is also without housing. And as we have repeatedly seen, the risks to everyone involved in such interactions are enormous. These issues must be addressed if we are to ease the burdens that our society places on law enforcement and ensure the safety of our communities. The Justice Department, through grant-making, technical assistance, and training, supports law enforcement and community-based programs to tackle these challenges. I will now turn the podium over to Assistant Attorney General Clark, who will talk more about our pattern or practice investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Protecting the rule of law demands that those who enforce our laws also abide by them. Ensuring that law enforcement acts in a lawful and accountable manner is a priority for the Civil Rights Division. As the Attorney General has just announced, following an extensive review of publicly available information regarding the Phoenix Police Department, today we are opening a civil pattern or practice investigation into the City of Phoenix and the Phoenix Police Department. We have reviewed court files, media reports, citizen complaints, and we also considered factors that we ordinarily weigh in determining whether to open an investigation, including the nature and seriousness of the allegations, the number of allegations, the steps that a department may be taking to address the allegations, and the history of the department. We found that the evidence here warrants a full investigation, but we approach this process with no predispositions or pre-drawn conclusions. Our pattern or practice investigations have been successful at identifying not only whether systemic misconduct is occurring, but also its root causes, so that those root causes can ultimately be fixed. As part of our investigation in Phoenix, we will meet with officers and command staff, as well as members of the broader Phoenix community. We will review incident reports, body-worn camera footage, and other data and documentation collected by the department. We will also review the department's policies, training materials, and supervision records, as well as documents related to systems of accountability, including how complaints are investigated and how discipline is imposed. As you know, about 3 months ago, we launched similar investigations into the City of Minneapolis and the Minneapolis Police Department, as well as the City of Louisville and the Louisville Police Department. In both cities, as in Phoenix, we've been fortunate to have the support of city officials and police chiefs. In that short time, Justice Department lawyers have had in-person and virtual meetings with close to 1,000 community stakeholders in Minneapolis and Louisville. Hundreds more have submitted messages to the Justice Department. Department lawyers have participated in over 50 ride-alongs with officers. We have had 4 meetings with full command staff and spoken to officers across both individual interviews and roll call briefings. We will take the same approach in Phoenix. Our career attorneys have decades of experience working on investigations like the one we open here today. One thing we have learned over the decades is that we must and will work collaboratively with the Phoenix community and with the Phoenix Police Department. If we conclude that there are no systemic violations of constitutional or federal statutory rights by the city or Phoenix Police Department, we will make that known. If, on the other hand, we conclude that there is reasonable cause to believe that such violations are occurring, we will issue a report describing our findings and then aim to work cooperatively with the city to reach agreement on the best remedies. If an appropriate remedy cannot be achieved through agreement, the Attorney General is authorized to bring litigation to secure an appropriate injunctive remedy. This morning, our team had the opportunity to speak with city officials about our investigation. We are pleased that Mayor Gallego and Chief Williams have pledged their full support. I will repeat the same message our team conveyed to city officials and city leaders this morning. We're committed to following the facts where they lead and doing so in a timely manner so that we can expeditiously address any pattern or practice of unlawful conduct that may be identified. We look forward to working together with the city and the Phoenix Police Department toward the shared goals of ensuring constitutional policing and fostering greater cooperation between law enforcement officers and the community members that they serve.
Was there a final straw in Phoenix
I'm going to leave that question, because it's specifically about the Phoenix investigation, to the Assistant Attorney General.
Our investigation looked into a number of issues. What we're planning to roll up our sleeves and look at closely is whether or not the Phoenix Police Department uses force unconstitutionally, including deadly force, whether the department engages in discriminatory policing, whether the department engages in retaliatory conduct by making arrest or using force against individuals engaged in peaceful, expressive activities. We're going to look at whether the city and the police department discriminate against people with disabilities in violation of the ADA. We're going to look at the department and whether they violate the rights of people experiencing homelessness by unlawfully seizing or disposing of personal property during cleanings or sweeps of encampments. And we're also going to look at the department's policies and training, as well as how they investigate and hold officers accountable for misconduct, as failures of these systems may contribute to violations of federal law.
This is also for Ms. Clark. Sorry. The investigation, the nature of the investigation with respect to people experiencing homelessness seems new. I wonder if you could speak as to some of the legal issues you're looking at there, Fourth Amendment and the like, and also whether this is intended to send a message to other law enforcement entities which routinely sweep across the country and cities across the country the belongings of the homeless.
The basis for our investigation includes the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994. Whether those sweeps, unlawfully seizing and disposing the belongings of persons experiencing homelessness, may indeed trigger a violation of the 4th and 14th Amendments. And so that is another basis for the investigation that we are launching today.
Mr. Attorney General, you mentioned the eviction crisis and the dangers posed by mass evictions. Can you tell us, in light of what's gone on in the last day or two, were you or the Justice Department consulted about the administration's reversal in policy on the eviction ban? And are you confident that you'll be able to get it through the Supreme Court?
So, as I said, the effects of mass evictions would be devastating, both on individuals and, as the CDC has said, on communities because of the risk of spread of COVID. The department has vigorously defended the statutory authority of the CDC to issue eviction moratorium, and we will continue to do so. As I'm sure you know, there was a filing last night by the plaintiffs in that case. We will be making our own filings, and as is appropriate, we will respond in our filings to those kinds of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you.
So again, the DOJ launching that probe into the Phoenix Police Department. The Phoenix Police Department responding today with their own press conference. We're going to play that in 2 minutes after this break. And welcome back here to Live Now. It is 7:45 in Phoenix, Arizona. We're going out now to the Phoenix Police Department as they respond to that probe that has been launched by the DOJ into the police department, trying to see if there's anything they can be doing differently when it comes to dealing with homelessness. Also, the investigation will look into discriminatory actions made by Phoenix police officers. The city of Phoenix today saying, though, as we read you earlier in a statement, that they are open to this investigation. They say that they are welcoming the DOJ's review of the Phoenix Police Department, and that comprehensive reform of policing in the city of Phoenix has been a priority. Here's the latest from Phoenix Police.
Good afternoon. I am standing here with my executive team as well as City Manager Ed Zucker. As you know, the Department of Justice announced its investigation into the pattern of practices of the Phoenix Police Department, and today we're just going to talk to you a little bit about that statement. So I've been with law enforcement for 32 years. The majority of that I've spent in this city of Phoenix, raising my two sons. Everyone knows I love this city, and I'm committed to leading our department and protecting and serving all people with dignity and respect. Our community deserves it, and I nor my team will not settle for anything less. The Department of Justice inquiry is another opportunity to further improve the department and to better serve our city. Wearing the badge is a privilege, not a right. Let me say that again. Wearing this badge is a privilege, not a right. The majority of our officers out there act every day with professionalism and compassion. We've said this before. We welcome an outside assessment before, and we'll welcome this one with open arms. What it will do, it will lead to a better police department. It will lead to the opportunity for us to better and serve you. We are looking forward to seeing what we're doing right. We're also looking forward to what we can improve on. I've said this before as well. Public trust is essential for effective policing, and accountability is a big component of that trust. Since last summer, some of the reforms included meeting not only the mandatory 2 requirements of the executive order on safe policing for communities, we met the 12 discretionary elements as well. Under the direction of Mayor Kate Gallego, we met all the requirements for the national referendum 8 Can't Wait campaign. It was echoed by Attorney General Merrick Garland that this uniform is not always the right one to respond to calls for service. And when we get those calls, we will continue to respond until we have the opportunity to send other resources at a later date. Our police department, like any other entity on the face of the planet, always has room for improvement. We embrace that, we welcome that, and we accept that responsibility. With that, I'd like to turn the microphone over to City Manager Ed Zucker.
Thank you, Chief. I'm City Manager Ed Zucker. As the Chief mentioned this morning, U.S. Department of Justice announced their review of the Phoenix Police Department. It's been my commitment as City Manager that we at the City of Phoenix will embrace any opportunity for reform and improvement. Under the direction of the Mayor and City Council, we have sought out independent assessments of the Phoenix Police Department over the last several years, including a comprehensive report by the National Police Foundation in 2019, and the assessment that's currently underway by our independent contracted agent 21CP Solutions into department training and tactics. We've reformed many of our policies, including, as the Chief said, joining the National 8 Can't Wait program to reform our use of force policies. And as I told the Department of Justice staff this morning in the meeting, we look forward to taking this step with the Department of Justice and will fully cooperate with any requests they make of the city or the Phoenix Police Department. I want to talk for just a second about one of the key elements from Attorney General Garland's news conference today. He spoke of challenges in cities across the country where police, by default, end up as the primary responders for those experiencing a mental or behavioral health crisis or homelessness. It is always our responsibility to treat people well with dignity and respect. And this cannot be solely a police responsibility. That's why it was so important that the City Council and the Mayor set aside in this year's budget $15 million in a new budget for the Community Assistance Program, where we will have specially trained experts who provide services to those in crisis. That program will be developed over the next 12 months. These types of reforms are what will make our police department and our community stronger. I want to say I believe in the men and women of the Phoenix Police Department who commit their lives to protecting the community. I know that good officers do not want to work in a system that allows bad practices. And our community expects and deserves a high-quality police department with officers committed to justice, fairness, and respect. We will continue to hold that as a standard that we measure our police department, our police chief, and our police officers against. The Department of Justice investigation will provide one more avenue toward making Phoenix a safer, stronger place for all residents, workers, visitors, and our police department. I'm confident in the leadership of Chief Jerry Williams. The Phoenix Police Department can and will continue to do better for the residents of Phoenix. At this point, we will take questions you might have.
So I think I mentioned it in my comments before. Any police department, any entity has room for improvement. Mine is no different. I will say this, I'm confident in our ability to police. I'm confident in our ability to engage and embrace what the DOJ is looking for in their pattern and practice review. But I'm also confident that at the end of the day, if they tell us to do some things differently, we will fully embrace that and work towards that end.
What do you tell your officers today? What do you tell them?
I tell them to continue to do the amazing work that they do day in and day out, taking over 1 million calls for service, putting on a uniform, working at the crime lab. Continue to do what they do, and we'll work through this process together.
Chief, you mentioned, like, there's a lot of things I've said before. I've said this before. With this latest investigation, what actually will change moving forward?
So that I love that question from anyone from the media. So it's always asked, hey, what are you doing to reform? We've reformed this police department from top to bottom since the time that I've been here. We have numerous reforms, and we'll make sure we push out that information to the media later so that you will have it. But I think it's important to say that we're reinforcing our commitment to that trust. When I say that I've said it before, I am reinforcing the commitment to leadership. The commitment, as the city manager said, to justice, to fairness, to equity. We're just reinforcing that, and this is just another opportunity to have that happen.
I mean, in light of that DOJ mentioned this investigation, do you think that all the reinforcement that you've done so far is enough at this point?
So there's always room for improvement, which is why the Department of Justice is coming in, looking at our patterns and practices. And as the city manager said, we're going to fully embrace that. And I'm confident in a lot of the things that we've done here that haven't been done in other parts of the country. So I'm looking forward to them seeing what we've done right and also what we can improve on. Thank you.
Chief, I want to ask you real quick. You mentioned, I think the phrase was, officers act every day with professionalism and compassion, and the city manager said our goal is to always treat people with dignity and respect. But people are going to hear what the Attorney General said today and say, you know, he's mentioning throwing out, you know, the stuff of homeless residents, men and women experiencing that, excessive force violations, police practices that violate the Constitution, I mean, on and on. And they're going to say that does not gel with what you're saying, which is your officers act a certain way. What do you think the DOJ is going to find? And how do you tell the public to reconcile those two differences?
So what I think the DOJ is going to find is that we've made a lot of improvements in our policies, procedures, and practices. I think what the DOJ is going to find is that we implemented body-worn cameras. I think what the DOJ is going to find, all the reform efforts we made in the last year. What do we tell the public? We're committed to getting better. What do we tell the public? We're not afraid to embrace anyone coming in making an outside assessment of our agency. And wherever the gaps are, we'll figure those gaps out and we'll become a better police department.
What does it say that the DOJ, after all those reforms, is still coming in? They know what you've done, and they're still saying, we think we need to go camp out in Phoenix and do a deep dive investigation into your department.
We embrace it. We welcome it.
Were you surprised by the DOJ showing up in the city of Phoenix today, talking to you and saying, hey, we're going to do this?
So we found out last night that they were coming, and We embraced it, and we were fully aware that they were coming here. And I thought we had, boss, a great meeting with them. We were able to ask some questions and comments, and they shared with us what they were going to do. So it wasn't a surprise. We were fully embracing of it.
And was this an indictment of the Department of the Phoenix Police Department?
I'm sorry.
Is this investigation an indictment of Phoenix Police?
I don't look at it as an indictment. I look at it as an opportunity for us to share and show what we do, and the opportunity for an outside independent entity, because I mentioned that very deeply this morning, the outside entity to look at what we're doing and to share and show what we do and to learn from what we don't.
One more question. What do you know about what this review is going to look like? Is this going to be investigators overseeing police officers doing their work?
So based on the limited information we were showed with today, so they're not going to come hang out and live in Phoenix. They're going to make intermittent trips with Phoenix. They're going to talk to community members. They're going to speak with and talk to our command team. They're going to ask for policies, procedures, and practices. What that report looks like in the end, none of us will know until we get it, but our commitment is that we're going to work very closely with them and provide them any and all things that they need. So one
Quick follow-up, how long do you think they'll be here? Are you thinking 6 months, 2 years? Any indication?
So they didn't give us an exact date, maybe a little bit over a year.
And then city manager, you recently announced you'd be leaving the city. Did you know about this? I mean, Chief just said last night, but did you see this coming? Did that play a factor into your departure?
Not at all.
Thank you very much, everybody. If you have specific questions that you want answered that we can't answer at this point, you're welcome to email us, and we're happy to get back with you. Again, if you have some specific questions regarding any of the forms or anything that has been done since last summer or during her tenure, we're happy to give you that information.
And you heard just really briefly from the city manager right there. He came up to the microphone for a moment, didn't answer many questions. Well, he does, and we'll show you those in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now. It is almost 8 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 11 o'clock out on the East Coast. We want to go back out to a Phoenix press conference. You're going to hear from the city manager of Phoenix as we are hearing from the DOJ. They're launching a probe into the Phoenix Police Department. And here's his response. He didn't really answer much in that last press conference, but now he does. Let's listen.
Mental health crises and people with disabilities. We'll have to see how they define that as they come and ask questions and see where that leads. We don't have any of that level of detail at this point, and I don't know how far back they're going to go. They have free reign to ask for data as far back as we can provide it to them, and we'll see what they ask for and provide them what we have.
Is there any kind of specific incident that sparked this? Like, obviously we're talking about, years and years of, review that's going to happen, but do you know why now?
They did not indicate what specifically, if anything, led them to this.
City Manager, you expressed confidence in Chief Williams again today. Do you think there needs to be changes at the command staff level with Phoenix PD in light of the fact that they've been in place for a number of years and yet, we've had, as you use your words, failures?
Well, I think I do have confidence, absolute confidence in Chief Williams. She's the kind of reform chief that we need in this department. This is a large department. This is one of the largest departments in the United States, in one of the largest urban areas in the United States. So there's a lot of moving pieces to keep up with, but it's her responsibility and her job to assess her command team every day. She knows them, and she has to assess their work and make any changes or improvements that she sees fit. So that's her responsibility. That's why she's the chief of police.
You mentioned a large department. Plea plays an important role in how, the department operates. And I'm curious to know, how do you think the rank and file officers in the union are going to handle the Department of Justice coming in here for more than a year, turning over stones, scrutinizing? Are you worried about the rank and file kind of really revolting against this kind of oversight, or being upset, or the culture worsening, or morale, departures?
No, I think that's taking a lot of leaps and assumptions. I think what we've seen is that when you talk to police officers on the street, they want to do a good job. They care about the community. They got into the job because they want to serve people. And they want to be in a department that's high functioning and successful. And they don't want to be associated with officers who don't live up to that. So it's my hope, and you'll have to ask individual officers or plea yourself, it's my hope that they will reflect that in what they say, in what I have seen of our police officers in action.
You mentioned that, you guys get millions of calls. I know not you, but the PD gets millions of calls a year. But there's a rate of failure. Is the current rate of failure right now with those cases acceptable?
I don't think that any one failure is, I should say that differently. I think any one failure is one too many, because that affects an individual or a family, and we have seen that when there have been issues and problems. But we have to take it in its totality. We have to assess, across the whole department, which is what DOJ is going to do in the pattern and practice, and we also have to assess each individual case for the circumstances that are there.
One of my last questions was this. You mentioned that you guys learned about this relatively late. But when you listen to the DOJ press conference this morning, and they mentioned, the treatment of certain residents in the city of Phoenix and citizen complaints that they got, and in your conversations with Chief Williams, were you guys caught off guard by the scope of their investigation? Or are there things that we don't know about that you say, well, yeah, our officers have done that, and, we're not surprised that the DOJ is looking at X, Y, and Z?
Well, you never expect the Department of Justice to come and assess your department, but we have been working on these issues as long as the chief has been here, and so it's not like we just woke up and said, oh, you mean there's issues that we need to deal with? Of course, we've been working with them. We've been in front of you talking about them for these years. We are not perfect. Our police officers are not perfect 100% of the time, all the time. What we have to assess is, are there patterns and practices that we need to change? That's what DOJ is going to help us with, and continue our efforts to reform our policies, reform our training, reform our practices, get better and better equipment, all those things that the officers need to be successful every time as much as we can.
And do you believe those pattern and practices need to be changed based off it right now, today?
Do I believe?
Do you believe that our patterns and practices as they are right now need to be changed?
I don't know. The Department of Justice are the experts in this field. They view this nationally. I would like to believe that we do not, but I'm open to what the Department of Justice finds when they review our data. And if we have blind spots, then we're happy to hear what they have to say. So, thank you, guys.
Thanks for coming back out here. Appreciate it.
Okay, so that was just a portion of that press conference. We showed you the press conference from the DOJ, the response from the Phoenix Police Department, and then from the city right there. We'll be watching this investigation as it moves forward. Want to go out to a story now in California. A sheriff deputy saved by Narcan as he was exposed to fentanyl out on the job. Here is that crazy, crazy video that was released by the San Diego Sheriff's Department. Take a listen.
San Diego County Sheriff Bill Gore. What you're about to see is traumatic body-worn camera footage involving one of our deputies who was exposed to fentanyl during his patrol shift.
You're okay. Don't be sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. I got you, okay? I'm not gonna let you die. I'm not gonna let you die. It's okay. Just focus on your breathing, okay? Focus on it. I need Narcan!
I'm Corporal Scott Crane from the San Diego County Sheriff's Department. My trainee was exposed to fentanyl and nearly died. It was our first radio call of the day, and this was Deputy Five Eyes' radio call. He found a white substance that he suspected was drugs.
Yeah, it's a powder.
It could be cocaine or fentanyl. It tested positive for fentanyl. This stuff's no joke, dude. It's super dangerous.
I was like, hey, dude, too close. You can't get that close to it. A couple seconds later, he took some steps back and he collapsed. I ran over to him and I grabbed him, and he was ODing. And I went to my trunk, I grabbed the Narcan, came down to him, grabbed him, and I did one nasal spray in one nostril, opened the other one, another nasal spray in the other one.
I remember just not feeling right, and then I fall back, and I don't remember anything after that.
Just breathe, buddy. Breathe.
Trying to get him to focus on just breathing, and because, you know, that fentanyl, you can't breathe.
It was in an instant. It's as though my lungs just locked up. I couldn't breathe. I was trying to gasp for breath, but I couldn't breathe at all.
Bye-bye, you okay? Talk to me. Oh, no. Don't be sorry. You're okay. Don't be sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. I got you, okay? I'm not gonna let you die. I'm not gonna let you die. I need Narcan! I got you.
I'm trying to not let him go. Like, I wanted him to know he wasn't alone. It's an invisible killer. He would have died in that parking lot if he was alone. Fire department got there, put him on the gurney, his eyes rolled back in his head, and he started to OD again. And he was ODing the whole way to the hospital.
I don't think people realize the severity of just how deadly it really is. I'm Deputy David Five Eye, and I almost died of fentanyl overdose.
One of the greatest threats we currently face is the synthetic opioid fentanyl, which is 50 times more potent than heroin. Fentanyl overdoses are on the rise throughout our county. Every day, deputies recover fentanyl in our communities. And the county jails are not immune either to the dangers of this drug. Every week, sheriff's deputies intercept fentanyl entering our facilities. When inmates overdose on fentanyl, smuggled into our jails, deputies and nurses are saving dozens of lives every month by administering naloxone, a medicine used to rapidly reverse the effects of the overdose. Fentanyl deaths in California have increased almost 46% in just the last year. Being exposed to just a few small grains of fentanyl could have deadly consequences. The dangers of fentanyl are real, and this drug is killing our communities. Please take the time to share this video. It might save the life of your son, daughter, friend, or a loved one.
Again, that video released by the San Diego County Sheriff's Department. Scary, scary moments there for that deputy. Happy that he's okay. We're going to move in to a different story coming out of Texas now. The state of Texas stands to receive $1.5 billion as part of a nationwide settlement with multiple pharmaceutical companies that manufactured and marketed opioids. The money expected to go toward treatment programs and other efforts to help with the opioid crisis. Let's listen in
this station. And we have also Paul Singer with our office. He's one of our assistant attorney generals for civil litigation, and he is heavily involved as well with the opioid settlement. So he would be answering all the questions, if any, regarding specifics on this topic. So I'll go ahead and now introduce Attorney General Ken Paxton.
Well, thank you, Alejandro. Thank you all for being here today.
Unfortunately, the opioid crisis is not over, and last year was one of our worst, with deaths up over 30% nationwide and in Texas. In 2020, 93,000 people died from opioid overdoses, nearly 30% more than the year before. This number is significantly less than the number of families that have watched their loved ones live with their lives torn apart because of the opioid crisis. This historic $26 billion agreement, which was actually announced on July 23rd, will bring desperately needed relief to Texans who are struggling with opioid addiction. The agreement includes Cardinal, McKesson, AmerisourceBergen. These are the nation's 3 largest pharmaceutical distributors, and Johnson & Johnson, which manufactured and marketed opioids. This settlement, again, is $26 billion nationwide. $21 billion is from the distributors that I just mentioned. Another $5 billion is from Johnson & Johnson. The state of Texas is joining the distributor deal. We are still evaluating the Johnson & Johnson piece of this. The agreement also requires significant industry changes that will help prevent this type of crisis from ever happening again. J&J is actually getting out of the opioid business for 10 years, and the opioid distributors are creating a nationwide clearinghouse to monitor drug diversion. The maximum amount of money for Texas is almost $1.5 billion. A majority of this money will go to opioid abatement and to local government entities to address the opioid crisis. The money will be able to be spent on expert-approved abatement strategies to be deployed around the state. This is a good deal for Texas, for its cities and its counties, and really for all of the citizens of this great state. This deal delivers funding right now to our state and its communities. We desire for our cities and our counties to get behind this deal to maximize the money that can come to Texas citizens who need it. If cities and counties decide not to join this deal, Texas will receive no real money now. The cities and counties with trial dates have no guarantees of a trial, and they have no guarantee of any money. And one thing they are guaranteed is a long, drawn-out process, which doesn't allow the people who need this to get it. We end up not maximizing, for sure, the money that all Texas citizens have the opportunity to be a part of. The time is now for action, and we must maximize our recovery and take care of our citizens so that we can serve as an example for the rest of the country. So we're asking our cities and counties to thoughtfully look at this and to join a deal that we've spent years negotiating. And this will only be the beginning in our battle to combat opioid addiction. We will continue to fight, and we will continue to go after these other companies, along with some of the manufacturers that are currently in bankruptcy. And so you will see our office continuing to seek resources from these companies that have caused this problem. So with that, I'll turn it over to Suzanne, wherever she went.
Suzanne Jervis. Thank you, Jeremy.
Okay, welcome to the Houston Recovery Center. On behalf of our staff and Leonard Kincaid, our director, who couldn't be here today, it's actually great to see some community faces. We haven't seen each other in a while. So I am the Director of Data Management and Program Analytics, and I get to see a very, very unique view of our service model and what we do here. So what I'd like to do is briefly show you what we do, what we see, and why this money is so important. And thank you so much for your time to come to our center and for all of your efforts in bringing this money to the people of Texas, because it is so desperately needed. The Houston Recovery Center specializes in addiction recovery. And what that means is we have conversations with folks that are actively using substances and are not yet thinking of changing their lives or their usage patterns. And these folks are using at a level where they're crossing into safety and health issues. And so we call that harmful and hazardous substance use. And when we find folks that are ready to take action and recover, we pair them with a recovery coach who's in recovery and is certified by the state, along with a case manager, and they create a plan with the person. They help them get access to treatment and services, and then they help them manage the recovery process directly in the community. And so we have to reframe what substance use disorders look like. We have to frame it as a chronic health condition, because this is what healthcare does with their chronic conditions. If you have cancer, you go in and you get a 5-year plan. You get all the assessments, you get all the labs, you get all the treatment, you get all the follow-up, and they follow you for 5 years to see if you're cancer-free. And when you get to 5 years and you're cancer-free, you're in remission. Well, the same process happens with recovery. So what we try to do is get a benchmark of working with folks for 18 months, and then once they reach like a 5-year benchmark, they're considered in long-term recovery and they can maintain that recovery. The numbers of going back to use drastically reduce when you get to that point. The populations that we're serving are complex. They have complex needs. Their stabilization time is much longer. So we have clients that have stayed with us for 7 years. We are housed here with the Houston Police Department. Good to see you again. Our operations for our sobering center are below us. We opened in 2013. We've served over 35,000 people. And we learned from our clients. So 90% of the folks that come through our sobering center, they come for a short-term stay through law enforcement diversions. We only see them one time. But 10% cycle through on a regular basis. And so we just developed a recovery program for that population. Once we got those two pieces in place, we started saying, who else is seeing this population in the community? What other stakeholders are working with them? And so we partner with the county, we partner with the city, health department, and then we partner with the hospitals. And we work to stabilize all of the folks that are cycling through our system. So we're in Harris County Jail, we're in the diversion courts, we're in adult probation. We're working with Harris County Public Health now on an opioid intervention in the jail. And then we work with the Houston Health Department and the Houston Fire Department on an opioid initiative called Frontlines. And we send our advocates to 36 different hospitals for folks that have been diverted for opioid use disorders, opioid overdoses by EMS, and we meet with them there. And we work with the Harris Health System, working to help them manage the frequent clients that are going through their emergency department. And so, and we're doing street outreach as well with the downtown and midtown management districts with our pit van. We cast this huge net. We see it systemically. When you see things systemically, you see where it works, you see where it doesn't work, and then you see the opportunities and you see the barriers. And what we're starting to do now is we're starting to try to reduce the redundancy of folks cycling through services. And when we do that, we reduce the waste, and then we get rid of the collateral costs that this population creates, which is really, really high. When it comes to opioid use disorder, I looked at the data before I came here on the Frontlines project, and I've been involved in substance use my entire life and my professional career, and I was floored because what we're seeing in that data is an age range of 14 to 91. And when I saw a 91-year-old female overdosing in her home, I was like, what is going on here? And there's a significant number of senior citizens that are overdosing in their homes. And so what's so important is for us to reframe how we see people with substance use issues. And so the industry is rapidly changing. I can't tell you the new formulations that come out, the new combinations of drugs that come out, how people use it. And so we are so grateful for this money that's coming in. I can't tell you, substance use money comes in with a lot of restrictions. But it seems that this money that's coming in, we will, as a population in Texas, be able to define how those funds are distributed. And it's my hope and the hope of the stakeholders that we're involved with that the council that you're putting together to manage the funds, that we have stakeholder information and involvement in the say of the decision making of how this money goes. So if we see it differently, if we reframe it as a chronic health issue, And through the power of collaboration, we learn, we grow, we get smarter, we do it better. And with these opportunities, we have an exciting opportunity ahead of us. So it's a pleasure to talk to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jarvis. Now I'll introduce Associate Deputy Attorney General for Civil Litigation, Paul Singer. Any opioids-related questions he can answer? We're just going to take 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll wrap it up.
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy to take any questions. So we certainly have seen an increase in opioid abuse in Texas, just like the rest of the country has. This past year, we saw an almost 32% increase in opioid overdose deaths, which is kind of shocking considering the efforts that have been put in place over the past several years to both try to educate everyone about this crisis and the dangers of opioid abuse, and also all of the abatement strategies that have been put in place. And it really underscores the value of this settlement that General Paxton is joining today, because it's going to bring money into the communities right now. So cities and counties that want to participate can get access to these funds and are going to be able to put the kind of programs in place that you just heard about that can make a real difference in this crisis.
Is there a timing to when we'll receive the funds?
So money will start flowing out of this settlement in the early part of next year. But obviously there's a number of factors that have to go into making that happen, and there's a number of factors that go into how much comes to Texas. And the most important one for both of those is whether cities and counties in Texas join into this deal. That we only get the money and we only get the treatment efforts if cities and counties participate in this settlement. And so that's why we're here, to try to encourage everyone to join, stand behind General Paxton, and get on board with this deal.
I know Attorney General Paxton has been working for years on this, so I'm just wondering if we can explain the process of how this started. So there were smaller stakeholders involved who were suing or still suing, and so you decided to take the initiative, create a settlement. So now you're opting, or you're allowing other people to opt in to participate. Can you just describe what the impetus behind this was and what the crisis was you're seeing, and how, I'm assuming that there is no other settlement like this that's ever happened before in Texas or in any other state, so could you speak to that?
That's a great point, and yes, happy to. This is nationally the largest state-driven settlement, right behind the tobacco settlement from decades ago. This $26 billion deal represents a massive settlement unlike any other. It is absolutely historic. And it really started when General Paxton came into office and saw this opioid crisis and saw this uptick in lawsuits, as you mentioned, that started to happen throughout the country, where cities, counties, states all started bringing action against opioid manufacturers, distributors, pharmacies, everyone in the supply chain for their conduct that led to this crisis. General Paxton recognized at a very early point that the only way we were going to abate this crisis was to get everybody together and try to find a way to fund abatement programs for the future. So he worked with his colleagues throughout the country, pulled together a group, and was able to negotiate this historic settlement that has the opportunity to deliver the funding that we need for these treatment programs.
Hey, tell them about the bankruptcy concerns if we don't get this done.
No, that's a great point as well. Right now, we are active participants in 2 bankruptcies in the opioid space with Purdue Pharma and Mallinckrodt, and those bankruptcies are a cautionary tale. Any of these companies that have to go to trial and facing the weight of these thousands and thousands of cases throughout the country can very easily be put into bankruptcy. And when they go into bankruptcy, everybody loses. We're not going to have the kind of funding available to us that we need. And the citizens end up losing because we're not going to be able to get the treatment out that we need to see take place. And so our encouragement of cities and counties to join is really driven by this desire to keep them out of bankruptcy and make sure that money can flow into the community where it needs to go.
So if Texas hadn't taken the lead, it's possible this could not have happened.
I absolutely believe General Paxton led this effort and got this historic result. I think that is a very true statement, that without General Paxton's leadership, this deal couldn't have happened.
Can you tell us a little bit about what the clearinghouse is or what that would look like?
Sure. So the clearinghouse is going to be created as part of the distributor settlement as an independent third-party body that's going to receive all of the information about pills shipped into areas down to the pharmacy level. And the point of this was because it's solving a problem that we recognized very early on that the distributors had, which is that they can't share information with each other about where they're shipping pills. So pharmacies are able to purchase from one distributor, switch to another, and it won't raise any concern or red flags. This clearinghouse is going to function as a way to pool all that information, identify problems quickly and early, and then force the companies to actually take action as soon as they identify a problem.
We'll open it up for one more question. If not, only once, going twice. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Singer. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming. And if you have any questions about this issue, you can go to our website, and you will have more information on that.
Okay, so there you have it, the latest out of Texas in that nationwide opioid settlement. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, I have kind of a rundown of all of the top stories of the day. So if you're just tuning into the news now, don't go away. I'll catch you up on everything. See you in 2. Welcome back here to Live Now. I'm Daytona Everett. It is almost 8:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. I want to take you through the news of the day. Let's start out in Philadelphia, where they're really having trouble. A worker shortage, but at the 911 call centers. Definitely a place you don't want to see those shortages. Here's Fox 29 with the latest.
Staffing at the city's 911 call center is critically low, with one police source saying the phone can ring 30 times before an operator picks up, when seconds can make all the difference in your emergency.
I would be freaked out, but you're stuck. What can you do?
It poses a great danger to not only to the person calling, but also to the community they're living in, based on whatever the call is for.
Many Philly residents have reached out to Fox 29, alerting us to the problem, which could mean the difference between life and death. But police sources say the issue has gone on for months. So why is a fix taking so long?
It's something that we're diligently working on to ensure that our response times are what they should be.
Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw says the department just got authorization to hire more 911 dispatchers and just had a class graduate, with the new training series starting soon. The city is also looking to hire more women for positions all across the police department as part of a boost in staffing diversity. But the issue is still complex. What's the least you need in terms of staffing for, especially 911? What's like the least?
You know, I wouldn't be able to give you that answer off the top of my head. But again, you know, when you look at just the demographic or the employees that work in there, there's a high number of single parents that work there. And when you, I don't want to say force, but when you compel staff to work a lot of mandatory overtime during a pandemic, it just makes, professionally, it makes it very difficult for people to manage their personal lives as well.
And now out to New York, where the Cuomo controversy continues. What you need to know now is that Attorney General report is now making a lot of Democratic lawmakers call on New York Governor Cuomo to resign. No word from Cuomo yet on whether he will or not. So what you need to be watching now is criminal charges and a possible impeachment. Here's the latest from Fox 5 in New York.
Last night, the Oswego County District Attorney became at least the 5th in New York State to announce an investigation into possible criminal charges against Governor Andrew Cuomo. The Oswego DA joins others in Nassau, Albany, Westchester, and Manhattan who are doing the same. While experts say criminal charges are unlikely, the governor faces great political peril.
This is like a Shakespearean tragedy. I mean, it's just very sad. It's completely unforeseen.
The head of the state's Democratic Party, Jay Jacobs, says he spoke with Cuomo yesterday and tried to convince him to step down, to no avail. Jacobs calls the governor's removal inevitable.
The vote on an impeachment bill is more than likely. It's almost certain. So you're going into an inevitable situation, and I don't see the merit of that. And what that would mean is that we would drag the public and the Democratic Party, frankly, through a very messy expose.
According to an Associated Press count, at least 86 of the Assembly's 150 members support impeachment if the governor does not resign. If the Assembly does vote to impeach, Cuomo would face a trial in the state Senate, where Andrea Stewart Cousins is the majority leader.
I think we all know how this ends, so I think it would be just best for the governor to resign so that we can just get on with the state's business.
The governor continues to lose support with each passing hour. Several labor unions that had once backed him now say they no longer do. And the attorney for his first accuser, Lindsey Boylan, told the New York Times that Boylan plans to sue the governor and his advisors for retaliating against her for coming forward.
It is an appalling situation. It's one that I feel very, very sad about. Certainly, I applaud the courageous women who came forward and made these statements.
And now out to the latest on Capitol Hill. The Senate slogging through the infrastructure bill, voting on amendments as lawmakers are eyeing a possible finish over the weekend when it comes to voting. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera in Washington with the latest as President Biden touts the importance of investing in clean energy.
As the Senate inches closer towards wrapping up work on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, President Biden is setting another goal, jump-starting a shift towards electric cars with a new executive order. The president is aiming to make half of all new cars sold in 2030 emission-free.
The question is whether we'll lead or fall behind in the race for the future.
The president is touting the need for bold action on top of the investments made in the infrastructure package. $7.5 billion has been set aside for a national network of electric vehicle chargers, a little less than 5% of what the president had called for in his American Jobs Plan.
The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act isn't perfect. No bill ever is. But it makes historic investments in assets that will benefit every American for many, many years.
Timing for the bill's final passage is fluid, despite optimism from the White House and on Capitol Hill.
We think we are headed toward an agreement on this front, but we certainly are cognizant of and focused on the reality of funds being needed.
Some lawmakers are still not sold, especially as Democrats push their $3.5 trillion budget blueprint, their next priority after the bipartisan infrastructure package.
Now is not the time to double down on out-of-control spending for a non-emergency matter.
Lawmakers are also preparing for a potential showdown over the nation's debt limit. Senator Mitch McConnell says Republicans won't vote to raise the debt ceiling if Democrats push their $3.5 trillion spending package through. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
And heading into the weekend, it's tax-free weekend. Fox 4's Steve Noviello has all of those tips and tricks on how to get those deals but not lose all of your money.
Friday through Sunday, purchases of most clothing, footwear, school supplies, and backpacks sold for less than $100 will be tax-free. Some other things like diapers and baby clothes are also on that tax-free list, so be sure to check it out. Now, while it's a nice opportunity to save some cash, we're talking less than $10 saved for every $100 you spend, so remember to mind that budget. Forecasters are expecting much larger in-person shopping crowds than we saw last year during the height of the COVID pandemic. But you don't have to leave your house in order to take advantage of the tax break. Orders in person, online, by phone, even by mail qualify for the tax holiday. Even items that are paid for during the exemption period but don't get delivered until after it's over also still qualify. At Galleria Dallas, they have added a new service which allows shoppers to buy online or by phone and then contact the shopping center's concierge service for contactless curbside pickup.
So instead of them having to go back into the stores or back into the shopping center, our team delivers it out to the curb. So nothing changes for the consumer other than having like that additional call that they have to make so that items are delivered directly to their vehicles.
About a dozen retailers are participating in the pickup service, restaurants too, so you can grab some food or get a Starbucks to go curbside. Details on that program and the full list of what is and is not exempt from sales tax right now on our station website. And when you come see me online, facebook.com/SaveMeSteve.
Again, Steve Noviello with Fox 4 in Dallas. The White House is working on a long-term solution for the millions of old, unused, crumbling oil wells that are apparently leaking toxins into the soil and water. Fox News correspondent Steve Rappaport has more in this edition of our Biden Impact series. Take a listen.
And then there it is flowing up out of the ground there.
President Biden putting a spotlight on a little-known problem that's causing big issues for farmers and ranchers across the country. The EPA says there are about 3.2 million abandoned oil and gas wells in the U.S. Only a third have been plugged with cement. The rest are leaking harmful chemicals into fields and water sources, including methane and benzene, both known carcinogens.
It's like, oh my God, like this whole place is just, you know, Swiss cheese of old oil wells that are falling apart.
Now the president is making a big push to clean things up. The bipartisan infrastructure deal includes at least $16 billion to cap and clean abandoned wells and mines. The White House claims federal funding for those projects will revitalize local economies that have depended on drilling to survive. Administration officials say family farms will be prioritized, but the cleanup is also about making sure drillers and miners don't get left behind as the country shifts towards sustainable energy. But it won't be easy. The infrastructure funding is just a down payment. Most of the money the administration is requesting hasn't been approved by Congress, so they'll be asking the oil and gas industry to pitch in to solve what has become a national problem.
And this isn't a problem isolated to the Permian. This is East Texas, this is Pennsylvania, this is Ohio, this is West Virginia. This is a global industry problem.
And the president says this is a jobs program as well. He wants to put drillers and miners to work capping those wells at the same price they would charge to dig them. In New York, Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
Now we want to go out to those western wildfires we've been following. There's currently 100 large fires burning across 14 states so far, collectively burning almost 2 million acres, the largest fire in California, leaving a path of destruction across the northern part of the state, growing over the last few days. It devastated one gold rush era town. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has more from LA.
Northern California's already devastating Dixie Fire engulfing the gold rush era town of Greenville on Wednesday, turning much of the downtown into ash. Some of the destroyed structures more than a century old.
We lost Greenville tonight, and there's just not words for.
Some comparing the charred remains of the town to a war zone. California's largest fire has burned for weeks, but it's been gaining new momentum in the last few days, fueled by whipping winds as the blaze consumes bone-dry vegetation. Thousands of firefighters battling the fire, which is running parallel to a canyon area. turning it into a chimney that created a massive plume of smoke visible from at least 70 miles away. Erupting overnight, the approaching flames of the Dixie Fire forcing hundreds in the town of Greenville to evacuate.
We're all evacuating. Everyone's driving home as fast as they can to get their bag and split.
But many won't have a home to return to. Meanwhile, dozens more lost everything in the river fire, burning about 100 miles south in a drought-stricken, heavily forested area.
This took off.
The fast-moving fire prompting large-scale evacuations for about 6,000 people across 2 counties.
Police and everything came through with sirens and everything, and they were telling us to evacuate now.
The record-breaking heat and drought, which some scientists blame on climate change, creating more frequent and more catastrophic fires, making the fight against them even more difficult. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
And now we're hearing from Fox 32 in Chicago. They're finding microplastics in the Great Lakes. Here's that segment from today.
Okay, so apologies if you haven't eaten yet, but apparently it's in our food, it's in our water, it's even in craft beer. That surprised me. We're talking about microplastics, and a whole lot of that, unfortunately, is in our magnificent Lake Michigan.
Yeah, and journalist and Michigan State University professor Eric Friedman has reported on this very tiny type of pollution, and it's creating a huge problem in our lakes and our water supplies. He's actually here this morning. He's going to join, or he is joining us right now to talk about this. Hey, thank you so much for coming on.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
Yeah. So, Eric, first of all, explain for those who don't know, what are microplastics and what do they look like?
Microplastics are tiny pieces of plastic. They're less than 0.2 of an inch in size. And they come from our plastic bags, they come from fishing line. Our clothes, the synthetics that make our fabric in the washing machine and the dryer, they come from industrial spills. When it rains, tiny particles from our tires wash into the water, into the rivers, into the streams that feed Lake Michigan.
And so I'm glad you mentioned the fibers. I didn't know that about when you wash your clothes. The fibers release these microplastics. And also COVID, I know, is a compounding factor as well, because we've got the gloves and the masks and all that stuff. One thing that really surprised me, Professor, was apparently microplastic fragments have been found in developing fetuses. If that doesn't get somebody's attention, I don't know what will.
It's in the fish that we eat from the Great Lakes, because they eat these particles. They think they're food. Fish aren't that smart. And we eat the fish. They're in the seabirds. They're in the cormorants. They're in, as you indicated, craft beer. There was a study that looked at 12 brands of craft beers draw on municipal water supplies, including 2 in the Chicago area, that get their water from Lake Michigan. And all 12 brews, mostly Pilsners, had microfibers in them, and so did 81% of the tap water systems that were tested that provide the water for those microbreweries.
Wow. And how long has this been going on? I mean, are we talking years, decades?
We're talking decades, but nobody paid any attention till the 1990s. Before that, most of the attention focused on the ocean, because we've seen these iconic pictures of rafts of plastic floating in the Caribbean or floating in the Pacific. Nobody has yet studied the health effects on humans from the Great Lakes microplastics, and the scientists are still in the early stages of studying what they do to fish, what they do to seabirds, what they do to other kinds of wildlife. And it's frightening because we can't see many of these particles. We know they're there, but cleaning the beach helps, but it doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah, I'm glad you just mentioned that, because that's my next question. It's depressing, but is there anything, I mean, it seems so ubiquitous, is there anything we can do about it?
I think there are 2 things we can do individually. One is just being careful about what plastic we use and how we dispose of it. We've all been to the beach and we've seen plastic bags from hot dog buns and sandwiches flying by. Nobody puts them in the trash. But there are volunteer groups, including many organized by the Alliance for the Great Lakes, which is based in Chicago, in which volunteers periodically go and clean the beaches, at least the visible debris. and that raises public awareness of the problem.
So, I want to ask you, because we know that, fish are eating this, and you mentioned other animals, but, we're also ingesting this. What kind of health problems is this causing humans?
Well, we don't know, and the researchers I've spoken to said there's a need for more money to fund the kind of study that will look long-term at the health effects on people from these chemicals. And these chemicals are continually changing as industry develops new forms of polymers and plastics.
Well, I know, we often tell people where they can go to read something, but I like what Cranes did with this. It's actually a forum. There's a lot of video clips. It's real. I think it's hopefully going to catch some people's attention. It's really good work, Professor. Thanks so much for joining us, and hopefully down the road, as we take a look there at where a lot of that plastic, that microplastic, again, because of the current, it pushes it all down, and so it's real fascinating stuff. Thanks so much for joining us.
I've enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah, and you can learn, of course, more about what he's writing on in Crane's Chicago Business. So that'll be a lot of people tuning into that. Hey, thank you.
And when we come back after the break in 2 minutes, we'll be going into some coronavirus news. Everything you need to know about Delta variant boosters, what concerts are going to look like. We're stacked. We'll see you in 2. And welcome back here to Live Now, 8:45 in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Daytona Everett. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday night. We're going to go into some coronavirus news. So we're hearing from Moderna that their vaccine is apparently still effective after 6 months, but they are saying it's quite possible you might need a booster shot in the fall if you got that vaccine. Here's a conversation right now with our team out in New York.
In Fox 5 Health News, and Moderna says its vaccine is still effective after 6 months, but will likely need a booster shot this fall.
All right, joining us now, Dr. Rabia Delator from NYU Langone. No big surprise there. Walk us through. I mean, that's basically going to be a fact of life moving forward, really, with this, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think we all knew that basically, based on data from people who were infected, that antibodies did tend to wane after 6 months. And now data from the actual companies themselves shows that at about 6 months, even though the vaccines are very effective in preventing severe disease and hospitalization and death, that the antibody levels do wane after 6 months. And so we'll likely need booster shots. There's kind of two schools of thought, though, on whether our focus should be now on boosting the people who who were vaccinated around Christmas like myself, or focusing more on getting those first shots into arms throughout the world, not just in the United States, but globally. So, you know, there's some hesitancy with the World Health Organization, the FDA focused more on those first shots, but I think that going forward, we absolutely will need booster shots to maintain our immunity.
You know, right now we just have been on this emergency use of them. At what point will the FDA give full approval, and do you think that'll make a difference for those who are still hesitant about getting a shot?
I do. So about half of the country is fully vaccinated, and, you know, about 70% of the adult population has at least the first shot. But among the people who aren't vaccinated, a recent poll showed that 3 out of 10 people who are not vaccinated felt like they were waiting for the FDA approval to kick in. Now, whether that's true or not, my hope is that once this approval actually does go through, hopefully later this month, that we will have more people get vaccinated and obtain immunity so that we can try to reach herd immunity and put this pandemic behind us.
Right. The whole game really is the vaccination at this point. We understand later tonight the military is going to require that all active duty are vaccinated. So that's, I guess, a big step in that direction as well.
Yes, absolutely. Schools, military, federal government, a lot of hospital systems are going to mandate vaccination or weekly testing. Personally, I'm in support of this. I think that it's a great idea because we really don't have another option here to try to end this pandemic, or else we're going to continue going on and on and on in, you know, a very altered and kind of sad lifestyle. So we need to get back to what we were like before, and this is the only way out.
I also saw a report, Doctor, about the amount of children that are handling this Delta variant so differently than the first round, like they're going from 0 to 20 as far as hospitalizations. What's so different?
So the Delta variant is definitely more contagious. The previous variants of coronavirus or the COVID-19 virus kind of were protected for children because the volume of air that a child kind of exhales when they breathe is smaller. And so they weren't as likely to spread it to one another, especially if they were wearing masks and maintaining social distancing. It was almost negligible, the amount of spread there was. But this variant is a lot more contagious. And so unfortunately, it can spread to a lot more people with less effort, essentially. It's just survival of the fittest. So the strongest virus is going to survive, and Delta is coming out as a superior form because it's so transmissible. Yeah. So even with kids, it's something to be more nervous about.
Indeed.
One more thing.
Yeah, it never ends. All right, Doctor, we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, let's check in with Nick. It is starting.
Okay, so this next story is for all the music lovers out there. DC music venues have packed show schedules. That's kind of a story for across the country right now. But how could this change throughout the pandemic? Fox 5 in DC has that.
We continue to track the changes with the pandemic, and we're focusing on entertainment and performers and concerts. Garth Brooks is one who is monitoring the rise of COVID cases as he weighs ending his stadium tour. DMV music venues have a packed show schedule, many sold-out shows. Fans were quick to get back to the fun. But now will it change? It's a good question. Joining us now to talk about the music scene, the communications director for IMP and National Independent Venue Association, Audrey Fix-Schaefer. Audrey, it's always good to talk to you. Man, we've been talking with you and chronicling this whole last year and a half when shows were shut down, and then you had the fight with Congress to get funding for the venues, and then everybody said, this is great, let's rush back to the venues, and now where do we stand from the music perspective?
Well, thanks for having me. And by the way, props to whoever does your lead in music. So far, I've heard this morning MGMT, Mary J. Blige, and Portugal the Man. So right on for that. But where we are right now, the 930 Club and the Lincoln Theater have yet to have its first show because it takes a while for this concert business to get back up and running again because of tours that have to route throughout the country. We had our very first show last week at the Anthem with Dave Chappelle, and that was an amazing way to reopen after 485 dark days, to have him bring the light, and a hometown guy as well. And I was just out at Merriweather last night. We had Salt and Peppa and New Kids on the Block for some throwback stuff, and there are more than 8,000, 9,000 people there. So people are back. And I think the absolute most important thing people can do is to get vaccinated. You probably hear that from everybody who comes on your show, no matter what it is that they do for a living. That's how we get back. And to get vaccinated and to make sure that your friends and family get vaccinated. And that's how we move on.
Audrey, let me jump in for a second, because you talked about multiple layers that are going on here. One is obviously you have to deal with the local guidelines, which you've been able to do by reopening the anthem. The other, like you mentioned with the 930 Club, is that you have to wait for the artists to essentially be able to get their schedules back, because they're trying to make up a year's worth of shows as well. But when you go on the schedules right now for the anthem and for other venues, the schedules are pretty packed. Are you hearing from any artists now that are saying, maybe we're not going to tour like we thought we were?
So far, we haven't. We're always having conversations with them, and everybody's got to be nimble in this world. But I think that artists are taking the view that things are going to vary from place to place and time to time, and that we just have to be nimble.
As far as the venues that you're operating right now, do you think that you'll be able to get caught up on things? You know, I know the Chappelle show was just, I mean, it's obviously sold out. I mean, it was must see for so many people. And I think that really, Audrey, celebrated the return to live music. And then only a week later, then you find out, well, maybe we're going to have more changes. So I know you've been working with the city government, but have you heard anything from a governmental aspect that might change things for the venues?
Well, there's a mask mandate, and that's something that we're happy to comply with. And there was a mask requirement for Dave Chappelle's show, even though it wasn't mandated by the city. Artists also make their own determination about what they want to do. And I was there, and the crowd was fully masked, and really happy to be there, and realizing that that this is their first time out for so many people, and it's wearing a mask now has just been a way of life for so many that it's not that much of a difference.
Last thing for you, Audrey, real quick, for the folks who do have tickets to upcoming events, maybe they bought them a year ago plus, waiting for a show that got rescheduled. Do you just advise they hold on to those at this point?
Well, of course. Come on.
I mean, I wouldn't expect any other answer from you. Are there policies in place, though, or is it just if the show is canceled itself that there would be a chance to get a refund?
Well, one thing that was really interesting during the course of the pandemic, when we were completely shut down like the rest of the country is how few people asked for a refund. That they knew that they were going to want to come out when the time was right and the doors were going to be open again. If anybody wanted one, of course we work with them on a case-by-case basis, but I think people's heart and soul are to come out and relive this part of their life again.
Sure. Well, you got things started with Chappelle at the anthem. Hopefully it's smoother sailing here on out. Audrey Fix-Schaefer, it's always good to talk to you. And there's the information online if you want to check out the lineups for the local music venues. Jeanette?
All right, Steve, thank you. 7:54 is your time. Still to come.
Keep the music venues open. We need music. Okay, we're talking about a demand. Demand is up for COVID-19 tests right now. Check this out. More than 64,000 coronavirus tests were conducted in Dallas County in just the past week. That's the most since early February. Fox 4 in Dallas breaks it all down.
64,000 coronavirus tests were done in Dallas County in the past week. That is the most since early February. We talked to the head of a handful of clinics trying to ramp up to meet what is currently a pretty overwhelming demand. Dr. Nick Carr with Sinai Urgent Care joins us this morning. We know cases are up and testing, the number of tests we are seeing up as well. I know your clinics are packed. Last week, my husband tried to get a COVID test, and finding one was tough, and wound up going to one outside, one of your clinics outside of our area, because, I mean, you guys are slammed.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, Lauren. Yeah, it's been crazy, kind of as you indicated. The numbers have been dropping in February, and we thought things were kind of going back to normal. And we started to see resurgence about 6 weeks ago, and then it's, we're in the middle of what feels like a normal flu season. It's pretty crazy.
Do you need to bring in additional staff for this? I mean, do you need more PPE again? And then when you hear that some of the hospitals in our area are asking for help from the state and are being denied, how does that make you feel?
Yeah, it's, we've been fortunate as far as PPE. That was one of those issues that seems to have worked itself out over the past year or so, although we'll have to just kind of wait and see. Staffing is, as indicated, has been one of our biggest struggles, just because of how quickly we saw this huge increase in the volume. And, staff are frustrated, patients are frustrated. It's worrisome, especially as we start to head into flu season. Typically this is our slow time of year, where we're ramping up, and it just kind of, caught us off guard a little bit. So we're really wondering what this fall and winter are going to look like.
And what are colleagues saying about the fact that, these hospitals, a lot of the hospitals in the area are asking for help and are being told, figure it out on your own?
Yeah, it's definitely concerning. One of the big things that we've been seeing is that across the board, and again, we are seeing cases amongst both the vaccinated and the unvaccinated, but it's particularly the unvaccinated who seem to be having a more severe course, kind of a worse outcome. And so, it's just really putting a stress across the whole system. Even as we've been going to hire people, they're getting pulled out of state to go help do, FEMA jobs where they're setting up tents again. And so there's a huge, I would say the labor is kind of the biggest constraint that we all have right now.
Well, that was Fox 4 in Dallas. We're going to take a 2-minute break, but when we come back, we are talking about back to school, as so many kids are heading back into the classrooms in person, not just remote. And then also speaking with a chiropractor about whether or not you can grow 2 inches from getting work done. The rapper Big Sean seems to think so. That's in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now. It is exactly 9 o'clock on the dot here in Phoenix, Arizona. A little bit later out there on the East Coast. So if you're sticking with us on the East Coast, thank you. We appreciate that. We're moving into a story now on chiropractors. Rapper Big Sean says that he grew 2 inches from going to the chiropractor. I'm feeling a little rough in the back right now myself. Fox 5 in DC had a chiropractor on the show to talk a little bit on how to take care of your back.
Yesterday, we told you about rapper Big Sean, who says he actually grew 2 inches after routinely going to a chiropractor. We all had a lot of questions about it. He says he went twice a week to get those extra inches. So can chiropractors actually make you a few inches taller? We want to bring in our friend, Dr. Ray Solano, for some answers. Dr. Ray, you are a chiropractor, sports physician. You've done wonders to fix my neck. Is this a thing? Can you help someone grow?
Absolutely. You know, it's actually factual, and everyone's going to have, a varied result. I mean, some people maybe an inch, some people maybe 2 inches, but it really does depend on the length of time you're being treated. And of course, if you have any underlying conditions prior to receiving treatment, of course.
So how does it work?
Yeah, so basically, and Aaron, you probably can attest to some of this, there's a lot of stretching involved here in the office. We do some decompression therapy. We try to provide some exercise instruction to help elongate the spine so that you can create space in those discs, because those discs are made up primarily of water. And if those discs dehydrate, if those muscles get tight from things like poor posture, slouching, dehydration, then you can become shorter over time. So we try our best to counteract all of those things by lengthening and decompressing the spine through chiropractic manipulations or adjustments.
So technically, you're not actually physically growing taller. You're really just making the most of the height that you have, right?
Absolutely. We're taking what you have and we're working with it. We're creating, more elastic, long muscles of the spine. We're creating space between the joints, which a lot of people, especially nowadays, sitting in front of these computers, over time, they do compress and shorten. So what we're trying to do over time is create space. Some people 1 inch, some people 2 inches. It's not uncommon for people to come see me after they've been treating for a while and say, hey, I was at my annual physical, and they say I'm actually 1 inch or 2 taller. It's totally possible.
I'm thinking of some of the men out there who are going to be like, listen, I'm really 6 feet. I'm 5'10" right now. I just got to go to the chiropractor. But I'm wondering, is there anything that you can do at home? Perhaps you can't go to the chiropractor as often as you'd like. You mentioned posture. Is there anything else? And can you tell whether or not there might be a couple inches that you can gain?
Yeah, that's a great question. There are lots of things you can do at home. First and foremost, sit up straight, right? The things our moms used to tell us when we were younger. Sit up straight, roll your shoulders back. Try to keep your head centered over your shoulders. Get up often from your chair. A lot of Americans are still teleworking, so get up often from your chair so that over time your spine doesn't compress, become shorter, and you actually lose height. So guys out there, this is the time you want to start getting up more often to take some really nice pictures to send to the ladies.
And you said after doing this for a while, so how often would someone have to come to you in order to see these results? Are we talking once a week, once a month? What does that look like?
Yeah, usually it's about once to twice a week, and we do that for about 3 months. And after 3 months, we do a reassessment. And it's not uncommon when we do our reassessment for the patient to say, hey, I feel taller, I feel a little lighter. Is that possible? Absolutely, it's possible. It just requires patience, time, and it also not just the work that we do here in the office. And once again, Aaron can attest to this. It's a lot of the things that you're doing at home away from the office. Maybe modifying your activity, maybe putting some exercises into your routine that will help strengthen those muscles and stabilize those muscles that do create some type of lengthening to the spine.
I'm curious. I know some of the ladies here, Holly, you've been going for years. I believe twice a week, you said. Aaron has also told us that she visits you as well. When I got to a point where I needed to go see a chiropractor, I mentioned before I couldn't turn left at all. I didn't know where to start. So there might be some people who are interested in going to a chiropractor, whether it's to grow a couple inches or for some other reason. Where do you start? How do you find a good chiropractor?
Yeah, great. Try and find someone who has your similar interests. So I specialize in sports medicine. So a lot of the people that come and see me have an active lifestyle to begin with. So try and find someone who you might have a connection with before you've even stepped into the office. You can do that by visiting the website, reading the bio, maybe getting a referral from a friend. A lot of my patients come in, they're weekend warriors or pro athletes. They are active to some degree. So I think that's the best thing, finding someone that's a best or a good fit for you. And I think just doing your research, doing your homework to try and find the best person that has experience treating your problem or your condition. Now, keep in mind, to see a chiropractor, you don't have to be in pain. You can come in with some limitations in your range of motion, not being able to turn over when you're driving, looking over your shoulder, having maybe a little bit of tingling in your arm, or maybe having some problems with your feet. Those are all things we treat here in the office. So patients that come in, they get a thorough assessment. We determine the cause of their problem. And a lot of times we can trace it back to the spine. And one of the benefits to receiving treatment in the office is, yes, adding a little bit of inches to your height.
All right. Good to know. You've given a lot of folks out there some hope for pain relief, and I don't know, maybe their dating situation,
some
as well.
height.
Or maybe the NBA.
We need height out there.
They're like LeBron, here I come.
Hey, I might be able to make a few phone calls for you ladies that are looking, of course. But,
Oh, thank you very much. How kind of you, Dr. Solano.
Dr. Ray Solano, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
see you
Appreciate
next
it.
great to see you guys.
Make sure he's at least 6 feet. I'm 5'9" flat, so I just want to put that in there. Thanks so much. Just kidding.
You bet.
Well, birthdays.
A chiropractor and a matchmaker. Interesting. Okay, we're going into Fox 2 in Detroit. They're talking about back to school plans for the Metro Detroit area. It's looking a little different in every single city. So here's how they're doing it out in Michigan.
I really did not want to do a mandate for a vaccine.
But the president of Wayne State University believes as a leader, he must follow the science.
With the Delta variant out there, that the cases were increasing and everything was going in the wrong direction.
In response to the rising COVID infection rate, Wayne State will require all students, faculty, and staff who plan to be on campus during the fall semester to receive their COVID-19 vaccination.
August 30th is the deadline to at least get started on the vaccination.
Right decision to do it as a school, because you never know who is vaccinated or is not vaccinated.
President Wilson says for members of the Wayne State University community who are not on board with the vaccination, there are other options.
The difference between our mandate and some others are that if you are a student or faculty member that's doing everything online, then those people do not have to be vaccinated.
President Wilson, who also has a medical background as an epidemiologist, says full vaccination of the campus community will eventually eliminate the need to wear a mask. But for now, a mask mandate is also in place until September 15th.
On September 15th, we'll evaluate it. And if things are still out of control, we will maybe continue it for a little while longer.
The Big Three also beefing up COVID safety protocols. A COVID-19 joint task force comprised of the UAW, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis determined that personnel will be required to wear a mask at all plants, offices, and warehouses, regardless of their vaccination status, starting Wednesday, August 4th. But the COVID-19 Joint Task Force also made this clear in a statement, which reads in part, "We know the best way to fight this virus is by getting vaccinated. The task force is strongly encouraging all members, co-workers, and their families to roll up their sleeves so we can move more quickly on once again relaxing mask protocols." Back on the campus of Wayne State University, where over 90% of staff are vaccinated and close to 80% of students have received the vaccine, President Wilson believes the vaccine is the best way to win the fight against COVID.
Everyone should get vaccinated. No question.
In Detroit, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
Just excited to be able to do what we were doing really well before the pandemic.
It's a major step forward, an announcement by Detroit Public Schools Community District and Detroit Federation of Teachers on a reopening plan agreement to have DPSCD teachers and support staff back in the classroom and schools for in-person teaching and learning.
For many of our teachers, it's a relief that we will be returning to face-to-face instruction.
As the fight against COVID-19 shut down schools across the state, online learning became the lesson at hand. Attempts to reopen were met with closures, but school officials believe the vaccine and COVID relief funding will make a difference for face-to-face instruction.
With $1.2 billion of COVID relief funding, we're going to be able to do a lot of things better.
And that means safer.
From having a nurse at every school, mental health services at every school, after school programming after school.
There's also enhanced cleaning and a smaller class size, which allows for better social distancing. The agreement will also allow teachers to see more pay in the form of hazard pay.
In this agreement, all teachers and DFT staff will receive an additional $2,000 above their annual pay to come back and work in person every day. They also can receive an additional $2,000 if they're working with students in person and online.
As Dr. Vitti spoke about the agreement, he also announced an option for families who do not want face-to-face instruction.
So DPSCD will create a separate virtual school this fall. I think it's important for DPSCD always to offer as many learning options as possible.
But despite this agreement, Detroit Federation of Teachers understands that not all of its members are on board.
What we have to do in this moment is make every step, every mitigation strategy, every possible way to keep ourselves safe, to keep our students safe, and to get schools back in the fall.
The union and the school district maintain there is a plan in place if they have to alter their agreement. It's something that could be needed as the COVID infection rate increases.
Am I concerned? Yes. Am I worried? But not to the point where I believe that we should have a delay with in-person learning in the fall.
In Southfield, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
I don't want to send them, exposed, not being vaccinated.
This mom says her kids won't go back to school this year without protection.
Lost too many people, friends, seeing people get sick, and I'm like, well, I'd rather be protected than not be protected.
Detroit Public Schools Community District partnering with the city's health department, launching a blitz to get kids 12 and up vaccinated, bringing these mobile family resource hubs, buses, right to the neighborhoods to make it easy. Wednesday here at East English Village High School. A spokesperson with the district says about 70% of staff are vaccinated. Although it's not mandatory for anyone, it's encouraged.
It is a fact that in the city of Detroit, the age group of 40 and below, the 12 to 40 years of age, is the population that has the least number of individuals who are vaccinated.
You can see behind me that there is not a line wrapped around the bus. Turnout was lower than expected, but this is just day one.
It's been a general hesitancy across the entire United States, but that's not stopping the enthusiasm. It's not stopping the push or the energy or the commitment to be here and be available.
Turnout continued to be sparse throughout the afternoon, but the mobile hubs will be operating in 3 locations over the next 6 weeks, here on the east side, on the west side at Renaissance High and Munger Middle School. We will post dates and times on our website, fox2detroit.com. On Detroit's east side, Jessica Dupnack, Fox 2 News.
As the COVID infection rate increases and variants become relentless, some businesses are concerned if this could be the start of a return to restrictions to keep residents safe.
We hope that doesn't happen.
Some entrepreneurs understand that restrictions like capacity limits and closures of non-essential businesses can lead to layoffs.
I'm always concerned when I have to lay my workers off because that affects the economy, which affects the cash flow in the community.
The governor also hearing these concerns.
I met with a bunch of small businesses earlier. They're worried about the variants.
But as Governor Whitmer acknowledges concerns from the business community, she also wants people to understand that the power to lower the infection rate is in the hands of Michiganders.
Those executive actions that I was able to take in the early days to save lives, some of those aren't even available to me anymore after lawsuits and action by the legislature. And that's why it's really important that people stay educated, that they get the vaccine, and that they stay vigilant.
The manager at Mike's Market in Detroit agrees.
Let's not let it go to the government to tell us have a shutdown. Let's ourselves kind of take things into our own hands.
We still have epidemic powers that come from the Department of Health and Human Services. However, the ability to keep people safe really is, at this juncture, it's on all of us.
As the COVID infection rate increases, some business owners say they're doing all they can to keep their customers and employees safe.
All of our employees are wearing masks. We still have the shields up for the cashiers. We have wipes, sanitizing wipes to wipe down all the buggies. We have plenty of hand sanitizer.
As Whitmer met with small business owners, she gave them a message of hope, which she hopes is heeded by all Michiganders, and that's to get vaccinated.
It's the smartest, best thing we can do to keep from this virus overwhelming our state again.
In Ypsilanti, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
So that was just a compilation of stories out of the Metro Detroit area. When we come back, we're taking a look at coronavirus cases from more of a nationwide stance, how it's going to be affecting international travelers, and so much more. See you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now. I'm Daytona Everett. The Biden administration now looking at a phased approach to ease travel into the United States. This as the Delta variant continues to fuel a surge of cases across the country. Fox News correspondent Aisha Hasni reports.
The Delta variant maintains its hold on parts of the U.S. White House officials say 7 states now with the lowest vaccination rates account for about half of new infections and hospitalizations over the last week. Florida and Texas alone make up about 1/3. Health officials say vaccines remain the best line of defense against new variants.
You protect the vulnerable targets who are unvaccinated people by vaccinating them.
Meanwhile, the Biden administration says it's working on plans to ease travel restrictions, including potentially requiring all foreign visitors to be vaccinated against COVID-19. Existing restrictions will stay in place for now.
There's still policy work being done here. May need to have some type of a vaccine requirement, but that's not a decision at this point.
And Moderna announcing today its COVID-19 vaccine is 93% effective for up to 6 months after full immunization. Pfizer made a similar announcement last week, reporting its vaccine is now 91% effective in that same time period. The drug maker says scientists are working on a booster shot for the Delta variant, and they can expect data in the next few months.
When we see the totality of the data, we will pick the best booster. In Germany, in France, in the UK, in Israel, they say that they're going to start boosting the elderly.
And Moderna says a third COVID-19 shot will likely be needed before winter. In New York, Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
And we want to go out now to our sister station in Milwaukee, as they're saying all of southeastern Wisconsin's largest healthcare systems are requiring their staff to be fully vaccinated of COVID-19 come fall. This is being met with a little bit of opposition. Here's their story.
That's our big story tonight at 9. All of southeastern Wisconsin's largest healthcare systems will require their staff be fully vaccinated against COVID-19 come fall.
Dozens of advocacy groups criticizing the announcement today. Fox 6's Sam Kramer joining us live in Wauwatosa, where some healthcare workers are part of the opposition here.
Yeah, hi there, Steph. The Wisconsin United for Freedom nonprofit says it's backing a group of some 4,000 healthcare workers who don't want to get that vaccine. They argue it is their right to control what enters their body, while those that have actually made that vaccine requirement decision say this is just the right thing to do for patient safety. As COVID-19 cases trend higher in Wisconsin, including extreme rates of transmission in Milwaukee County,
COVID is far from over.
Healthcare systems will require employees be fully vaccinated by various dates this fall. October 15th for Advocate Aurora Health and Pro Healthcare, November 1st for Froedtert Health, the Medical College of Wisconsin, and UW Health, November 12th for Ascension, Wisconsin, and November 15th for Children's Wisconsin, a decision they say will protect patients.
Let this decision to mandate vaccines be another chapter in our book, one that says we have done everything we can to keep our patients, our communities, and each other safe and healthy.
But others like Wisconsin United for Freedom, or WOOF, say it violates their employees' rights.
We should not be making medical decisions based on fear. We should be making medical decisions based on informed consent and not coercion.
Rachel McCardle says WOOF is receiving hundreds of messages from healthcare workers who fear they'll lose their job over the requirement for a vaccine that's only authorized under emergency approval.
We believe in health choice. We believe in bodily autonomy and having the right to say what is injected or not injected to a person's body.
But for UW Health's Dr. Nasia Safdar, the mandate is a professional responsibility.
We went into healthcare for a reason, and that was to take care of patients. This step will allow us to take better care of our patients, and patients deserve that.
Now, the vaccination rates vary across those healthcare providers. A Froedtert Health spokesperson tells me they have about 66% of their employees fully vaccinated. It's as high as 90% elsewhere at UW Health and the Medical College of Wisconsin. We're live tonight in Wauwatosa. Sam Kramer, Fox 6 News.
It's a potential showdown. We'll see what happens. Sam, thanks.
Very, very interesting right there. We'll step away from COVID for just a moment to bring you out to a pretty unfortunate story for an Ohio family. Let me pull this up for you. An Ohio family accidentally throws away $25,000 while cleaning out a freezer. It happened in Oberlin last week when the family was cleaning out their grandmother's house. Grandma apparently stored away the cash in the freezer for safekeeping. By the time they figured out that the money was gone, their trash was already heading to a landfill in a dump truck. Luckily, Waste Collection Agency, Republic Services, they were able to help. A supervisor arranged for the trunk to be dropped off, or they arranged for the truck to drop off its load at this recycling center in Elyria. 10 workers volunteered to search for the cash, which they did end up finding and were able to return to the family. Listen in.
They were cleaning out their house for their grandmother, and they cleaned out the refrigerator, threw all the garbage, grabbed all the freezer stuff, put it in a bag, and then the grandma's like, hey, there's an envelope with $25,000 in there, don't lose that. And she's like, Grandma, I already lost that. I'm like, it's in the garbage.
Oh man, that is just a perfect example. Always check with Grandma before you empty it out. Officials at the Waste Collection Agency, they say fast action and teamwork were to credit for finding the cash. The family is reportedly incredibly grateful for their efforts, as I can imagine. $25,000. You definitely don't want to be losing that. Again, I'm Daytona Everett here with Live Now. We're going to go into a bit of the latest when it comes to the White House. We'll be hearing from Press Secretary Jen Psaki as she holds her press briefing. Also, the White House Coronavirus Task Force. We heard a little bit from Aisha Hasni's reporting. Lots of changes every single day when it comes to vaccines, Delta variant, whatnot. We always want to take it from the officials. So we'll be playing out a few of those stories for you here on Live Now. Everyone stay safe on your Thursday. We'll see you back here tomorrow, Friday, and through the weekend as well. Here's the White House.
Opening and COVID, so he is here to provide an update, take a few questions, and it's great to be here with you. Fellow Nutmegger, just a little Connecticut plug. Okay.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Jen. I'm, across the country, there's an excitement for the first day of school. And those of you that have children, you know what I'm talking about. There's a vibe about going back to school, and this year, there's no exception. We're committed to doing everything we can to ensure we get kids back into the classroom safely. We know students are provided the best opportunity to learn and thrive when they're learning in person, in their classroom, with their peers, with their teachers. We made significant progress last spring bringing the students back in person. About 90% of the educators across the country are vaccinated.